and good afternoon. Welcome to Hour 1 of the 2024 Juice Election Livestream. My name is Kelsey Mayfield.
And my name is Ren Rader. Thank you for tuning in. Today is a monumentally historic day for America. The Juice has prepared 12 hours of election news for you, and we're thrilled to kick it off.
That's right, Ben. Before we take a look into today's event, we want you to get to know us a little better. Go ahead and kick us off, Ren.
Thanks, Kelsey. This is my third year as a journalism student with the Juice. I've taken 6 journalism classes, as well as taken on the responsibility of writing the daily news script. And now I'm a senior executive producer. I'm a part of student council and senior class cabinet. My honors include National Honor Society, Social Studies Honor Society, and German Honor Society. I'm also a 4-year lacrosse player at OOHS. My hobbies include reading, photography, and watching movies. Next year, I'm planning to pursue film studies in hopes of following my passion for cinematography and eventually becoming a filmmaker.
Thanks, Ren. This is also my 3rd year in broadcast. I am a senior executive producer of The Juice as well. I have really enjoyed my role as an executive producer and have really fallen in love with journalism. I'm involved in lots of clubs throughout the school. I am president of the Fashion Club and vice president of the Environmental Club. I am in National Honor Society, French National Honor Society, Social Studies National Honor Society, and Art National Honor Society. Next year, I plan to attend the University of Toledo and major in marketing. Enough about us. Now let's begin with a look into the polls this morning.
Good morning, everyone.
The polls are looking great today. In the past election, a record number of Ohioans voted. According to the Ohio Secretary of State, it will be interesting to see if those numbers continue to increase. Based on the turnout today, we might expect the number to be higher.
In 2020, mail-in and early voting tripled. This year, up to 21 million people have already voted in the United States. It also seems that more young people are voting than ever before. This begs the question, will the younger generation influence the election?
Well, according to the Harvard Youth Poll conducted every major election year, young voters have a greater enthusiasm for this election, a widening gap between men and women, and doubts about the transition of power. These 3 things might affect their voting tendencies, meaning they'll be more likely to turn in their ballots and show up to the polls today.
The Harvard Youth Poll also points out the differences between the election and the 2000 election between George Bush and Al Gore. At the turn of the century, voter turnout was surprisingly low, and young voters were evenly spread between the 2 candidates. This couldn't be more different from today. As Gen Z has begun to enter the voting pool, and social media has changed politics in America, it seems that populations have become more divided.
This is why it's important now more than ever to get to the polls today and vote. It is your right to exercise your voice. An election can be determined by just 1 vote. Your vote does matter, and it can influence the future of our country. Now, let's take a deeper look into voting.
Hi, I'm Maddie Patton. This is your voting registration.
For any 18-year-olds voting in the presidential election, which is November 5th, with presidential candidates Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, here's how you register. You need a driver's license or some other type of ID, such as a passport, and the ID must have an expiration date that has not passed, and a photograph of the individual whose name it is under. The voter's name must conform to the voter's name as it appears in the poll list or in the poll book. As for qualifications, you need to be a U.S. citizen and a resident of the community where you're registering. In addition to this, you also must be at least 18 years old by Election Day. You can sign up in person at your local election office or other government agency. You can send your registration form in the mail, and many states will allow voters to register online.
Yeah, one of the things that deters people from voting sometimes is just the lines. So first, try to find a time that is less crowded, and then if you are in line, stay in line to vote. As long as you are in line when the polling place closes, they have to allow you to vote. So make sure that you get your voice heard there. And then, like I mentioned earlier, just making sure that you're looking up information from credible, reliable sources. The Ohio Department of Elections generally has some good resources to get started on the research, because unfortunately there's a lot of misinformation out there. So just making sure that you are an informed voter, looking things up ahead of time can be really helpful. For new voters, I'd recommend first checking to make sure that you are registered, and then also looking up information from credible and reliable sources about the candidates and about the issues to make sure that you are an informed voter.
That's all for today, Pioneers. Now, back to the desk.
Good evening, my name is Malin McGrainer. Let's take a look into the significance of voting.
Without voting, popular sovereignty would not exist. Popular sovereignty is a government that is created by and subject to the will of the people. It is the foundation of democracy. Elected leaders receive their legitimacy from free and fair elections of the people. The number one reason for low voter turnout is voter registration issues. Voter registration protects election results from election fraud, which is uncommon but occasionally does happen. Other reasons for low voter turnout include the fact that elections are held on a single day during the week and people can find it difficult to take off work. Absentee voting can sometimes be difficult for people who need it. And the number of elections and candidates is often overwhelming for lots of people who aren't up to date on the goings of the government. Some people also don't vote because they feel like their votes won't make a difference. They don't see themselves in the candidates running for office and feel alienated from the government, and don't feel the need to vote or contribute. There are other ways to vote without voting in person, however. Absentee ballots, where people who cannot make it to their designated place of voting can vote by mail or online, and early voting, where people can vote in person before actual election day. Historically, many states practice systemic voter suppression aimed at certain groups of citizens to keep them from voting. Now, however, any U.S. citizen over the age of 18 is eligible to vote. But being eligible to vote and being registered to vote are different. In order to actually vote on Election Day, an eligible voter must be registered to vote in their area. Many people think getting registered to vote is more difficult than it is, and so people are often overwhelmed and don't register because they think it will be too hard. But every vote counts, and it is important for everyone to vote.
The question is, why is it important to vote? Well, the answer to that question is very simple. It's because, with the exception of 5 elections, the Electoral College will mirror the popular vote of the United States. Or in other words, the Electoral College is going to enact what the people are suggesting through the popular vote. So if you're looking for a reason to go out and vote on Election Day, that would be one. And of course, there are always going to be state and local issues that you weigh in on as a citizen as well. But you also have the option of voting early. And this is a nice option for citizens who have trouble getting to the polls because of some issue. It could be age or illness. You can vote early ballot through the mail, or you can actually go to your county voting office and cast your ballot in person. And that way you ensure that your vote is counted into the total. So if something were to happen on Election Day, or you couldn't get a ride, something along those lines, your vote would be lost. Early voting would allow you to have your vote counted in the total. So that's why voting matters, and hopefully you do.
Thanks for watching. Now back to the show.
Welcome back to Hour 1 of the 2024 Juice Election livestream. As we return to the desk, here's a quick recap of the package block. Firstly, we returned to just a few weeks ago as deadlines to register to vote came to a close. Then, you learned about the significance of casting a vote. Now here's a look into what we can expect the rest of the day.
Today is going to be an exciting day full of interviews, a trivia game, and roundtable opinion discussion pieces with educated students.
For our next hour, you will hear from Grace Bozick and Liliana Hoyt talking to you about the election itself and how it works.
For our third hour, we'll have a special Blue Hour segment with Allie Peterson and Gracelyn Quay, along with other educated students.
For our fourth hour, we will have MC Knoll and Cameron Guy talking about the presidential policies that are especially important to our country right now.
For our fifth hour, we'll have Jillian Melcher and Ava Opal with a bit of a break as I play election trivia and Cami Cabrera hosts a trivia game.
During the sixth hour, we will have our Red Hour segment led by Kylie Bradshaw and Justice Colvin. There will be a roundtable opinion discussion and some educated students.
During the seventh hour, we'll have Maddie Patton and Addie Trella talking about our local elections that are also going on today.
For our hour 8, Mia Schischler and Ryan Hopkins will be talking about current events going on in the world that may or may not affect the election. We will also have an interview with Mrs. Timmons, the AP Environmental teacher at OHS.
During hour 9, Maddie Bolton and Celeste Johnson talk about the history of U.S. elections.
Hour 10, we have Abby Curry and Connor Morrison for our independent segment. We will have a roundtable discussion for this hour as well.
As we begin to conclude, Reagan Comerford and Lindsay Phillips will be recapping the day with the exciting events that it has to offer.
Finally, Samira Kandari and Connor Morrison will be wrapping up the live stream with the 2024 presidential election results.
Now, here are a few Electoral College updates live from our very own Maddie Patton. Maddie is a sophomore and first year here at the Juice. Let's hear what she has for us now.
Welcome to the first Electoral College update of our stream. Currently, there's no information about Electoral College votes yet. We will be sure to update you when new information comes in. This election essentially comes down to the swing states: Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Nevada. Most states are expected to go either red or blue, such as Texas, which typically goes red, and California, which typically goes blue. However, we will update you what happens. Our home state, Ohio, has 17 electoral college votes. 270 electoral college votes are needed to win. It is a winner-takes-all system, meaning whatever the majority of the state votes, the nominee will receive all of that state's votes. This is the case for states besides Maine and Nebraska, who divvy out their votes by district. That's all the information I have. Now back to the desk.
Thanks, Maddie. Throughout today, you will get live updates from our anchors on the Electoral College and swing states. You will expect one each hour, but as news breaks, we will cut in to update you.
So Kelsey, what are you the most excited for today?
I think I'm most excited for the roundtable discussions that are coming up hours 3, 6, and 10. I think that there will be lots of interesting opinions to hear, and I'm excited to see the comparison of where our students stand versus the rest of the country. What about you, Ren?
I think I'm the most excited for Trivia Hour with Jillian and Ava, but it'll also be interesting to hear the views of students on the Red, Blue, and Independent Hour roundtables. I think it's important that students' voices are heard and that this election will be centered around the younger votes.
I totally agree with you. Well, it's sure going to be an exciting day. What were your preparations for today?
Apart from waking up extra early today, I made sure to pack my blanket in case I need a midday nap. I also went to the store last night to pick up a few things to keep me going, and I'm so excited to see what happens tonight. How about you, Kelsey?
Wow, that had to be so hard for you, waking up extra early. Good job. I picked out a stylish new fit and asked my dad to get some snacks. He did. Shout out, Dad.
Well, I know we both prepared some fun facts as well. Do you want to kick us off?
Sure. So my first fun fact is America spans through 6 out of the 24 time zones. My second is America is home of 63 national parks. And my third is that there are around 19,500 cities, towns, and villages in the U.S., and 14,800 of those have a population below 5,000 people.
Wow, that's so interesting. I did not know that, Kelsey. My 3 facts are that NASCAR, an American sport, doesn't require racers to be licensed. My second fact is that Hawaiians have the longest average lifespan at 77 years old. And my third fun fact is that South Dakota has a palace made entirely of corn called the Mitchell Corn Palace that you can visit year-round.
We are totally visiting that corn palace, Ren. All right, with the fun stuff out of the way, Let's take a quick break, and then we will be right back with more voting information.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rich. With the polls this morning, they're looking really bad. I'd say the line is about 50-50 and getting longer. The market is really low right now. It's currently about 6:26 in the morning. They moved the lines.
As we continue today, there will be a few important things to note. A major part of the presidential election is the Electoral College. Each state is given a certain number of electoral votes. This is determined by state populations. Then the elector of each state chooses the candidate based off what the popular vote is. Only one candidate can win a state and gain all of its electoral votes. For example, Ohio has 17 allotted votes. If Trump were to be the popular vote and the electoral selected him, then he would gain all 17 of Ohio's electoral votes.
Using the Electoral College system, how might a winner be determined? To become president, a candidate must reach the majority of 270 electoral votes. There are a total of 538 electors on the board, including Congress, 100 senators, and 3 electors from the District of Columbia. According to Fox, quote, controversy often surrounds the Electoral College, with critics arguing that it can lead to a situation where a candidate wins the national popular vote but loses the election. Defenders maintain that the system protects the interests of smaller states and prevents a concentration of power in more populous urban areas.
Shifting focus, let's talk about what voters can expect to see on the Ohio ballots today. The ballot has multiple pages, but we'll be focusing on the first page. The first question on the ballot refers to the presidential candidate. The options are as follows: Richard Duncan and Mitchell Preston Bupp, non-party; Kamala D. Harris and Tim Walz, Democratic; Chase Oliver and Mike Termat, Libertarian; Peter Sonosky and Lauren Onock, other party; Jill Stein and Anita Rios, other party; and Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, Republican.
The next questions focus on the Ohio Supreme Court. Voters will first be asked to choose between Michael P. Donnelly, Democratic, and Megan E. Shanahan, Republican. Then, between Joseph T. Deters, Republican, and Melody J. Stewart, Democratic. The last Supreme Court candidacy is between Lisa Forbes, Democratic, and Danny R. Hawkins, Republican.
This year, a Senate seat is also up for election. Running for re-election this year is Democratic candidate Sherrod Brown, along with Don Kasich for Libertarian and Bernie Moreno for Republican. As per usual, there will be write-in options for the presidential candidate.
There is also a major issue on the ballot this year. Issue 1 is about redistricting in Ohio. If the majority vote is yes, a new redistricting committee will be established. This committee will consist of 15 members elected by bipartisan judges. Their goal will be to create equal, fair districts across Ohio. If the majority vote is no, there will not be a change in the way Ohio creates districts.
The last 3 statewide ballot questions are as follows: the proposed municipal income tax, the proposed tax levy, and the local liquor option. The first 2 will have a for or against option, and the last question will be a yes or no. Depending on the county, the ballot will have specific questions pertaining to that. Be sure to allot up to 35 minutes to cast your vote today.
Building up to the election, there has been a lot of news floating across the internet. According to a research study done by Penn State, quote, "Are you sure the social media is indeed the culprit? Previous research shows that polarization has been on the increase for the last 3 or 4 decades, way before social media came into our lives," end quote.
The Penn State researchers also found that as misinformation and disinformation spreads, there is an increased need for political parties to moderate their policy positions to attract the median voters, to have a change in the general elections. It is shown that the traditional media outlets have become more extreme, influencing citizens and polarizing the country.
I think it can be shown especially in this election. Like we said earlier, voters were evenly spread across the candidate poll in the past, but now are becoming way more divided.
That's right, and the country has started to really cling to one side or the other. Regardless of your political views, make sure to go vote today. In case you missed it earlier, here's some information on the election. You'll learn about the significance of voting and get a little bit of a throwback as Abby reviews the Democratic and Republican national conventions.
Hi, I'm Maddie Patton. This is your voting registration.
For any 18-year-olds voting in the presidential election, which is November 5th, with presidential candidates Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, here's how you register. You need a driver's license or some other type of ID, such as a passport, and the ID must have an expiration date that has not passed, and a photograph of the individual whose name it is under. The voter's name must conform to the voter's name as it appears in the poll list or in the poll book. As for qualifications, you need to be a U.S. citizen and a resident of the community where you're registering. In addition to this, you also must be at least 18 years old by Election Day. You can sign up in person at your local election office or other government agency. You can send your registration form in the mail, and many states will allow voters to register online.
Yeah, one of the things that deters people from voting sometimes is just the lines. So first, try to find a time that is less crowded, and then if you are in line, stay in line to vote. As long as you are in line when the polling place closes, they have to allow you to vote, so make sure that you get your voice heard there. And then, like I mentioned earlier, just making sure that you're looking up information from credible, reliable sources. The Ohio Department of Elections generally has some good resources to get started on the research, because unfortunately there's a lot of misinformation out there, so just making sure that you are an informed voter, looking things up ahead of time can be really helpful. Okay. For new voters, I'd recommend first checking to make sure that you are registered, and then also looking up information from credible and reliable sources about the candidates and about the issues to make sure that you are an informed voter.
That's all for today, Pioneers. Now, back to the desk.
Good evening, my name is Malin McGrainer. Let's take a look into the significance of voting.
Without voting, popular sovereignty would not exist. Popular sovereignty is a government that is created by and subject to the will of the people. It is the foundation of democracy. Elected leaders receive their legitimacy from free and fair elections of the people. The number one reason for low voter turnout is voter registration issues. Voter registration protects election results from election fraud, which is uncommon but occasionally does happen. Other reasons for low voter turnout include the fact that elections are held on a single day during the week and people can find it difficult to take off work. Absentee voting can sometimes be difficult for people who need it. And the number of elections and candidates is often overwhelming for lots of people who aren't up to date on the goings of the government. Some people also don't vote because they feel like their votes won't make a difference. They don't see themselves in the candidates running for office and feel alienated from the government and don't feel the need to vote or contribute. There are other ways to vote without voting in person, however. Absentee ballots, where people who cannot make it to their designated place of voting can vote by mail or online, and early voting, where people can vote in person before actual election day. Historically, many states practice systemic voter suppression aimed at certain groups of citizens to keep them from voting. Now, however, any U.S. citizen over the age of 18 is eligible to vote. But being eligible to vote and being registered to vote are different. In order to actually vote on election day, an eligible voter must be registered to vote in their area. Many people think getting registered to vote is more difficult than it is, and so people are often overwhelmed and don't register because they think it will be too hard. But every vote counts, and it is important for everyone to vote.
The question is, why is it important to vote? Well, the answer to that question is very simple. It's because, with the exception of 5 elections, the Electoral College will mirror the popular vote of the United States. Or in other words, the Electoral College is going to enact what the people are suggesting through the popular vote. So if you're looking for a reason to go out and vote on election day, that would be one. And of course, there are always going to be state and local issues that you weigh in on as a citizen as well. But you also have the option of voting early. And this is a nice option for citizens who have trouble getting to the polls because of some issue. It could be age or illness. You can vote early ballot through the mail, or you can actually go to your county voting office and cast your ballot in person. And that way you ensure that your vote is counted into the total. So if something were to happen on election day, or you couldn't get a ride, something along those lines, your vote would be lost. Early voting would allow you to have your vote counted in the total. So that's why voting matters, and hopefully you do.
Thanks for watching. Now back to the show.
Welcome back to the desk. It is an important thing to vote if you are eligible. When voting, make sure that you verify your voting location. Double check the rules if your location and if any ID is required. Be informed while voting and research what is on the ballot beforehand. Form your own opinions, not the opinions of others.
Thank you, Kelsey. We wanted to talk a little bit about what goes on behind the scenes here at the Juice. Although we are a student-run broadcast program, we do a lot of amazing work.
That's correct, Ren. I think a lot really went into planning this live stream, and I think that every single one of us worked really hard, and I'm really excited to see what the rest of the day has.
Yeah, I know we talked about our favorite parts coming up earlier. Why don't we talk about before? Like, we haven't touched on that. So let's talk about what our preparations were, how much work we actually did put into this, what we did to plan, how we started off.
So I think first we looked back and watched previous election live streams that the Juice has done before, just to get some inspiration and see what we wanted to do and what we wanted to change.
And I think that we had such a good group before us doing the election stream. They seemed to know what they were doing really well, and I think that we kind of took from them and we were inspired by them to with the things that we did today. I will say that they did an amazing job for the 2020 election. It was a pretty close election, and they stayed very moderate. Their opinions stayed, reserved, and they were very factual. And I think that's what it's going to look like a lot today.
Yeah. I think that they, like, looking back at, like, what they used to plan and all their spreadsheets, it was really impressive just how, like, organized they were and ready to go. And so we tried to stem from that.
Yeah, we did have a little bit less time preparing for this, but I think with the time that we did have, we made the most of it, and we worked really, really hard over these past few weeks, months, to prepare and do our best.
Yeah. Next, we kind of started looking at, like, who was going to be doing what job during the live stream, like who was going to be anchoring and who would be on TD and who would direct it, and going through the list of people available and finding out availabilities and making sure that everything fit into place just perfectly.
Do you feel like there was ever like a hardship that we had? Like, what was a bump that maybe we had in the road?
I think definitely, like, just figuring out, like, the time-wise, what, like, things were gonna run when, and, like, it just kind of took a little bit of time just to put it all together and, like, run everything into one.
I absolutely agree. I think for me, the toughest part was getting the scripts completed and finalized, because as someone who writes the script every morning, it's easy to forget that a lot of people don't know how to write a script, because it can be different than writing an essay. And I think with, like, the amount of time that we had, again, everyone did an amazing job. The scripts turned out great. I'm so excited for the rest of the show, and I think that people put a lot of effort, and you can see that. For sure.
Absolutely. Including the packages that we did and the graphics, I think that everyone really came together and worked really hard and did some really incredible work and very informational, and they did a really good job of being non-biased in their information.
Absolutely. So this morning we had the opportunity to check out a live polling station. We headed to Orange Friends Church on East Orange Road, which is the polling station for the people who live in our area. Now let's take a look back. Actually, sorry. Kelsey, you know what? Kelsey, what was how was your experience at the polls, and what did you learn?
Yeah, so just even pulling into the parking lot, I was so surprised we pulled in at like 6:15ish.
Yeah.
I was so surprised with how many people were already there, parked and lined out the door, ready to go. It was really cool to see so many people eager to put their vote in.
Yeah, I drove past this morning, and I was surprised to see how many cars were already in the lot. That was definitely something that excited me, and it's good to see that people, are willing to get there early, get their vote in, and work their schedule around it, because it is something that's super important.
Yeah. I think voting is such an important thing, and it's something that we have the right to do once we reach the age of 18. And unfortunately, I was 17 days off of turning 18 to be eligible to vote, and so that was kind of a disappointment for me. I've been aware of it for years, but I've always been a little salty about it, I guess.
I can understand that. So how do you think that voting will look in the future?
I don't know. I think voting in the future has so many, like, different opportunities. I think as Gen Z rolls in, that I think that's definitely going to change the outcome of polls. I think that Gen Z is a very influential generation that has very strong opinions and aren't afraid to share those. I also think that personally there could be potential for it to be another national holiday, voting day. I think that would be, personally, I think that's a good idea, so that we can all be able to go to the vote, to go and vote, and
Yeah, because I do think that a lot of the people who are there early were there because they had to work, or there because they had things to do, and that was just the only time that they could get it in. And I think that Westerville City Schools, I know, which is neighboring to us, does allow kids to have the day off, and that means that teachers can go and vote whenever they need to, and they don't need to be there at 6:30 in the morning on the dot to go get their vote in before they have to go teach. I think that it would be, really incredible to have that option for people to go and get their vote in all day.
Yeah, I think that when we were there, we got to talk to Mr. Heyer and hear his opinion and what he goes through as a teacher to make sure that he's on time for school as well as voting.
Yeah, he had some really great points that you'll see soon enough. He had some advice for young voters, for 18-year-olds who have never voted before. He kind of highlighted how important it is to make your own opinions and form those thoughts on the candidates and the issues and what you're voting on. You need to know really what's going on in the world, and that's an important thing, and he definitely highlighted that well.
I definitely agree. So let's head to the polls and take a look.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ren Rader. We're at the polls this morning. They're looking really packed. I'd say the line is about 50 people deep and getting longer. The parking lot looks really full right now. More and more people keep lining up as the time moves on. It's currently about 6:26 in the morning. Polls are opening in 4 minutes. They've moved the line to the sidewalk as more and more people keep filling in. Do you think it was important to get here as early as you did, and was it an advantage for you?
Yeah, I mean, I got in line. There was a long line out behind me, so in order to get to school on time, I got here early.
Why do you think it's important to vote?
Voting is one of our rights. I want to take advantage of that. While president is an important position for sure, and I want my person to win. Hopefully at the end, it's the country that wins. So I want my voice to be heard. Advice to young voters: think about it. Don't just go based on what people tell you to do. Do your research and think about what the policies are of the candidate.
The polls are going to be open from 6:30 to 7 today, so make sure to get your vote in.
As we return today, we just wanted to talk a little bit about how important it is to vote. As the younger generations are entering the polls today, that's between 18 to 24-year-olds, I think it's going to be a big change.
I totally agree. I think, like I said earlier, Gen Z and the younger generations really really care about politics more than ever, and really care about putting in their say in voting. And I think
we just found out that Harris is up on the national polls. I wonder how that's going to progress the rest of the day. Oh, they said in popular vote. So yeah, I think that, back to polls. I think that by the time, we're getting new information. So the polls are looking at 48% Harris and 46.8% Trump. That's interesting.
Yeah, I do think that's interesting. I think that really has to do with the fact that our nation is so divided right now, with either you are very one side or the other, and I think that that's really going to make this election so close and be so just the 48 and 46. That's by 2%. That is not even 2%.
Yeah.
It's 1.2. And so I think that our election today is going to be really, really close. And I think,
So we're learning now that the favorable vote for Trump is 52.2% for the unfavorable vote for Trump. And then he's 43.6% favorable right now. Yeah, like you were saying though, that's a really close percentage. I think that I wasn't expecting that this early on, is for them to be that close. I know that they projected it, but that's not something that I was expecting today.
Yeah. I think right now we are getting that our Harris votes is 46.1% favorable and 48.1 unfavorable right now, which is really close, I think,
Yeah, it's
to
close as
what
well.
Trump's are as well. I think it's just shows again how close this election is going to be.
And I know we talked a little bit about how social media has kind of expedited that feeling, the sense of division in America right now. This election is super important about determining the divide and how social media has affected the election this year. And in general, how people perceive politics and the decisions that they make and how they feel about different topics.
Yeah, really quickly before we run our package block again, I think that social media is just like something that like people are more willing to put their opinion out there because they're hiding behind a screen. They're not face to face. Like I think that you have a little bit more confidence, and I think that's why we see a lot more opinionated people, but also I think like there is an opportunity for people to put out disinformation and flow polls in ways that they want polls to be seen.
Yeah. So with
make
that,
sure fact checking
yes,
your
ma'am.
information.
All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and take a look back at the significance of voting and the Democratic and Republican national conventions.
Hi, I'm Maddie Patton. This is your voting registration.
For any 18-year-olds voting in the presidential election, which is November 5th, with presidential candidates Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, here's how you register. You need a driver's license or some other type of ID, such as a passport, and the ID must have an expiration date that has not passed and a photograph of the individual whose name it is under. The voter's name must conform to the voter's name as it appears in the poll list or in the poll book. As for qualifications, you need to be a U.S. citizen and a resident of the community where you're registering. In addition to this, you also must be at least 18 years old by Election Day. You can sign up in person at your local election office or other government agency. You can send your registration form in the mail, and many states will allow voters to register online.
Yeah, one of the things that deters people from voting sometimes is just the lines. So first, try to find a time that is less crowded, and then if you are in line, stay in line to vote. As long as you are in line when the polling place closes, they have to allow you to vote, so make sure that you get your voice heard there. And then, like I mentioned earlier, just making sure that you're looking up information from credible, reliable sources. The Ohio Department of Elections generally has some good resources to get started on the research, because unfortunately there's a lot of misinformation out there, so just making sure that you are an informed voter, looking things up ahead of time can be really helpful. For new voters, I'd recommend first checking to make sure that you are registered, and then also looking up information from credible and reliable sources about the candidates and about the issues to make sure that you are an informed voter.
That's all for today, Pioneers. Now, back to the desk.
Good evening, my name is Malin McGrainer. Let's take a look into the significance of voting.
Without voting, popular sovereignty would not exist. Popular sovereignty is a government that is created by and subject to the will of the people. It is the foundation of democracy. Elected leaders receive their legitimacy from free and fair elections of the people. The number one reason for low voter turnout is voter registration issues. Voter registration protects election results from election fraud, which is uncommon but occasionally does happen. Other reasons for low voter turnout include the fact that elections are held on a single day during the week and people can find it difficult to take off work. Absentee voting can sometimes be difficult for people who need it. And the number of elections and candidates is often overwhelming for lots of people who aren't up to date on the goings of the government. Some people also don't vote because they feel like their votes won't make a difference. They don't see themselves in the candidates running for office and feel alienated from the government. and don't feel the need to vote or contribute. There are other ways to vote without voting in person, however. Absentee ballots, where people who cannot make it to their designated place of voting can vote by mail or online, and early voting, where people can vote in person before actual election day. Historically, many states practice systemic voter suppression aimed at certain groups of citizens to keep them from voting. Now, however, any U.S. citizen over the age of 18 is eligible to vote. But being eligible to vote and being registered to vote are different. In order to actually vote on Election Day, an eligible voter must be registered to vote in their area. Many people think getting registered to vote is more difficult than it is, and so people are often overwhelmed and don't register because they think it will be too hard. But every vote counts, and it is important for everyone to vote.
The question is, why is it important to vote? Well, the answer to that question is very simple. It's because, with the exception of 5 elections, the Electoral College will mirror the popular vote of the United States. Or in other words, the Electoral College is going to enact what the people are suggesting through the popular vote. So if you're looking for a reason to go out and vote on Election Day, that would be one. And of course, there are always going to be state and local issues that you weigh in on as a citizen as well. But you also have the option of voting early. And this is a nice option for citizens who have trouble getting to the polls because of some issue. It could be age or illness. You can vote early ballot through the mail, or you can actually go to your county voting office and cast your ballot in person. And that way you ensure that your vote is counted into the total. So if something were to happen on Election Day, or you couldn't get a ride, something along those lines, your vote would be lost. Early voting would allow you to have your vote counted in the total. So that's why voting matters, and hopefully you do.
Thanks for watching. Now back to the show.
All right, guys, so now we're going to talk a little bit more about Gen Z and how Gen Z has really impacted the polls today so far.
So according to News from the States, a vast majority of Gen Z voters in Ohio are unaffiliated or not aligned with a party on their voter registration. According to the Harvard Kennedy School's Institute of Politics, 64% of young voters say they are supporting Harris, while 32% are voting for former President Donald J. Trump. Although male Gen Z are following the liberal trend, but not as strongly.
I think that's so interesting. I think that I totally see that. Gen Z has been, at least from what I see, has leaned more in a liberal path. So that could totally be affecting the polls today.
And I know earlier we did do a little bit of research and we highlighted the fact that a lot of the younger voter votes are going to matter when it comes down to the candidate. And the Harvard Youth poll that we cited earlier was talking about how divided they've become. I have a couple statistics about that as well. So on the national side of things, a projected youth early vote total was 3,665,249. That's a lot of young people getting to the polls early.
Absolutely.
Because I know that a lot of people grew up with their parents going to the polls on the day of or sending in ballots, and I think that that's become a big thing this year is voting early and making sure you get your vote in and not just on Election Day.
I know personally, like I used to go with my mom all the time when she would go vote, and I would go to Orange Church. And
we saw a few kids this morning, and that made me really happy that they get that experience to go see what it's like to experience the polls, to know what voting can be as you grow up. Because that is your right as an American citizen, is to vote and have a point for your voice, a way to express yourself and your political views.
Another thing is that a whopping 72% of Gen Z Americans are either extremely or fairly likely to vote this election.
That's awesome.
Huge percent. I think that young people, the percentage of people voting, going to the polls, has gone up in tremendous amount since the last election.
Yeah, so it says that 41 million Gen Zs will be able to vote this election. That's a lot of people influencing the election. I know we have been talking about young voters and their importance, but that is a lot of new votes. A lot.
I totally agree.
And as we talked about earlier, they lean more liberal. What was the quote? 32% are voting for former President Donald Trump. 64% are voting for Harris. That is a wide gap between how Gen Z feels and their previous generations.
That can definitely affect the way that the polls are going to run today and who ends up winning the presidential election for sure.
So the projected early vote total was that 3 million, but so far 4,399,873 voters have already gone to the polls, submitted their early ballots, gone to vote early. Again, a massive amount of Gen Z voters.
And that's super important, whether you are a younger voter or an older voter, to make sure you're showing up to the polls today.
I know
Use
this
your
morning
voice.
we saw so many generations.
Absolutely.
I would say I saw Gen Alpha to Boomer even. That's a large gap of generations and people coming together to use their voice for the better good, for themselves, for the population.
Yeah. I think something that stood out to me was the fact that there was little boys going with their moms so early in the morning, but then there was also an elderly couple stepping out of their car getting ready to vote, and just seeing the widespread of generations is really exciting.
Are you excited to vote in the next election, Kelsey?
I am so excited. I think it's a really important thing to do, and I'm excited to be able to use my voice. And yeah,
I'm excited as well. I think that the next election will be even bigger than this one for Gen Z, as we're both Gen Z. I think that it'll be interesting to see how the next election is formed, and as new candidates come in and things change. I think a lot of things are going to change in the next 4 years.
Yeah.
That's all we have for the Juice Election live stream Hour 1. I'm Ren Rader.
And I'm Kelsey Mayfield. Make sure to stay tuned for Hour 2 with Liliana Hoyt and Grace Bozick. Thank you so much for watching.
let them know what mic you're on.
Hello, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Juice's Election Rundown. For the Juice, I'm Liliana Hoyt.
And I'm Grace Bozick. Let's jump right into it.
I am a senior at OOHS, and I have been a part of the Juice for the past 2 years. I'm the radio producer for our radio station and enjoy making all different types of packages for our daily shows.
I am also a senior and a second-year veteran in this program, and I love anchoring and making packages. I also am a part of the OOHS yearbook and take on the role of senior editor.
I am an officer for the National History Honor Society. I help run different fundraisers, and last month we ran a drive to help students get registered to vote. I've taken a handful of classes from AP US History, Honors World History, Economy through Columbus State, and right now I'm currently taking Political Science through The Ohio State University. I am also a part of the National Honor Society for the past 2 years. I also have been taking French for the past 5 years, and I loved being involved in French Club and French National Honor Society. This morning, I actually got the chance to speak to middle schoolers at Berkshire Middle School about high school through the French NHS. Outside of school, I am a competitive dancer that practices around 17 hours a week, and I'm also a cheerleader for the football team here at Orange High School. In the future, I'm hoping to become a nurse practitioner, a physician's assistant, or a healthcare lawyer.
I have taken a variety of social studies classes, including AP US History and Honors World History. I have also taken multiple classes through Columbus State and am currently taking psychology at The Ohio State University. I am part of National Honor Society and National Spanish Honor Society, where we lead and volunteer events and raise awareness for Spanish cultures in need. Outside of school, I am also a competitive dancer and have been dancing since I was 3 years old. I hope to continue dancing in college. I am also a cheerleader and cheer on the Orange football team. In college, I hope to major in journalism on a sports media track and become a reporter.
Now, for the second hour, we will be talking about the election and everything you need to know. This hour will include different packages on the Electoral College and election breakdown, and about the swing states. All 3 packages will explain key roles in this election process today.
We will start with the candidates for the presidential election. For the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris is running for president, and Tim Walz for vice president. Harris has currently been the vice president of the country for the past 4 years.
For the Republican Party, Donald Trump is running for president, and he is running with J.D. Vance for vice president. Trump was the president in the United States from the years 2016 to 2020 and is looking to earn the role back.
Other candidates that will appear on the ballots are Cornel West for the Independent Party, Jill Stein for the Green Party, and Chase Oliver for the Libertarian Party.
The role of the president in the United States is the head of state, as well as the chief executive of the federal government. Another major role the president holds is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces.
The president can veto legislation created by Congress. The president can also nominate Supreme Court judges to serve for life. They also pick the head of federal agencies, including the cabinet. The president is the head of the executive branch that serves to enforce the law.
Now, we will move on to the candidates for the Senate part of the election. The Senate will be electing 1/3 of the 100 seats in Congress today.
For the state of Ohio, the Democratic candidate is Sherrod Brown. He has held a seat in the Senate since 2007 and is looking to reclaim a seat today.
The Republican candidate is Bernie Moreno. He went to the University of Michigan for an MBA degree. Other candidates include Don Kissick for the Libertarian Party and Stephen Ferris for one of the independent candidates. In addition, the Independent Party candidates also include David Pastorius, Nathan Russell, and Tariq Shabazz. The Senate is the upper chamber of Congress, where each state is represented with 2 individuals, along with the House of Representatives. And the House of Representatives occupies the bicameral legislature of the United States.
The Senate takes action on bills, resolutions, amendments, motions, nominations, and treaties by voting. Senators vote in a variety of ways, including roll call votes, voice votes, and unanimous consent. The Senate approves of presidential nominations as well as approval of treaties.
Today, November 5th, Ohio will also vote for the House of Representatives. Ohio will look to elect 15 members for the House, with 1 per the state's 15 U.S. House districts. Olentangy Orange High School is located in District 60 for voting for House of Representatives.
For the Republican Party, Brian Lorenz is running for District 60. He was appointed to fill the role in 2023 after the sudden death of Chris Jordan. For the Democratic Party, Rachel Morocco is running for District 60. She is a physician who lives in Lewis Center.
The House of Representatives is the lower chamber of Congress and is based upon the population size of each individual state. Each representative is nominated every 2-year terms.
Among other duties, representatives introduce bills and resolutions, offer amendments, and serve on committees. The number of representatives with full voting rights is 435. The state of Ohio gets 15 representatives for the state. The House can place impeachment charges on the president. On January 20th, 2025, the new president will be sworn into office on Inauguration Day. This will occur in Washington, D.C. at the U.S. Capitol building.
First, the vice president is sworn into office and will use the same oath since 1884. They repeat, quote, I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God, end quote.
Then, when the president is sworn in, they repeat the same oath as the vice president and add, quote, I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, end quote.
Now, let's get into the Electoral College. In the United States, the Electoral College is the group of presidential electors that is formed every 4 years during the presidential election for the sole purpose of voting for the president and vice president.
The Electoral College consists of 538 electors. A majority of 270 electoral votes is required to elect the president. Your state has the same number of electors as it does members in its congressional delegation. 1 for each member in the House of Representatives plus 2 senators.
Usually, the winner is declared on the night of the election, but in 2020, it took a few days to count all of the votes. This period after the election is known as the transition, if there is a change of president. This gives the new administration time to appoint cabinet ministers and make plans for the new term.
Under the current electoral system in the United States, the winner of the popular vote may not secure enough electoral college votes to win the presidency. This occurred in both 2000 and 2016 elections. George W. Bush and Donald Trump respectively won elections with clear electoral college victories, but they did not win the most votes nationwide.
The polls are predicting nothing but the Electoral College are going to be very close between the Republican and Democratic parties. There is no clear favorite in this election process. Okay guys, we will be right back. Stay tuned for more information. Welcome back. Let's go right into it. In the state of Ohio, the requirements to vote include being a citizen of the United States of America, being a resident of Ohio for at least 30 days. You also must be at least 18 years of old on or before Election Day. The laws also require that you will not be incarcerated of a felony charge, not be found incompetent by a court for purposes of voting, by a probate court, or not be permanently disenfranchised for violations of election laws.
It is incredibly crucial that you go to a booth and vote. Voting gives you a voice and can truly impact your family and community's way of life. The more we vote, the more powerful our voices become, and the likelier the issues that are important to us will be heard. Voting should be treated as a privilege. Securing the right to vote was not just a part of history. Defending that right and ensuring that restrictions are not placed on that right is our current responsibility as citizens. Using our voices in the electoral process gives us the power to speak up for ourselves and those without representation.
On this note, we are about to head into the package block for this hour. With this, you will hear a detailed breakdown of the election by Abby Curry, where she talks about the election polls. In addition, you will also hear about the Electoral College by Malin McGrainer, where she gets into how it works and everything else to do with the Electoral College. Furthermore, Abby Curry will also be taking you into a look at the swing states. Here, she will talk about what is a swing state and how many electoral votes each one has. And finally, Kylie Bradshaw will take a look into exactly what the president does, including their responsibilities. See you soon, fellow viewers.
Hello, my name is Mia Schischler, and today we'll be taking a closer look into how a presidential election works.
The electoral process begins in the springtime when the major political parties go through the process of having voters vote for who they would like to see become the nominee for their party to run for president. After that, in the summertime, is when the parties will have what are called a convention. And at the conventions, that is where they formally bring who are called delegates, who are the people who have pledged to cast their vote based on the results of the spring primary caucuses. And that happens, we know who the presidential candidates would be, then they engage in things like debates and running advertisements, having having town halls, and all the things that help voters decide who they're going. First Tuesday after the first Monday in November is when the election for the general election occurs, and what will happen is voters go to the polls, voters will vote. Each state, all but 2 states, use what is called a winner-take-all method, which means that whoever gets the popular vote in that state will win the whole majority of the electoral college votes. Each state gets a certain number of electors, people who are guaranteed or have pledged to vote for the candidate that wins that popular vote. Each party has their set of electors, and that is determined by the number of representatives that each state has in Congress. These people will then convene in December to cast their official elector votes, and so when we vote for president, we're actually casting our vote for an elector who will go cast their vote officially in the Electoral College. Once that happens, those votes are then certified when Congress is reconvened in January, which leads us to the inauguration of the new president, which always happens on January 20th.
Thanks for watching. Now back to the show.
Let's take a look into what swing states are and how they affect the election.
Swing states are competitive states that aren't just red or blue, meaning they have similar levels of support with both Democratic and Republican parties. They could go either way on election day. Because of this, they typically play a key role in elections. The swing states this election cycle are Arizona, which has 11 electoral college votes. It is a swing state due to its changing demographics because of immigration. Georgia, which has 16 electoral college votes. It went blue for the first time since 1992 in 2020. Michigan, which has 15 electoral college votes. Survey data shows that economy is of the utmost importance to voters. Nevada, which has 6 electoral college votes. North Carolina, which has 16 electoral college votes. It is considered to lean Republican. Pennsylvania, which has 19 electoral college votes, where Trump won in 2016 but Biden won in 2020. Wisconsin, which has 10 electoral college votes, which usually goes blue, but Trump managed to win in 2020.
That's all for today, Pioneers.
Hey guys, while you're sitting at home watching the election, you may be wondering, what does the president do? Well, I decided to take a deeper look. Growing up, we are surrounded by politics. Local and state elections, TV advertisements, and our family's ideologies some point make their way into our lives. Although these are all big factors of being an American citizen, the time when politics is most present in our everyday lives occurs during the presidential elections. Presidential elections occur every 4 years and mark as a turning point for our country. Many citizens enjoy having a say in who the next leader of our nation may be. But what exactly does a president do? Well, to understand what the president does, we have to take a look into the executive branch of government. The executive branch is responsible for enforcing the laws of government, and the power of this branch is vested in the president. The president holds the titles Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and the head of state and federal government. Some power the president holds includes signing legislation passed by Congress into law, vetoing bills, negotiating and signing treaties, issuing executive orders, and pardoning federal crimes. Now, how do you know if you're fit to run for presidency? Well, the U.S. Constitution lists a few qualifications you have to meet in order to be eligible. The person running has to be a naturally born U.S. citizen, must be at least 35 years of age, and must have lived in the United States for at least 14 years. Once elected, the president serves one 4-year term and could possibly serve a second if they run and are reelected again. By tradition, the president and their family typically live in the White House, which is located in the heart of Washington, D.C. Whenever the president travels, they use specific modes of transportation designed just for them. For example, the president's airplane is called Air Force One and is operated by members of the U.S. Air Force. The president's helicopter is known as Marine One and is flown by Marine Corps helicopter pilots. And the president's limousine, which is typically operated by the Secret Service, is known as the Beast. I hope that helped you guys learn more about the president and their responsibilities. Now, back to the desk.
Good evening. My name is Malin McGrainer. Let's take a look into what the Electoral College is.
We select the President of the United States through a process where each state has a certain number of electoral votes, which will be equivalent and reflect that state's population, which happens to also be equal to its representation in Congress. The reason that we have this system is because the framers wanted to make sure that candidates would participate in a national platform rather than just campaign in certain select states and collect votes in those populated states. So when students hear for the first time that it's actually not the popular vote that selects the president, it's always a little bit confusing for them. But when we go back and we look at this system from a broad perspective, historically, since George Washington, there have only been 5 instances when the people of the United States actually vote for someone different than is selected by the Electoral College. Now, that's occurred recently in the election of 2000 with George W. Bush, and then in 2016 with the election of Donald J. Trump. So when we look at the Electoral College map, you can see the states behind me, they all have certain numbers with them. Effectively, what candidates are trying to do is win the popular vote in that state, which would then give them the numerical number that you see on the map here. Typically, we call that winner take all. So if 6 million people vote in a state and a candidate receives 1 more vote than their opponent, they're going to receive all those delegate points for that particular state, even if 3 million people voted against them. That's the winner take all. And 48 or 49 out of 51 states will use that system of winner take all. Maine and Nebraska are the 2 exceptions. And the reason I used the number 51 instead of 50 states is because the District of Columbia is awarded 3 electoral college votes as well. So in effect, we have 51 separate elections taking place on the national election day. So candidates will compete for those delegates throughout the states, and the magic number that they need to reach is 270. So if a candidate reaches 270, they become the president-elect of the United States until they're sworn in on January 20th, and then they're just simply known as the president. So that's the basic overview of the Electoral College. One unique aspect of the Electoral College is swing states. So by definition, what is a swing state? This is a state that we really don't know which of the 2 major party candidates is going to win in that particular state. So it's easier almost to think of the other states that are more predictable. So you take a state like California, they're going to vote for whoever the Democratic Party nominee is going to be. You take a state like Oklahoma, and there's absolutely no chance they're going to vote for the Democratic Party candidate, and all of their Electoral College votes can be anticipated to go to the Republican Party nominee. And so the vast majority of our states fall into that category where it's very predictable over history how they're going to vote. The exception to that is when we don't know, and these are what we call swing states. So swing states do change over time. Some years we see more than others, but for the 2024 election, the swing states are going to be Nevada and Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. And in those states, we really don't know who's going to win. The polls right now are extremely close as well. They're within the margin of error. So they can't tell us who's ahead, whether it's Vice President Harris or former President Trump. We're just going to have to wait to see on election day who wins that state. But once the governor, the executive of the state, certifies the election, then those electoral delegates then are awarded to the candidate that won the state. And those delegate numbers can be used in that march to 270. And remember, that's all they need, 270 delegates, and they become president-elect. So that's a quick overview on swing states.
Thanks for watching. Back to the show.
Welcome back to the desk. I hope you got to enjoy the past 4 packages as they got extra detailed on those certain discussions. Me and Grace are happy to be back and cannot wait to spend the rest of the hour with you. Here at Olentangy Orange High School, the National Social Studies Honor Society ran a mock election on November 1st. This included the presidential election, Senate candidates, and Issue 1. I was fortunate enough to get to help run this event, and we got a great turnout of student involvement. We provided private booths so that everyone's votes could remain unanimous. We also had I voted stickers for the students to wear after.
And with the results of this mock election, the students of OOHS choose for the presidential election was Kamala Harris and Vice President Tim Walz for the Democratic Party. They won with 66.3% votes. Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance got a 29.7% vote rate. And the other results came for Jill Stein and Chase Oliver and Peter Sonsky. We received over 300 responses from students during all lunch periods. With this, we also asked for extra information so we can see how different characteristics about people affected the results.
If you were a senior, 74.1% of people voted for Kamala, while 23.5% voted for Trump. 1.2% of the responses for seniors was for Chase Oliver. For juniors, there is a 60.6% voting for Kamala and 35.1% voted for Donald Trump. There was also a 2.1% chance for Jill Stein in the junior class. For the sophomores, 60.6% of people voted for Kamala, while 36.4% voted for Donald Trump. For the freshmen, 70.7% voted for Kamala Harris, while 22.4% voted for Donald Trump. The independents had over 6.9% of votes, with majority going to Chase Oliver. I honestly think this is pretty surprising that the results were not closer, but we do live pretty close to Columbus and most cities tend to lean Democratic.
Later in the hour, we will go over Ohio issue number 1 with gerrymandering. But with the results of the mock election, OOHS voted yes. The results included 71.8% yes on the issue and 28.2% no on the issue. One interesting thing we looked at with the mock election includes gender. For females, 77.5% voted yes on the issue, while 22.5% voted no. For the males, 65.7% voted yes, while 34.3% voted no. I personally think it's interesting that more females were for this issue than males.
The mock election did not include a House of Representatives race, as some people who go to OOHS live in different voting districts for the candidates. But we did put on it the ballot for the U.S. Senator. For the U.S. Senator for the state of Ohio, Sherrod Brown won for the Democratic Party. With this, 65.7% of votes were casted for Brown, 25.7% were casted for Moreno, and 8.6% were casted for Don Kissick. Overall, I think the mock election had a great success in showing OOHS thoughts on the election. Next up for Hour 2, we will hear from Jillian Melcher with an election update. Jillian is the social media and vitamin C producer for The Juice and is here to give you that much anticipated election update.
a
While we do not have an update on the Electoral College votes, we do know that Harris and Trump tied with 3 votes each in the tiny New Hampshire community of Dixle Notch. While opened and closed its poll just after midnight Eastern Standard Time in a decades-old tradition. That's all I have for you. Now back to the desk.
I was thinking, oh my god.
Thank you, Jillian. To continue our discussion on all election information, Liliana and I will be talking about Issue 1 for the state of Ohio. Issue 1 is for this election year will be, should Ohio remove politicians from the redistricting process and instead have an unaffiliated committee create voting districts?
This issue is about the topic of gerrymandering. Gerrymandering is the political manipulation of electoral district boundaries to advantage a party, group, or socioeconomic class. Ohio will vote on Issue 1 to see if we should create an additional committee to create these voting districts so that gerrymandering cannot occur as easily.
If Issue 1 were to pass in the state of Ohio, the current Ohio Redistricting Committee, made up of 4 lawmakers and 3 statewide elected officials, would be replaced with a 15-member Citizens Commission made up of 5 Democrats, 5 Republicans, and 5 Independents. Once chosen, commission members would have to abide by a set of rules, including crafting districts that will comply with federal laws, crafting maps that correspond to statewide election results, and keeping committees with shared ethnic, racial, social, cultural, geographic, environmental, socioeconomic, or historic identities together.
Under Issue 1, these committees will be elected by a bipartisan screening panel of 4 retired judges who will review and screen applicants. Then, the judge panel will review 90 applicants, which will include 30 applicants from the largest political party, 30 applicants from the second largest political party, and 30 applications from the independents. After that, the judges will narrow down the applicants to 45 finalists containing 15 from each party. Finally, the judge panel will randomly draw 6 applicants from these finalists and select the remaining 9 commissioners.
This committee will hold public meetings and hearings to gather input and ensure transparency. They will also create new district maps that are fair and comply with federal laws, including Voting Rights Act. Finally, they will avoid gerrymandering and ensure districts reflect the political preferences of Ohio voters.
Other important information about this year's election includes that there are over 244 million Americans that will be eligible to vote in this year's 2024 election. The 2020 election saw a record turnout of 66.6% of eligible voters. If we see that turnout high again, more than 162 million ballots will be casted by November. Interestingly, elections start a lot earlier than most people would think. Federal laws require military ballots be sent out 45 days before Election Day. Thus, the presidential primary ballot is locked in every state by early April.
To continue, election results are not going to be final on Election Day, and frankly, they never are. State certifications deadlines range from 2 to 29 days post-Election Day. It is imperative that ballots are tabulated quickly and accurately, as the period between the close of polls and tabulation of sufficient results to confidentially call all the race is prime window for misinformation. Other fact is that the state of Ohio, you can request to receive a mail ballot or an early in-person ballot. This is referred to as absentee ballot.
This early voting process went from October 8 to November 3rd. In the state of Ohio, you had to make this request by 8:30 p.m. on October 29th. Mail voting, also referred to as absentee voting, has been in use since it helps soldiers cast ballots during the Civil War. Mail voting has been increasingly unusual since the 1980s, with unprecedented expansions taking place since the COVID-19 pandemic. Mail voting is a safe, secure, and reliable voting method used by voters of all political parties.
Every mail ballot is verified for eligibility after it is returned by the voter. Mail ballot envelopes typically require a voter's signature, identification number, or other identifying information. Before a ballot is counted, election officials check to make sure that the signature or identification number matches that which is on file. The mail ballot also must be postmarked, received by an election official, or both by a date set in state law. Once validated, the ballot is separated from its envelope and sorted for counting. Okay, guys, we'll be right back. Stay tuned for more info.
Welcome back. Up next on the discussion for Hour 2 is the topic of political parties. In the United States, we currently have 2 major political parties and a growing independent group. For the more liberal side, we have the Democratic Political Party. Every 4 years at the Democratic National Convention, Democrats come together to craft the party platform. The color blue is associated with the Democratic Party. Currently, the Democratic Party has control over the executive branch with Joe Biden as the current president and majority control over the Senate as well. This could all change tonight with the voting of the new president and new senators.
To continue, the more conservative side is the Republican Party. Every 4 years, the Republican Party National Convention also has Republicans come together to craft the party's platform. The color red is associated with the Republican Party. Currently, the Republican Party controls the House of Representatives. Again, this could also change tonight with the election of House of Representatives. Having a split Congress can make making decisions and putting new laws into place very difficult, with a majority of Republicans in the House of Representatives and a majority of Democrats in the Senate.
In this generation of the United States, the political parties are very unique compared to previous eras of the government. In the past, there are normally a more favorable political party and then a minority political party that kept the majority party in check. In recent years, however, both political parties tend to battle back and forth for the majority of voters. This has caused the political parties to be incredibly polarized and opposing views. America is very split at the moment, with opinions, and it is causing a divide within the nation. Also, in recent years, there has been more people that identify as independents than in the past.
Independents are often portrayed as political free agents with the potential to alleviate the nation's rigid partisan divisions. They do not agree entirely with either of the top major political parties. While 38% of Americans identify as political independents, most in this group lean toward one party or the other. In the upcoming hours this evening, you will get to spend an hour listening to Democrats, students taking an opinion piece on their beliefs that will also include a roundtable discussion over different political topics.
Later this evening, you will also get to hear other students that identify with the Republican Party talk about their opinions, and you will also get to hear a roundtable discussion as well. And with Hour 10, you will hear from 2 students that identify as independent and their opinions on policies and political views. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, me and Grace have been talking for a lot of this hour about everything you need to know for this election. Now it's time to play a little game. We will play Guess the President. We both came up with different fun facts about different presidents of the United States, and we are going to try to guess which one we are talking about. Feel free to play along at home, and I'm going to go ahead and get us started. Okay.
Okay, Liliana.
Which president was the tallest at 6 foot and 4 inches?
Tallest?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with George W. Bush.
What a lovely guess, but it actually is in fact Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, I forgot.
He also,
about Abraham
interestingly,
Lincoln.
was a very talented wrestler in his youth, almost winning every match and is in the Wrestler Hall of Fame.
Wow, that's
and
a really
he was
cool
a self-taught
fact.
lawyer. Like,
that's really cool. Abraham Lincoln is just
legend.
like really cool like that. Okay, Liliana, ready?
Yes.
Which president served in Congress after his time in office and suffered a fatal stroke on the floor of the House chambers?
I feel like this is like a 19th century president.
Maybe.
James A. Garfield?
Good guess. Good guess. It does start with a J.
Oh, so I
John
was close.
Quincy Adams. You were close. You were kind of close.
And he was a 19th century president.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Up next. This president, him and his wife exchanged over 1,100 letters over the course of their relationship.
Wow, that's a lot of letters. I'm gonna have to go with Theodore Roosevelt.
You know, that actually is a good guess because he's isn't he a pretty likable president?
Yeah, I do like Theodore Roosevelt.
But it was actually John Adams. He was one of the...
Oh, okay.
And he was the first president to ever live in the White House, which I think is pretty cool.
That is really cool.
Yes.
Yeah, he was one of our first presidents.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
The second president, actually.
Yeah, wow. He took over for George Washington.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Next one. Which president was the first to be sworn in by his nickname?
By his nickname?
Yeah.
I wonder if I know nicknames. Grover Cleveland?
That is a good guess, but no. It was actually Jimmy Carter. Pretty sure Jimmy is his nickname.
That would make sense.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Because his real name probably isn't Jimmy.
I'm guessing not.
But that's what like most people know him as.
Yeah.
Okay. This president is like a little controversial, you know?
Oh, okay.
He once killed a man in a duel.
Oh, a duel. So this is a while ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
A little hint.
Andrew Jackson? I got that
You're
right. Wait, I remember that from A-Push, actually. I learned that in A-Push, guys.
Killed it.
Andrew Jackson.
You know what's also interesting about him? He paid off all of America's debt and has been the only president to ever do that.
Oh, good for him.
Killed it.
He really carried our economy there. Okay. Next one. Which president worked to save football from being banned in the United States?
So I feel like football came around like
This is a little while ago.
a little while, but like not like early, I feel.
Yeah. Really think hard about this one, because I also learned this in A-Push.
John F. Kennedy?
No, not John F. Kennedy. It was one of the more popular presidents, but Theodore Roosevelt, actually. He really
That makes
enjoyed
sense.
football.
That doesn't surprise me, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Up next. This president was a journalist about World War II.
Oh, wow.
So you sort of get a time frame.
World War II. Okay. Okay, 1930s, 1920s. I have to go Calvin Coolidge?
Nope. It was actually John F. Kennedy.
Dang.
Which would make sense. He served from 1961 to like
That's true. I was a little too early on that one. Yeah.
So like when he was a little younger, it was like World War II. Okay.
Okay, next one. Which president had the longest beard?
Wait. Okay. I feel like I know this. I feel like Ulysses S. Grant. I feel like he
that is a good guess.
He gives
did
beard
have a
vibes.
He did have a beard, but it wasn't the longest one. Rutherford B. Hayes was the longest.
That was literally my next guess. They like served right back to back. Beards must have been popular in that like 10 years span.
In that time frame.
Okay. The next one also sort of goes along with your football one.
Okay.
He was a star football player at the University of Michigan and turned down offers from the Detroit Lions and Green Bay Packers.
Really?
So he was like good.
He was good. Wow. UMich. I like University of Michigan. Okay. Wait, can you give me a time frame?
Like later 1970s. Or not. Well, I low-key just gave you a big hint. I was going to say 1900s.
Dang. So was it Gerald R. Ford?
It was.
Wow.
But I low-key gave you a hint.
Yeah,
so
you kind of gave it away there. Okay. Which president took the oath of office in his own home?
Part of me thinks it's Joe Biden because he was sworn in when COVID was happening, but I feel like that's not true. I feel like I saw him get in.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go with Benjamin Harrison.
No, it was not Benjamin Harrison. It was Chester A. Arthur, actually. Not a very popular president.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I've never really.
I don't remember learning about him in A-Push. But
No, me either.
Okay. This president, the Secret Service called him Renegade.
Renegade? Ooh.
Yes.
Fancy. Okay. I might know this, actually. No, I definitely don't. Richard Nixon.
Nope, it was Barack Obama.
Oh.
He actually won 2 Grammys, too.
Really?
That's pretty interesting.
Wow. Okay. That's pretty cool. The holiday, now known as President's Day, originated of remembrance for what U.S. president?
I'm gonna go with FDR Because
No.
wasn't he assassinated? I thought that might be.
He
Remembrance.
was, but it's actually George Washington, our first president ever.
That would
That
make
would
a lot
make
of sense.
sense.
That would make a lot of sense. You know, that was my next guess.
Yeah.
Okay. This U.S. president was a member of a secret society called Skull and Bones at the University of Yale.
Skull and Bones. Wow. What about Lyndon B. Johnson?
It was actually, George Bush, but it was a really close guess.
Okay. That was a close guess, maybe. Okay. Which U.S. president spent the longest time in office? He died. Here's a hint. He was in office until he died at the age of 63.
It was the guy that was in during World War II, right? So it's Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Good job, Liliana.
Because that's when they put into law that you can only serve 2
It
terms
was.
after him.
Yes, correct.
I think we're gonna do one more per each of us.
Okay.
This president's favorite food was hot dogs.
Hot dogs. I love hot dogs.
Me and Grace love to get hot dogs at the Friday night football games.
Yeah, when I tell you concession stand hot dogs are one of the best things in the whole entire world, we love hot dogs.
Yes, we do.
Okay. This is a hard one. What about George W. Bush? I'm gonna guess him again. I'm just having a feeling.
It was actually Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Wow. That DR again.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, twin. I like hot dogs too.
Yes.
Okay. Who was the first president to broadcast from the White House?
Was this Theodore Roosevelt?
It was not Theodore Roosevelt. It was Calvin Coolidge. He broadcasted from radio right from the White House. First president ever.
I was thinking it was one of the Roosevelts
Yeah.
because I remember that they talk heavily on public appearance.
Yeah, I remember this
And
too.
about how the one guy looked worse, so that he lost a popular vote with the televised one, but he won the one with the radio because they couldn't see what he looked like.
Couldn't see, and he just spoke so well, but you couldn't see what he looked like. Yeah.
Okay. Me and Grace are going to talk about our predictions for the evening. So this is honestly just opinions, and it's not even what we want. What we think is going to happen. I personally think Kamala will end up winning at the last second with the Electoral College, and I think it's going to be one of the closest elections we've ever had.
I very much agree with this. I really don't know who to take on this one because it's going to be so close. But I think if I had to choose, I would pick Kamala, and it would be so close. It would be right at the end, very last second. She's going to pull through.
Okay. On this note, we are coming to the end of Hour 2. We have both enjoyed talking to you about the election and cannot wait to see how the next 10 hours go. In Hour 3, there will be a blue hour where an opinion piece is done by 2 left-swinging students.
There will also be an interview with an advanced placement government student who will give their opinion during this blue hour. They will also feature other packages on current election topics. Make sure if you meet all of the requirements that you go ahead and vote. Today is crucial to telling of our next few years in American history. Thank you for tuning in to the past hour. For The Juice, I am Grace Bozick.
And I am Liliana Hoyt. Make sure to follow us on all of our socials at OHS The Juice and tune in to our live radio station, WPLP The Pulp.
my name is Allison Peterson and I'm a sophomore here at Orange High School. Welcome to the Blue Hour. As a reminder, these are our objective opinions.
And my name is Gracelyn Quay. I'm a junior here at Orange. I'm also co-captain of our congressional debate team, vice president of Face to Face, and an event coordinator for Black Empowerment. I'm very passionate about politics and plan to major in it and go to law school. But today, we are going to be discussing how Kamala Harris, as a candidate, would use the Harris administration policies to better America.
Before we start, let's take a look at both the candidates' history.
I'm Abby Curry, and here's a look into the history of Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris was born on October 20th, 1964 in Oakland, California. She studied political science and economics at Howard University, a HBCU. At Howard, she joined Alpha Kappa Alpha, was on the debate team, and elected to student council. She graduated from Howard in 1986 and earned her law degree from UC San Francisco in 1989. She was deputy district attorney from 1990 to 1998. She gained a reputation for being tough as she prosecuted cases such as gang violence, drug trafficking, and sexual abuse. She became district attorney in 2004 and attorney general of California in 2010. She became the first woman and first Black American in this role. In 2012, she gave a memorable address at the DNC, causing her to gain popularity within the Democratic Party. She was elected as a senator in 2016. She sought the Democratic presidential nomination in the 2020 election, which ultimately went to Joe Biden. In 2020, after the murder of George Floyd, she became a leading advocate for social reform. In August 2020, Biden chose Harris as his running mate. Biden dropped out of the 2024 race in July and threw his support behind Harris as the presidential nominee.
That's all for today. Now back to the desk.
Thanks for tuning in. My name is Aaron Fowler. Let's take a look into the Democratic vice presidential nominee. Tim Walz is the 41st governor of Minnesota. Prior to his political career, Walz was a high school social studies teacher as well as a football coach. In addition, he had a 24-year career in the Army National Guard. Walz used the GI Bill to pay for his education, where he received a bachelor's degree in social science education from Chandran State College in 1989, ranked 135 out of 165 by Regional Universities Midwest. He later went on to return to school and in 2001 earned a master's degree in educational leadership from Minnesota State University, ranked 60 by Regional University Midwest. Walz continued his service in the Army National Guard throughout his teaching career. In that time, he had postings in the United States and Italy. Walz was eligible for retirement after 20 years, but re-enlisted following the 9/11 attacks. Eventually, he reached the rank of Command Sergeant Major, the highest rank for enlisted soldiers. He officially retired in May of 2005. However, while teaching in 1995, Walz was arrested for speeding. Walz failed a sobriety test and pleaded guilty to a reduced charge of reckless driving. Walz called this experience a wake-up call. He soon quit drinking after. In 2006, Walz ran in Minnesota's 1st congressional district on the Democratic Farmer-Labor Party ticket. Walz won the 1st district, which had elected Republicans 102 of the previous 114 years. Walz ran on his military service and opposition to the Iraqi War. He won re-election 5 more times before deciding to not run for a 7th term in 2018, in favor of running for governor. Tim Walz and his wife Gwen, also a teacher, had their first child, Hope, in 2001. Hope is now a social worker. Their second child, Gus, was born in 2006, and recently, the Walzes have opened up about experiences navigating Gus's nonverbal learning disorder, anxiety, and ADHD. Following President Joe Biden's decision to drop out of the race, a number of politicians were considered for vice president, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. Despite having a lower national profile, Walz became popular thanks to his social media profile, showcasing his progressive policy along with his familiar personality. Now, back to the show.
Kamala chooses to run her presidential campaign along the lines of bringing together the United States people. Kamala Harris came from a middle-class family, which plays an influential role in the way she executes her policies. Her plan for improving the middle class so everyone is able to have a stable form of life around them is one of many policies. Along with that, overall, Kamala Harris is willing to do what will further enhance the current economic cycle that we are on.
Her campaign thrives on giving all individuals a chance in society while further exhibiting their personal morals, beliefs, and human rights. Let's take a deeper dive into this.
The economic plan Kamala Harris has for the future of the United States exhibits traits of understanding. To start off, Kamala Harris is fully aware of the contribution that small businesses can make to the economy. As part of her opportunity economy agenda, she has put forward a plan to help small businesses and entrepreneurs innovate and grow.
What is amazing about her aspiration for reaching the potential of businesses is her plan. Harris set an ambitious goal of 25 million new business applications by the end of her first term, over 10 million more than Trump saw during his term. Overall, Kamala Harris has a set idea to put effort into growing businesses in order to get more outlets for our economic system. If more businesses are troubled with their growth, it overall result in harm to the economy for future generations.
Kamala Harris is fit for our nation because she does indeed take growing generations into consideration. Although adolescents may not have the right to vote at this time, their family situation within the economy will affect them. That is why Kamala Harris strives to assist the family environments of the United States as much as possible.
Making housing more affordable for all citizens and homeowners, no matter what the home is something the Harris administration has set when it comes time for office. Kamala Harris herself has already started to put this plan into action even without being elected. This demonstrates her work ethic and educational skills as a politician.
Harris helped to deliver $20 billion for families who experience foreclosure, and along with that, contributed in the passing for the Homeowner Bill of Rights. Along with this contribution, Vice President Harris has also created a comprehensive plan to build 3 million more rental units and homes that are affordable to end the national housing supply crisis in her first term. Therefore, as population continues to escalate, the United States will be able to have some sort of chance to accommodate this.
I am very proud of the decisions Kamala Harris has made and will continue to make for such global issues. This issue affects all individuals of the United States, including immigrants and the native-born, in which Kamala Harris will never give a blind eye to. At our current economic rate, the housing prices are growing at a faster rate. Incomes are nearly 10 times the amount of average salary.
This also contributes to other issues as well, such as the estimated amounts of nearly 150 million U.S. Americans being homeless, along with the 15 million that are forcibly evicted annually. If we start to align with the Harris Plan to bring back to life the economic structure for housing, there will be benefits for all different types of individuals.
Healthcare is a daily part of our lives, but over the years, healthcare has increasingly been formed into a problem. In the year 2020, nearly $4.5 trillion was spent on human health, but knowing the overall statistics, this is nearly triple the amount spent in 2020, which was only a 2-year difference. One factor to also take into consideration is that there is a spike in healthcare costs, which was a direct result of President Donald Trump. The Harris administration is going to make it a target goal to continue to bring back the spike in health pricing that occurred during the Trump presidency, ensuring that it will not take place again.
Some of Harris's big healthcare policy proposals are to build on the Inflation Reduction Act, cancel more medical debt, renew the Affordable Care Act, subsidies that are expiring in 2025, and expand access to birth control pills. At the same time, Donald Trump wants to reduce birth control for Americans. As President Donald Trump is presenting to the public, he would also like to establish harsher restrictions on abortions. Kamala Harris believes healthcare is personal, and everyone will need to access certain things that are fit for them individually.
When it comes to the Inflation Reduction Act, Kamala has a helpful idea to expand that $35 cap on insulin that she and President Biden had previously passed for Medicare recipients. In this idea, this action will expand to all Americans. The Harris administration also wants to cap every American's prescription drug cost at least $2,000 a year. Currently, it only applies to Medicare recipients, but Kamala Harris advised that if people are struggling to maintain their own personal care with a struggling income, then it is essential to deplete your savings and qualify for Medicare help. Gracelyn and I will take a deeper dive into this policy of Kamala Harris regarding human rights and more after we send it over to Mia with your election update.
Thank you guys. Now let's jump back into it. Overall, Vice President Kamala Harris follows great morals that are accepting of everyone in society. The way Kamala Harris views the United States' main policies surrounding Harris administration are overall ruled by the hands of the people. Kamala Harris said herself that she will always listen to the voice of the American people. Kamala sees the nation as a unity, which is how it should be. Instead of disregarding the opinions of others, she sees every perspective of the individuals.
As Kamala notices the perspective, she takes into deep consideration human rights, especially regarding the lives of LGBTQ plus communities, trans rights, reproductive rights, and much more regarding race and gender equality.
Abortion is a priority to keep under control. Unlike the Trump administration, Kamala Harris is fully aware of the rights that women should have to their own bodies. Kamala Harris stated in the presidential debate of this year that the decision of abortion is between the patient and the doctor. The overturning of Roe v. Wade, demonstrated by the Republican Party, was shattering for the health of women all over the United States. Not knowing if you'll have access to the care that you need is a problem that Kamala Harris will prevent at all costs. Even more to say, she is a woman, so she can really understand all points of view on these subjects with an open and accepting mind.
I fully agree with the statement about it being between a doctor and a patient. This decision is very important within the healthcare industry because it is so personal. I am pro-choice for the fact that everyone has the right to their own body. No matter what decision somebody would make for themselves, they can still be pro-choice because all this phrase says is that everyone has the right to choose for their own experience and what is best for themselves at the time. Do you have any opinions on this, Gracelyn?
Yes, I do, Allie. I'm strongly against the overturning of Roe v. Wade, and I believe that other people should be too, even though I'm a Christian. Similar to many conservatives, I don't want to glorify abortion. However, the consequences of these restrictions are far too dangerous. There are many women who have died because pregnancy complications and an abortion is the only answer. There's also situations such as assault and incest that many people may turn to an abortion. In all, I believe that banning abortions is the wrong choice for America and will only cause more harm than good.
Vice President Harris has led the administration's efforts to combat maternal mortality. Women nationwide are dying from childbirth at higher rates than any other developed nation. The Vice President called on states to extend Medicaid postpartum coverage from 2 months to 12. Today, 46 states do so, up to just 3 near the administration's start. Women die from childbirth at extremely high rates. There are cases of rape, incest, young children having to give birth, health concerns, and much more.
The range is so wide for why women may make a choice to get an abortion, but the important fact of this is how it is their choice. You never know what the reason may be or how giving birth could affect their own bodies. Therefore, Kamala Harris is fighting for the health and well-being of women when it comes to abortion rights, which will help the women of our country tremendously.
Now it's time for our roundtable discussion. We will be joined by Abby Wilkoff, Zion Clifton, Aaron Fowler. We will be discussing our various beliefs and how we came to them as Democrats. We'll be back in a few minutes.
You're English.
What's her name?
I'm Abby Wyckoff.
My name's Zion Clifton. I'm a senior.
So to start, what are your thoughts on major issues such as immigration, abortion, gun control, and stuff like that?
Do you want to start with immigration?
Yeah, sure.
Do you want to go first?
I think that a lot of what American culture is to be welcoming to different diverse crowds because we sell the American dream to a lot of the different countries. That's a lot of what makes America important, what makes us stand out. So I think when we are putting out rhetoric that is kind of unwelcoming or like causing different stereotypes to get spread around, it really goes against what we stand for. So I'm kind of, I don't know, like I support immigration. I think that if you need to come somewhere that's safe and America seems like that place for you, then come. Yeah.
I agree. As the daughter of immigrants, I believe immigration is really important. The rhetoric of more conservatives and the Republican Party, it can be really harmful for immigrants coming in here. The way that they dehumanize immigrants, they call them criminals, they call them harms and threats to our country. I don't think that's the case. If you're more concerned about border control and border safety, there's a way to go about that without dehumanizing the humans that are coming across that border. Immigration is a really important thing for America, and it should be celebrated. I think what makes America America, and to go around calling immigrants criminals and threats to our democracy is really unsafe rhetoric.
Mm-hmm. I think to that point, if we could switch to abortion access, I feel like it's the same thing that's going on with abortion right now. We're criminalizing women that are getting the health and safety that they need. It should be between the woman and their doctor if they need to get abortion access, and the Republicans are trying to take that away.
I agree. I think that a large part of America is our freedom, and if we don't have access to the freedoms and bodily autonomy, what is that freedom, and how are we America, the America with the dream, you know? I feel like women know their bodies best. We know what's going on. And with the majority of the people who are making our legislation, it is easy to feel unsafe when people are making decisions on your body that are not educated on what is going on with it, or what is appropriate, or the certain circumstances that might call for certain things. So I feel like our language towards abortion needs to be more open. I think we were good with Roe v. Wade, where it was, and now we're seeing a lot more of an increase in harm to women, teen girls, a lot of things that are inappropriate and not really great for the American dream or our image, you know?
Yeah, I agree. And like what a woman has going on with her own body is her business.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with the statement, like it is between the doctor and the patient, and whatever that person wants to do is completely their choice, and it needs to be respected.
Mm-hmm.
As a Christian, I mean, I've grown up with like family members who believe abortion is wrong. But I can flat out say that overturning Roe v. Wade is not the way to go about it. As you can see, it just caused so much more harm than good. If your goal is to stop pregnancies that aren't to stop people from having pregnancies that they won't carry out, then increase birth control, increase the education of sexual education, increase contraceptives. When we criminalize those things, it makes no sense to also be against abortion. Especially abortion is healthcare in itself. My mom's a nurse, so just the overturning of this has caused so many harmful, like horrible stories that you hear about women who bleed to death because they can't get an abortion. People who have been wanting a child for so long, and they want to build a family. It's not that they hate kids, but for the own life and safety of the mother, an abortion is the only answer. So the overturning of Roe v. Wade is just causing way more harm than good, in my opinion.
I also think that a lot of times when we have these discussions about abortion, the other side is talking about Christianity and the values that, and how that plays on like whether or not abortion is appropriate. I feel like because America is such a melting pot, it's inappropriate to say one religion is right and that's why you should not get an abortion. This person might not be Christian and they are having things being done to their body, and
who are you to say, oh, well, you can't have an abortion because my God says that's not right? I think that's totally inappropriate. It's against our dream. It's against the American image. It's not welcoming, and it's telling our women that you can be criminalized for protecting your own health, your own safety, and what you think is better for you. So yeah.
And to Grayson's point, I absolutely agree. Like the Harris-Walz administration is trying to expand access to contraceptives, expand access to abortion, and just make women safer overall. And I think that that's an amazing goal.
Moving on to gun control. That's one of my biggest things that I'm most passionate about, especially being students, being in the school system. I'm pretty sure there's been over 400 mass shootings as of 2024, which is just an unacceptable fact. The Republicans, what they want to do is, instead of protecting our schools and making background checks mandatory, universal background checks, making it harder to get a gun, banning assault rifles, which are weapons of mass destruction, weapons of killing and death, they would rather want to arm teachers in schools, which I just find it counterintuitive. It won't change anything. Why are we making our schools, why are we forcing teachers who already have a lot on their plates to be able to arm themselves? They already have to deal with the stress of what would I as a teacher do to protect my students, to protect these young kids. And I don't see how anyone is making this issue of gun control politicized. I feel like it's a matter of life, especially for kids in schools, that we should make background checks mandatory, which is what the Harris-Walz administration wants to do. Yeah, so.
I agree. Especially on gun control, I'm very passionate because this is something that played a role in my life. I have a lot of friends in Columbus, and as we know, Columbus has been getting way more violent, especially among the youth. It's been normalized to have a gun, post your gun on Instagram, have it on your story. I think that it's completely inappropriate. It's teaching youth that, oh, it's okay to have these firearms, but what's the role of a firearm in our daily life? The only reason why we have guns today is because we needed them for protection back then. And I just think it's completely inappropriate because now the country is no longer developing. We are where we are and we're moving forward in that way. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's I don't know. It's completely unnecessary to have guns in our daily life. Yeah. The only thing that a gun does is kill.
Yeah. And back to your point, I mean, school is for education. It's for developing student leaders. And we don't need to have guns in the school building. Giving them to teachers is insanely hypocritical.
Yeah, and I feel like students should be able to go to school without feeling unsafe and be able to learn.
That fear should not exist.
We're going to wrap this discussion up.
Okay, so the next question is, how has the media, like social media teams and different news outlets, impacted you for this election and in the past?
I've actually done research projects for my AP seminar class and right now my AP research class about how digital activism plays a role in lives and what's the importance of digital activism versus actual traditional activism. I feel like I understand the other side when they say reposting something on your Instagram is not going to change anything. Reposting this on your Instagram, you're 16, you can't vote, it's not important. But I do believe that social media has played a monumental role in making youth aware. Even we can look at Kamala Harris HQ on her TikTok, those funny jokes, stuff like that. Even on the Trump side, with social media, it creates more awareness, and that's how you're going to reach the youth. And the youth are the most affected out of all these policies. They're the ones who inheriting this new life, this new economy. So social media is an amazing platform, and I think that we should encourage our youth to use it to understand different topics, to voice their opinions, because even though you're maybe 16 younger and you won't be able to vote, you still have the privilege of understanding. You should be able to understand what's going on in your world, and so social media is important.
And I think to your point of reposting and things, I'm one of the people that is always reposting things on my story. And recently, it's actually drawn an old friend back, and we've talked through Instagram DMs about the Israel-Palestine conflict and how each side of this year's election is approaching that conflict. And I think that it's a good way for young people to connect and talk about issues, because you're right, we are inheriting them, and we're the next generation.
I think that also social media is just great
just like baseline educating the youth. I think a lot of who I am today comes from what I've seen or learned from social media. While I understand that everything that is on social media is sometimes not true, and there are fake news and there are AI and all these different things, but I can say that a lot of what has made me who I am and made me understand what I understand today, or like my stance on abortion and my stance on immigration, has come from what I've seen on social media. So I'm very grateful to how accessible it is.
Yeah, I also want to say that when you do repost stuff, not only does it get a message out to people, but it also, like, when you put like stuff on your story, sometimes it has like a link to a GoFundMe or something. And that's kind of how it was with the Israel-Palestine thing. You can put like links in like a bio to kind of like motivate people to learn more.
From what I've understood, the Republican talking point is social media, kids just shouldn't be on it. But we just have to look at the fact that everyone is on it. And this is the best way for you to reach out, share your opinions, and help communicate to your peers. So that way we can get more voter turnout and just collaboration and discussion on our thoughts, what's going on right here.
Okay, next question. Okay. How have you come into your political beliefs? Is it from your parents, from media, from friends? Just a little bit about how you came into it.
I can start. Again, like I mentioned earlier, my parents are immigrants from Ghana.
Seniors, they did extend the deadline for the senior Thanksgiving. Tonight is the deadline at midnight, so if you have not taken care of that yet and would like to attend, please make sure your parent signs into PowerSchool and it pays under fees. If you have any questions, stop by the office before you leave.
But yeah, my parents are immigrants, and they did come from Ghana, which is in West Africa. So with that immigration whole thing, I completely side with the Democratic Party and the left-leaning ideas on that. However, they are immigrant parents. So they do have a bunch of conservative, they're again Christian, they do have conservative beliefs, which I enjoy that because it's allowed me to be more moderate in my beliefs and more confident in mine to be able to understand that I can differ with them on certain ideas and certain topics. So, and also social media, I think that also plays a huge role. So I would say my parents and their background.
Yeah. You good? Do you want to go? Or? Yeah, sure. I totally agree with that. I feel like my dad has played a huge role in kind of my political beliefs. We don't really see eye to eye. He does tend to lean a little bit more Republican, not in this election, but generally he does. But he has kind of kept me centered, and we have a lot of really good political discussions, and we just talk through a lot of issues in the world, and he's just really helped me stay educated and kind of just search for that passion.
I think a big part of my becoming and who I am politically has come from probably the COVID time period. Before that, like, I was just a middle schooler. I didn't really understand anything. I was just watching YouTube every day. It was not that deep. But my parents made me and my siblings watch the news every morning just to keep up to date because we weren't really seeing people outside of our house. We were just seeing each other. So to see how the world was working was really important to them. And from that, I've seen so much. And I've kind of like grown to enjoy watching current events and understanding what has gone on in the world. But then also during that time period, we were seeing a lot of police brutality. George Floyd was killed. And that just made my beliefs and passions grow even more because I am Black, I am a female, and these things affect me and my siblings every day. I just have to look at which party is fighting for me, and in the long run, who's going to protect the people that I care about. It's the Democrats, so yes.
So for me, my mom was a politician for about 10 years. She ran, never did get elected, but because of that, I did a lot of canvassing, I wrote a lot of postcards, and I just talked to a lot of people. And that helped me just learn more about it. And then, after a while, COVID came around, and everyone sort of just stuck there inside their homes, like you said. And the news was pretty much my only source of information from there. So I spent a lot of time watching the news and reading, and that's just how I got to where I am today.
I grew up in, my mom is leaning Democrat and my dad's leaning a little more Republican. So I've gotten to see, both sides of it. And as I've gotten older, I look at issues like abortion and like how women deserve the right to their own bodies, and like when the incident with George Floyd happened, like the way we're like trying to accept people and like look for ways of actually fixing problems instead of like disregarding them in the world. Yeah. And there are parties that like choose to fight for people and bring people together. And for me, like the one that I see fighting the most for the freedom of people and really like trying to unite the United States and make it welcoming for immigrants like we were talking about earlier, and just a safe environment and welcoming environment is the Democrats. So that's why I resonate with the Democratic Party.
Okay, next question. So what are your thoughts on the candidates this election? Do you think the Democratic candidate is good? What are your thoughts on the Republican candidate?
Okay, I just wrote a big Courier article about this. Why are we letting a 34-time convicted felon run for president? A convicted abuser and alleged rapist on multiple accounts? Why is he running for the most prestigious position in America?
And then against a former prosecutor?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just unbelievable.
It's an ironic lineup, we'll say.
I've talked about this. Donald Trump is an amazing performer.
Yes.
And he's been able to create a fan base that some may call it a cult, just because I feel like it's true that he can say and do anything without getting consequences for it.
It's unseemly.
No matter what, like if we look at the past 4 years, he said tremendous things, like things that if people, other candidates like Congress were to say something, a celebrity were to say this, they would get canceled, they would be criticized for it. But Trump gets criticized, it moves on. Mm-hmm. And I feel like that's why he's able to get such a large group of voters, because people see him as he doesn't care about what society thinks of him. He doesn't care about the consequences. He's an amazing leader in the sense that he can really captivate a group of people and convince them of why he's right, and really appeal to their own emotions and their own little, wants and needs. So it's amazing to me how he can literally say anything and do without consequences, and people still support him. And that's why this election is so close. Yeah. I feel like it's a hard fact, but that's why he's that 34-time convicted felon. He's an abuser of women. He's a racist. There's so many things, but yeah.
We discussed this in my AP government class. Mm-hmm. He's immune to everything.
Yeah,
anything can come out of his mouth, and people will still back him. They were "Women for Trump" was a tagline.
Yeah.
Why are women for Trump? He's trying to take away your right to your own body autonomy. It's ridiculous. I mean, he can spew anything out of his mouth, and people will simply follow him.
I think also with Trump, he has gotten his notoriety and his fame and his following because of a period of vulnerability for the demographic that follows him most of the time. We have, as a society, have moved forward so much, and I think that America was built on a lot of different things, and not all of them are right. A lot of white men were able to get into positions of powers easily, and it's just been a fact and a tradition in our country. And now that we are moving forward, a lot of people are feeling vulnerable, and it's easy to just follow behind somebody that's like, oh, he's not gonna let us feel vulnerable. Yeah. He's exactly what I want. Even if he is the most evil person in the world, which I'm not saying he is, but even if he is the most evil person in the world, he's giving them hope that they're not going to be vulnerable, that they'll still be supreme. But I think that also we should talk about Kamala, because there is so much that she has done. She's so historic, and I'm so happy that she is the Democratic nominee and that she could possibly be our next president. I think that she gives us hope in a time where we are so used to older people running, and while she is not Gen Z, she's younger, and she can bring us fresh new perspectives and really just represent generations like us in the places where it's needed.
It's important to note that there's a lot of young people too who have concerns about Kamala Harris's past and the things that she's done, and concerns people may have, especially among Black men. Mm-hmm. And back in her prosecuting days, she did send a few Black men into prison, prosecuted them. So a lot of people have concerns about that, but I don't understand in your situation you can criticize a candidate. That's important. We don't want any blind loyalty. But compared to Trump, in my firm opinion, there is no comparison. I feel like one stands far above the others, morally, by character, policy-wise, practicality-wise. So it's good for especially us youth to be able to criticize both candidates, especially Kamala Harris, and not blindly follow her. Mm-hmm. But again, in this critical election, do you want something that's completely opposite, or, what's the better step for America?
Mm-hmm. Well, I believe if we're on the topic of comparing the two candidates, I think that, and I don't know if anybody saw Trump's campaign where he hired the comedian, which I know it was on TikTok, but that was ridiculous. Yeah. How are you going to run for president of the United States and promote it with hate? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I believe that Kamala, when she talks about our country, she really is trying to unite people, and she's trying to bring people together, and she sees all perspectives of both parties. While if we're comparing it to Trump, Donald Trump does not, he doesn't see both perspectives of the parties. He has bashed the Democratic Party on many subjects, and he kind of just gets away with it, like we were saying. While Kamala does see both sides, and then she does what is best for the people, which happens to be what the Democratic Party stands for, because the Democratic Party and the Kamala Harris administration really believes in uniting people.
And also, if we just think about democracy as a whole, it's not really just one person against the other, one side against the other. It's to represent our country, to represent what the people want. And so I think that we just have to look forward and move forward from Trump and the separation that has come from his administration, and build towards, a future where Republicans and Democrats can get together and come up with good ideas together, for our country.
So speaking of names, right, messing up names, it has always bothered me since the start that Trump cannot pronounce Harris's name properly.
Oh my gosh,
and
she doesn't even
purposely.
try.
He does not try. He does it on purpose. Yeah. And it just shows he has no respect for anyone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all.
We'll be right back.
Now let's take a look at some more of the Harris-Walz administration policies. Vice President Kamala Harris overall follows great morals that are accepting of everyone in society. The way Kamala Harris views the United States, main policies surrounding Harris administration are overall ruled by the hands of the people. Kamala Harris said herself that she will always listen to the voice of the American people. Kamala sees the nation as a unity, which is how it should be. Instead of disregarding the opinions of others, she sees every perspective of all individuals.
Another thing to appreciate about Vice President Kamala Harris is her endeavor to give and uphold rights for the LGBTQ+ community, as well as people who are transgender. It's important that the future president of America respects all people, regardless of their sexual orientation, and the Americans can find that respect in Kamala Harris.
Now let's compare the two candidates' policies. When it comes to the rights of LGBTQ+ citizens, along with transgender rights, during the Trump administration, his policies actively sought to discriminate LGBTQ individuals. A specific example is how the Trump administration banned transgender individuals from serving in the military, without federal protections in place. The LGBTQ community has faced ongoing discrimination across nearly all aspects of daily life.
Exactly. And the statistics over the last 2 years speak for themselves. 1,197 anti-transgender bills were proposed in state legislatures, with 129 actually passing into law. These laws restrict access to health care for both adults and children. They deny individuals the rights to live freely as themselves and hinder them from existing free from discrimination. Harris has criticized these discriminatory proposals.
Very true, Gracelyn. In many states, transgender individuals struggle to get gender-affirming health care, are restricted from using restrooms that align with their identity in schools and government buildings, encounter significant challenges in updating gender markers on IDs, and their identities are stigmatized.
Harris has had a long supportive track record of protecting LGBTQ+ communities. Since she took public office, she's helped prosecute against violence in LGBTQ youth in schools. As Attorney General, she supported transgender bathroom access. In the Senate, she sponsored bills against discrimination based on sexual identity in housing, employment, and she sponsored bills against conversion therapy camps.
When it comes to gun control, like most issues, our country is very divided, with many arguments emphasizing the Second Amendment and personal safety, when the other side highlights the disturbing mass statistics on mass shootings. According to Violence Archives, there have been over 450 mass shootings in the U.S. so far this year. Even more disturbing, around 60 school shootings. This is not okay for America, and the Kamala Harris administration wants to address by implementing gun control policies.
I agree. Those statistics are unsettling. A prevalent myth is that Harris wants to take away everyone's guns, and she's against the Second Amendment. This rhetoric is what Trump has been pushing out to supporters. However, this cannot be further from the truth. Both Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are actually gun owners themselves. Kamala Harris said she owns a gun for the same reasons many other Americans do, for personal safety. Walz is also an avid hunter as well. The only gun Harris wants to take away are assault rifles, which are weapons designed for mass, rapid killing. They do not serve the same purpose as guns for hunting or personal safety.
Kamala has always been firm in her stance for gun control. In 2022, the Biden-Harris administration established the Bipartisan Safety Act mandating background checks for gun buyers under 21, providing mental health services, and preventing convicted domestic abusers from buying a gun for 5 years. However, many Republican-led states are still trying to block it. In a speech from this September, Harris promises to order background checks, ban assault rifles, and revoke licenses from gun manufacturers who break the law.
In contrast, Trump firmly believes that Americans have a God-given right to protect their families with any guns, and any form of gun control is government overreach. Trump has also been endorsed by the NRA, the biggest pro-gun lobbying organization. In 2017, Trump undermined one of Obama's legislation and therefore made it easier for people with mental health issues to purchase a gun. In response to school shootings, Trump suggested arming teachers with gun instead of gun controls.
As students, the rise in gun violence and school shootings is extremely concerning. Kamala Harris has a plan to increase gun control by mandating background checks and banning weapons of death like assault rifles. On the other hand, Trump believes the answer is to curb gun violence in schools and add more guns to the equation, which is unacceptable. An important topic of discussion is which candidate stands true equality. Kamala Harris is the first Black and South Asian woman to serve as vice president. She understands what it is like to be a person of color in America. She would bring a unique perspective to the presidency, and she's committed to protecting the rights and upholding equality for Americans.
I agree. Kamala Harris has made it clear that she will fight for all Americans. Throughout her career, she's backed policies that will uplift marginalized groups. She believes in equality, not just race, but gender and even economic equality. Harris supports closing the gender wage gap, increased funding for minority-owned businesses. She supports making healthcare more affordable and fighting against voter disenfranchisement. Kamala Harris has and will always fight for an equal America.
On the other candidate is the quite opposite. Donald Trump has had a history of radically intensive statements and actions. He was sued by the Justice Department for not renting out to African Americans. He also took a full-page ad calling for the execution of the Central Park Five, and even now he is being sued by the Central Park Five for defamation. During the 2024 presidential debate, he executed false claims about Haitian immigrants and in Springfield, Ohio, consuming animals. Most recently, Trump had a comedian spew multiple intensive jokes targeting different races. It should be clear that Trump and Harris place different values on equality. That's all for today. Thank you for tuning in. For The Juice, I'm Allison Peterson.
And I'm Gracelyn Quay. We'll be live until midnight. Make sure to tune in. We'll be back in a few minutes with Policy Hour.
afternoon, America, and welcome back to the show.
As we push through the 2024 presidential election, candidates are revealing their policies, platforms, each aiming to addressing the pressing challenges facing the nation. Key areas focus include gun policy, immigration, abortion, the economic state, and more. But first, let us introduce ourselves.
My name is MC Knoll, and I'm a junior here at Orange High School. I'm a sports producer for the Juice, and I'm a member of the National Honor Society. I'm also a member of the field hockey and lacrosse team for the school.
And my name is Cameron Guy. I am also a junior here at Orange, some being Student Council, Second and Seven, and Interact Club. I am also a part of our school's DECA program.
As the 2024 election takes its course, candidates from various parties are presenting their policies and platforms, each aiming to address key issues facing the nation. Here's an overview of some of the major candidates and their prominent policies.
In the upcoming election, the policies of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump reflect strong contrast across several key issues. Kamala Harris, representing the Democratic Party, emphasizes a progressive agenda focusing on expanding access to health care, advocating for climate change and activities, and promoting social justice reforms. She aims to strengthen economic opportunities through the increased investment in education and infrastructure, as well as support in workers' rights and equitable pay.
In contrast, Donald Trump, the Republican candidate, campaigns a more conservative approach, prioritizing tax cuts, deregulations, and a strong national defense. He often emphasizes a tough stance on immigration and aims to bolster the economy through pro-business policies. Additionally, Trump's approach to energy policy leans toward traditional fossil fuels, whereas Harris promotes a transition to renewable energy sources. There are different reflections, border visions for America's future, appealing to district votes based with contrasting priorities.
The first policy we will be discussing is gun policy and the difference of opinions between Trump and Harris. Trump and Harris have very different stances on the matter of gun violence. Trump prioritizes gun rights while Harris focuses on regulation and prevention of gun violence.
Kamala Harris advocates for stricter gun policies, primarily to address gun violence and enhance public safety. She believes that comprehensive reforms such as universal background checks and an assault weapon ban can help reduce the number of shootings and impact community safety. Harris often cites statistics about gun violence, including its disproportionate impact on communities of color. To underscore the urgency of these measures, additionally, she aims to ensure that gun ownership rights are balanced with the need to protect lives and prevent tragedies.
Trump has taken a different stance on guns by positioning himself as a powerful defender of the Second Amendment, which is to protect the rights of individuals to keep and bear arms. He also wants to keep aligning with the interests of gun lobbying groups like the National Rifle Association.
Nikki Haley, who served as the 116th governor of South Carolina, has stated multiple times that she has supported the NRA and telling voters she wants more metal detectors, not more gun control legislation. She called for schools to have one entrance and use the metal detector there.
Bernie Sanders, the United States Senator, wants more gun restrictions, saying he wants to end the gun show loophole and he wants all gun purchases to be subject to the same background checks. Now we'll be throwing it over to Aaron with an Electoral College update. Aaron?
As of 3 p.m., we have no new poll updates. However, be sure to stay tuned for changes coming in the upcoming hours. We'll be back during the hour for another update, but until then, we hope you're continuing to enjoy our live election coverage. Now, MC and Cameron will be talking to you about the candidates' different stances on immigration.
Thank you, Aaron. One of Kamala Harris's most important issues she is running on for her campaign is immigration. In modern day, Harris strongly believes in enforcing United States immigration laws while still creating legal pathways for people from other countries to become citizens of the United States. Harris's policies aim not only at border security, but also at addressing root causes of immigration, such as poverty and violence in Central America, differentiating her approach from her forerunner.
Immigration policy, including illegal immigrations to the United States, was a signature issue of former U.S. President Donald Trump's presidential campaign, and his proposed reforms and remarks about that issue generated much publicity. Trump has repeatedly said that illegal immigrants are criminals. Trump has vowed to implement a plan of mass deportation if he wins this election, promising last month to use the National Guard if needed to deport illegal immigrants from the country.
Both candidates pledged to secure U.S. borders, but Trump goes much further in his demonizing irony towards immigrants and sweeping plans to suppress illegal immigrants. Meanwhile, Harris says fixing the quote-unquote broken immigration system falls on the Congress and blames Trump for tanking a bipartisan bill that would have surged resources to the border.
Tim Walz, who is the running vice president for the Democratic Party and the former governor of Minnesota, has a strong view on immigration. Walz stated in 2021 that, in quote, immigrants strengthen our communities, in quote, when he urged U.S. lawmakers to create a pathway to citizenship in migrant essential workers. In 2023, Walz signed a bill into law allowing state residents, regardless of immigration status, to be eligible to get a driver's license with the aim of allowing families to, in quote, come out of the shadows and that all Minnesotans have opportunities to thrive, succeed, grow, and live in their fullest lives in our states, end quote.
In the October 1st vice presidential debate, Senator J.D. Vance said, quote, look in Springfield, Ohio, and in counties all across the country. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes, quote. Vance has made his stance clear on the immigrants and thinks of them as illegal aliens and wants them out. Now we'll be taking a short break.
we are going to explore the specific aspects on Harris and Trump's views on abortion. Overall, the key differences lies on the Democrats' focus on individual rights and access to health care, while Republicans emphasize fetal rights and often support policies aimed at reducing or eliminating abortion access.
On the campaign trail, Kamala Harris has said she would fight to protect abortion rights, a stance that would require working with Congress to codify federal protections such as those that exist under Roe v. Wade. Roe allowed for restrictions on abortion after federal viability, which typically occurs between 23 and 25 weeks. Democrats have not had enough votes in Congress to pass such protections under Biden. Harris has also said she would defend the right to conception and fertility services and veto fertilization, which have both emerged as new targets for some senators of the anti-abortion movement. Her campaign hasn't clarified how she would do that.
Trump's stance on abortion has evolved over time. During his presidency, he supported efforts to restrict abortion access and encouraged the idea of appointing judges who would be favorable to anti-abortion policies. After the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade in 2022, he expressed support for states being able to set their own abortion laws. However, he has also indicated that a nationwide ban is not necessarily his priority, focusing instead on his state-level decisions. His views can vary depending on the political context and audience.
Nikki Haley has generally positioned herself as pro-life. Supporting restrictions on abortion, she has advocated for a 15-week federal ban on abortion and has expressed states should have the authority to make their own decisions on abortion laws. Haley emphasizes the importance of promoting alternatives to abortion, such as adoption.
On the other hand, Bernie Sanders is pro-choice and strongly supports a woman's rights to make her own decisions regarding abortion. He believes that access to abortion is a fundamental right and essential to women's health and equality. Sanders argues that reproductive rights are cruel for women to have control over their bodies and lives. His stance is rooted on his broader commitment to social justice and universal health care, emphasizing that women should have access to safe and legal abortion services without barriers.
Now, taking a look into the vice presidential stance. Tim Walz is pro-choice and strongly supports a woman's right to make decisions about her own reproductive health. His stance is rooted in the belief that access to safe, legal abortions is a fundamental right and essential part of women's health care. Walz has consistently supported policies to protect and expand abortion access in Minnesota, especially following the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade in 2022.
Walz views reproductive rights as part of his broader commitment to ensure healthcare access for all.
Walz views reproductive rights as a part of his broader commitment to ensure healthcare across all, regardless of income, race, or geography. He believes that government should not perform
He believes that government should not interfere in personal decisions about abortion and that individuals should have the freedom to make those decisions in consultation with their healthcare providers. His position aligns with the Democrat Party's commitment to protecting reproductive rights. On the other side, J.D. Vance is pro-life and opposes abortion in most cases. He believes that life begins at conception and has consistently advocated for policies that restrict abortion access. Vance supports the idea that abortion should be banned except in case such as rape, incest, or when the life of the mother is at risk. His pro-life stance is rooted in his personal beliefs and religious belief, particularly in his Catholic faith, which teaches the devotion of life. Vance views abortion as morally wrong and argues that society should protect the unborn. He also emphasizes the need to support women with alternatives to abortion, such as adoption to enhance access to healthcare. Now we will be taking a short break. Make sure to stay tuned.
As before, nothing has changed in the polls. However, Trump and Harris are still held to a tie in the small community of Dixonville, Notch, which is located in the state of New Hampshire. We hope to see more change on the map in the upcoming hours. That's all from me, folks.
Moving on to the economy and inflation issues, the Democratic and Republican parties have significantly different approaches to economic policy, particularly when it comes to addressing inflation and overall economic growth. The differences are rooted in broader perspectives about the role of government in the economy, taxation, regulation, and social welfare.
Kamala Harris believes in an economy that prioritizes equality, opportunity, and long-term stability. Her policies on inflation are shaped by a desire to support liable populations invested in public goods and close economic inequalities that she sees as both moral directions and keys to a more resilient economy. She believes that addressing inflation requires a combination of direct reliefs in families, strategic investment and infrastructure in green energy, and welfare tax policies that ensure everyone contributes to the economy's health.
Trump's economic platform is rooted in a belief that deregulation, protectionist trade policies, and tax cuts are the best way to reduce inflation and stimulate economic growth, especially by prioritizing American industry and reducing government's intervention. Trump's admissions passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017, which aimed to reduce corporate tax rates from 35% to 21% and provide tax cuts for individuals. His stance on taxes is generally in favor of lowering taxes to stimulate economic growth.
J.D. Vance's view on the economy and inflation centers on reducing government spending and cutting regulations to foster economic growth. He believes that inflation is largely driven by excessive government spending and policies that increase on the national debt, such as large stimulus packages. Vance advocates for lower taxes, especially for businesses and high earners, and supports deregulation to ease the burden on companies and promote job creations. He also emphasizes the importance on encouraging American manufacture and reducing reliance on foreign countries, particularly China, to address supply chain issues and lower inflation. Ultimately, Vance's economic approach is grounded in free market principles and a belief in limited government intervention.
In contrast, Tim Walz's stance on the economy and inflation is focused on creating an equitable, sustainable economy that provides opportunity for all Minnesotans. He supports a progressive tax system, investments in clean energy and infrastructure, and direct relief to families to combat rising costs. While he acknowledges the challenges posed by inflation, his policies prioritize long-term economic growth, reducing disparities and ensuring that the state's budget remains balanced while addressing the needs of its citizens. Now we'll take a short break.
Taking a look into climate change, Donald Trump's view on climate change and fossil fuels is largely skeptical in strict environmental regulations. He has repeatedly downplayed the severity of climate change, calling it a hoax or issue exaggerated by political opponents. During his presidency, he rolled back numerous environmental protections and regulations designed by to limit carbon emissions, arguing that such policies stifled economic growth and harmed American businesses. Trump is a strong supporter of fossil fuels, particularly coal, oil, and natural gas, and believes the U.S. should prioritize energy independence by increasing domestic production. He opposes policies that would transition the country away from fossil fuels, such as the Green New Deal, and instead advocates for market-driven solutions to energy policy.
Alternatively, Kamala Harris is a strong advocate for climate action, with a focus on transitioning away from fossil fuels towards a clean energy future. She supports measures to reduce carbon emissions and eliminate fossil fuels, subsidize and invest in renewable energy, while ensuring a just transition for workers in vulnerable communities. Her policies emphasize the need for equitable global cooperation on climate change and leadership in the intentional climate area. Through these efforts, she seeks to to position the U.S. as a global leader in tackling climate change, creating green jobs, and migrating the impact of fossil fuels on the environment and public health.
Bernie Sanders' view on climate change as a particular threat and believes urgent action is needed to combat it. He advocates for transitioning away from fossil fuels and investing heavily in renewable energy like wind and solar power to reduce carbon emissions. Sanders supports policies such as the Green New Deal, which aims to create millions of green jobs while addressing the climate crisis. He also calls for ending subsidies to fossil fuels companies and implementing a carbon tax to encourage cleaner energy alternatives.
Nikki Haley's stance on climate change and fossil fuels can be characterized as pragmatic and market-driven, advocating for solutions that balance economic growth, energy independence, and environmental sustainability. While she accepts the reality of climate change, she favors less restrictive approaches, focusing on innovation, energy diversification, and technology rather than drastic regulatory actions or international agreements like the Paris Climate Accord.
Now, before we jump into this next issue, some of our JUICE staff has taken a deeper look into the presidential policies.
I'm Abby Curry, and here's a look into the history of Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris was born on October 20th, 1964 in Oakland, California. She studied political science and economics at Howard University, a HBCU. At Howard, she joined Alpha Kappa Alpha, was on the debate team, and elected to student council. She graduated from Howard in 1986 and earned her law degree from UC San Francisco in 1989. She was deputy district attorney from 1990 to 1998. She gained a reputation for being tough as she prosecuted cases such as gang violence, drug trafficking, and sexual abuse. She became district attorney in 2004 and attorney general of California in 2010. She became the first woman and first Black American in this role. In 2012, she gave a memorable address at the DNC, causing her to gain popularity within the Democratic Party. She was elected as a senator in 2016. She sought the Democratic presidential nomination in the 2020 election, which ultimately went to Joe Biden. In 2020, after the murder of George Floyd, she became a leading advocate for social reform. In August 2020, Biden chose Harris as his running mate. Biden dropped out of the 2024 race in July and threw his support behind Harris as the presidential nominee. That's all for today. Now back to the desk.
Hey Pioneers, gun policy is one of the wedge issues of this 2024 election. Let's take a deeper look into what gun policy is and what each party and candidate believes in.
Gun policy refers to the laws and regulations that govern the manufacture, sale, ownership, and use of firearms in the United States. The debate often centers around balancing the constitutional right to bear arms, as stated in the Second Amendment, with concerns about public safety, gun violence, and responsible gun ownership. Key areas include background checks, bans on certain weapons, concealed carry laws, and red flag laws that allow for temporary firearm restrictions on individuals deemed dangerous. Taking a deeper look into what each party believes in when it comes to gun laws, the Republican Party typically advocates for protecting the Second Amendment and opposes most forms of gun control.
If you take away guns, you can't do it because people need the guns for protection. Now, entertainment, they want it, hunting, they want, different things, but they need weapons for protection in this country.
They argue that responsible gun ownership is a fundamental right, essential for personal protection and a safeguard against tyranny. Most Republican candidates support expanding access to concealed carry permits and opposing bans on semi-automatic firearms, often referred to as assault weapons. They emphasize stricter enforcement of existing laws rather than introducing new regulations. On the Democratic side, the Democrat Party tends to support stricter gun control measures aimed at reducing gun violence.
So Tim is a hunter and a gun owner who believes, as the majority of gun owners do, that we need reasonable gun safety laws in America.
Their focus is on public safety, reducing mass shootings, and addressing the rising gun violence in urban areas. Gun policy remains a deeply polarizing issue in American politics, and this election will see both parties push their distinctive visions for the future of gun laws. During the presidential debate, Donald Trump claimed that Kamala Harris wanted to take all of American citizens' guns away. Here's what Kamala Harris had to say in return.
And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away, so stop with the continuous lying about this stuff.
As you head to the polls, understanding where each candidate stands on gun policy is crucial. Make sure you know where your vote aligns on this important issue, and stay informed and stay engaged.
That's all I have for gun policy. Now back to the desk.
Good evening, my name is Ayana Metha, and today we're going to be taking a look into the economic policies of both candidates.
The 2024 Trump presidential campaign has endorsed several tax-related policy proposals. Firstly, the Trump campaign wants to extend the individual income tax provisions of the TCJA. That stands for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. The standard deduction would remain roughly twice as high as before the TCJA, and personal exemptions would remain eliminated. The child tax credit would remain at $2,000, the amount refundable at $1,400, and begin to phase out at $400,000 of income. Married filers would be able to deduct 20% of the first $315,000 in income from pass-through businesses, subject to limitations. The next proposal the Trump campaign has is to eliminate taxes on Social Security benefits, with lower-income retirees paying higher taxes on a lower share than higher-income retirees. This proposal would exclude all Social Security benefits from taxable income for all individuals. The next proposal is to extend the business tax provisions of the TCJA. Beginning in 2023, the limitation on interest deductions became more restrictive. The Trump campaign proposal would undo these changes, restoring and making permanent the regime that existed immediately after the TCJA's enactment. And the final proposal the Trump campaign has is to lower the corporate income tax rate to 15%. The 2017 TCJA permanently reduced the corporate tax rate from a statutory tax of 35% of taxable income to 21%. This proposal would lower that rate to 15%. The Trump campaign has also proposed several trade policy proposals to impose new taxes on imported goods and services, including a 10% across-the-board tariff on all imports and much higher targeted tariffs. Key implementation details, however, are missing. While new import taxes and tariffs could raise several $1 trillion in new revenue over the next decade, they could also lead to revenue losses due to potential retaliatory actions from other governments and other economic dynamics. The 2024 Harris presidential campaign recently announced several spending and tax policy proposals. The first proposal being expanding the child tax credit. Starting in 2026, the total credit amount for child tax will decrease to $1,000. Under the Harris campaign proposal, starting in 2025, the credit amount would instead permanently increase to $3,600 per child 5 years and younger, and to $3,000 per child older than 5 years. The proposal would also increase the maximum age of eligible children from 16 to 17 and make the credit fully refundable. Furthermore, families with newborns would receive an additional $2,400 fully refundable credit during the first year of the child's life, to bring the total maximum credit value to $6,000 for newborn children. The next proposal is to expand the earned income tax credit. This policy proposal from Harris's campaign would adjust the current lost credit structure, which is a much less generous maximum income value, to be more generous to workers without children. The next proposal that the Harris campaign has is to permanently extend enhanced premium tax credits. This proposal would extend the lower contribution percentages of household income used for determining the premium tax credit under the ACA. The next proposal is to provide down payment support for qualified first-time home buyers. The proposal would provide an average of $25,000 in assistance to qualified first-time home buyers. The benefit would be available for 4 years. And the final proposal from the Harris campaign is to raise the corporate income tax to 28%.
That's all for today. Thank you for watching.
Hey Pioneers, it's Allie, and here's a look on both the presidential candidates' abortion policies.
Abortion is one of the front issues of this election. It is defined as taking a fetus out of the uterus. It has become a large debate because some argue that the implications of the ban are further than just abortion. It questions how far the government can interfere with medical decisions, while others argue that abortion is beyond a medical decision and abortion is essentially taking a life. It has become one of the biggest issues after Roe v. Wade, the law protecting abortion nationally, was overturned in 2020. Let's take a look into what the candidates think. Harris has put reproductive rights as one of the biggest issues for her campaign. She has also been endorsed by Planned Parenthood, Committee to Protect Health Care, and Reproductive Freedom for All. She has said that she will work to reinstate Roe v. Wade and veto any national abortion ban. Trump appointed 3 of the judges who voted to overturn Roe and is very proud of this. Since most Americans don't wish for a total ban on both parties, he has since said that he would not push for a national abortion ban. He refused to say whether or not he would veto a national ban or not. It's important to note that while both these candidates will push for their party's belief, neither of these people alone can completely ban or allow abortion. As of now, if Roe doesn't get reinstated, it will be up to the individual states.
That's all I have for today, Pioneers. Now back to the desk.
On October 27, 2023, Israel officially declared war against Gaza after an attack from Hamas. However, this 1 year of war that spread across social media is just a large key factor in the almost century-long conflict between the territories and the different policies each party in this year's election has established between the war. The very start of the tension was in 1948, when Israel was officially made a state due to the United Nations proposing Resolution 181, which divided Palestine into 2 separate Arab and Jewish states. The creation of Israel began a war against the neighboring Arab states. This war and others which took place in 1967 and 1973 that involved fighting between Israel and other states such as Jordan, Syria, and Egypt ended with Israel having control over the Gaza Strip and West Bank. These wars expelled millions of Palestinian people from their homes and created the question of the rights of the Palestinians while living under the Israeli government. In the year 1987, Palestinians in Gaza began an uprising against the Israeli government, which has gained the title of the First Intifada. After this, the State of Palestine was officially established in 1988 during a Palestine National Council meeting. Throughout the future years, tensions escalated between the states until a military confrontation took place in 2014. The attack from Hamas and the leading October 2023 attack brings us to the present, as current conflicts are still continuing, with the International Court of Justice ruling Israel's presence illegal and calling for Israel to end their occupation in Palestine within 12 months. And although this war has long only been in the Middle East, the U.S. has played a very important role throughout with supporting Israel and Hamas. America was one of the first countries to recognize Israel as a state once it declared independence in 1948, and diplomatic relations were established the next year with the United States. Over time, Israel and the U.S. have supported each other in multiple different ways to become partners and create a strong relationship, with annual financial support, coming together for different military research and training, groups for fighting terrorism, and becoming each other's biggest supporters with trade and economy. The relationship between the two countries has grown increasingly stronger. This bond is still shown presently, with President Biden directly helping Israel plan and execute leaders of Hamas, but he has also supported Hamas with aid and funding for weapons. And with Election Day on its way, it's important to review the policies of the different parties and the candidates they're promoting. As stated directly from the Republican GOP platform, which is a 16-page document describing the policies and plans of Donald Trump and the Republican Party, they, quote, will stand with Israel and seek peace in the Middle East. They state that they will rebuild their alliance network in the region in order to promote an end to the war. The platform also touches on the protests and controversies surrounding college campuses, with pro-Palestine students protesting for an end to the war and slowly spreading the action to other countries. The Republican platform commented on this with the note to, quote, deport pro-Hamas radicals and make college campuses safe and patriotic again, end quote. No further comments or policies were stated concerning the ongoing war or Palestine. The Democratic Party's goals when it comes to the war in Gaza are shown on the official website for Kamala Harris. The website states that Harris will, quote, always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself and ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, end quote. It also mentions that she and President Biden are both working to propose a ceasefire deal to end the war. It also touches on Palestine, stating that one of their goals is for Palestinian people to be able to recognize their right to dignity, security, and freedom. Overall, the current situation in the Middle East is becoming increasingly more dire, with the divide between both government parties increasing, along with recent news being shared of burned ballot boxes etched with Free Gaza on them, which makes it all the more important to choose wisely and do extensive research on each candidate and political party before casting your vote. That's all I have for the war. Now back to the desk.
Good afternoon, and today we're going to be talking about immigration and how the new presidential candidates are planning to deal with it.
So the differences between illegal and legal immigration is that immigration is just the action of someone staying in a foreign country permanently. And illegal immigration is someone staying in a country permanently without authorization.
Trump's plans to hear President
are that Republicans provide a bold strategy for ending the open border policies that have allowed an epidemic of illegal aliens, lethal drugs, and migrant crimes to flourish. All Americans will have a safe and prosperous future as we put an end to the invasion at the southern border, restore laws and order, safeguard American sovereignty. The step Trump wants to take are secure the border, enforce immigration laws, begin the largest deportation program in history.
Vice President Harris and Governor Walz believe in tough, smart decisions to secure the border, keep communities safe, and reform our broken immigration system. As Attorney General of California, Vice President Harris went after international drug gangs, human traffickers, and cartels that smuggled guns, drugs, and human beings across the Mexico border. As Vice President, she supported the bipartisan border security bill, the strongest reform in decades. The legislation would have deployed more direction technology to intercept fentanyl and other drugs, added 1,500 border security agents to protect our border. Her and President Biden took action on their own, and now border crossings are at the lowest level in 4 years. Their administration is seizing record amounts of fentanyl and secured funding for the most significant increase in border agents in 10 years. As president, she will bring back the bipartisan border security bill and sign it into law. At the same time, she knows that our immigration system is broken and needs comprehensive reform that includes strong border security and an earned pathway to citizenship.
In March 2020, at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Trump administration invoked Title 42, a controversial statute ostensibly meant as a public health measure. The policy allowed U.S. authorities to swiftly expel migrants, including asylum seekers, at the border. In January 2019, the Trump administration implemented a policy officially known as Migrant Protection Protocols, or MMP, that forced asylum seekers to wait in Mexico for their U.S. immigration hearings. Under President Biden's leadership, we've seen an unprecedented crisis at our southern border. Since President Biden took office, U.S. Customs and Border Protection has logged more than 7.8 million illegal border crossings, plus at least 1.5 million gotaways. That is, border crossers who were detected by technology, but who were never apprehended. He defended keeping Title 42 in place, using the pandemic as justification. In Houston, a 12-year-old girl's killing becomes the focus of immigration debate as 2 undocumented immigrants are charged with capital murder. Thank you for tuning in. Now enjoy the rest of the live stream.
Thank you, Juice Staff. Now we will be discussing the presidential candidate's stance on the conflict between Israel and Palestine. First, we will be talking about the Democratic nominee Kamala Harris, who has expressed strong support for Israel's rights to defend itself while also advocating for 2-state solutions in the Israeli and Palestinian conflict. She has constantly supported Israel's security, particularly in the face of rocket attacks from groups like Hamas, but also emphasized the need for peace, negotiations, and diplomatic efforts to resolve the conflict. Harris has called for ensuring Palestinians have access to economic opportunities and human rights, and has supported aid to Palestinian people through humanitarian efforts. While standing by Israel as a key ally, she stresses that both Israelis and Palestinians deserve peace, security, and dignity through the negotiated solution. Donald Trump's stance on the Israel-Palestine conflict was marked by strong support for Israel and a disregard for Palestinians' demands. He took broad actions such as recognizing Jerusalem as Israel's capital, supporting Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and increasing U.S. military and financial aid to Israel. He rejected Palestinians' claims to East Jerusalem as their capital and dismissed their right of return for refugees. Trump's quote-unquote deal of the century peace plan was heavily titled in favor of Israel, proposing a fragmented and demilitarized Palestinian state with limited sovereignty and territorial continuity. He also facilitated the normalization of relations between Israel and several Arab nations, though Abraham Accords, but these agreements were researched without securing significant concessions for Palestinians. Additionally, Trump adopted a hardline stance against the Palestinian Authority, cutting U.S. aid and rejecting Palestinian efforts to pursue diplomacy at the United Nations, effectively sidelining their aspirations for a 2-state solution. Now we take a quick break.
Welcome back. Now we will be discussing the key policy priorities for different demographic of voters in the 2024 U.S. presidential election.
To start off, we will be discussing the demographic of young voters and what policies they look forward to. Young voters include people of all ages, including between 18 to 34 years old. Cameron?
First, we're going to talk about student loan forgivenesses. What they believe in is supporting plans to cancel student debt or provide relief to borrowers.
Next, young voters like to support climate action, and they emphasize on renewable energy, the Green New Deal, and tackling climate change.
Next, reform. Racial equality, policy reform, and LGBTQ rights.
They also enjoy affordable health care, support for universal health care, or accessible health care options.
Next is voting rights, expanding access to voting and reforming election laws.
Now we will be discussing older voters, which is anyone over the age of 65 years old.
First is Social Security and Medicare, protecting and expanding beliefs for serious ensuring healthcare advocates.
Healthcare. Older voters believe in healthcare, affordable, high-quality healthcare, and prescription drug price reductions.
Next is economy and sustainability, ensuring in retirement saving are protected.
Now, older voters believe in tax policy, preserving tax deductions that benefit seniors, such as healthcare deductions. Now we will be discussing the demographic of women voters.
First is reproductive rights, protecting access to abortion and reproductive health care.
They also believe in equitable pay and economic opportunity, addressing the gender pay gap and increasing opportunities for women in the workforce.
They believe also in health care, affordable health care, particularly in maternal health and women's health care needs.
They also believe in family leave and expanding paid family leave and child care support.
They also believe in violence against women, strengthening laws and services of victims of domestic violence and sexual assault.
Another demographic we will be discussing is suburban voters. They believe in education investment and K-12 education and addressing concerns about school choice and local education control.
Again, is healthcare, affordable healthcare options, and prescription drug price reductions.
They believe in economic growth policies supporting local businesses, economic development, and job creation.
Another big thing is gun control, support made by moderate gun safety measures like universal background checks.
Now we will be discussing the demographic of rural voters, and they believe in economic support focused on farm subsidies, rural healthcare, and infrastructure investment.
Next is taxes, policies that reduce taxes on small farms or businesses.
Healthcare, and they believe in healthcare and expanding access to healthcare in rural areas, including telemedicine and rural hospital funding.
Next also is environmental policies that don't harm agriculture or local industries.
Rural voters, another big thing for rural voters is Second Amendment rights, and they believe in strong support for gun rights and opposing restrictions on firearms. Another demographic we will be discussing is Black voters.
Racial justice and policy reforms addressing symmetric racism policy, accountability, and criminal justice reform.
They believe in economic equity, focus on wealth inequality, reparations, and increased access to jobs and housing.
They also believe in affordable health care, reducing health disparities, and making health care more accessible.
They want more education reform and investment in education, especially in underserved communities.
They also believe in voting rights, strong protection of voting access, and efforts to combat voter suppression.
The next demographic we will be discussing is Latino voters. They believe in an immigration reform and a path to citizenship for dreamers and undocumented immigrants and the protection of the DACA.
Next is healthcare access, expanding healthcare options, including Medicare and the ACA.
They believe in economic opportunity, support for small business rights, and economic mobility.
Another big thing is education, investment in bilingual education and improving school systems.
They believe in family and labor rights, expanding workers' rights, including protections for farm workers and minimum wage increases, as well as education and the investment in bilingual education and improving school systems.
Next is white working class voters.
They believe in economic stability, focusing on jobs, wages, and the cost of living, including support for manufacturing and trade policies that protect American workers.
Again, is healthcare, lowering healthcare costs and making sure insurance and more affordable without eliminating private options. They want stronger border security and reform of immigration laws. They want to lower taxes, particularly for the middle class and small businesses, and they want more law and order policies to support police in addressing crime in their communities. Thank you for tuning in to the different views on policy for this presidential campaign. Next up, we have Ava Opal and Jillian Melcher with the fun-filled hour of trivia. Make sure to keep watching for more discussions, electoral college updates, and all things election. I'm Cameron Guy.
And I'm MC Knoll. Thank you for tuning in today and listening to the policies. Make sure to tune in for the next hour.
hope you're enjoying the election live stream so far. We appreciate all of the viewers and supporters today. Now that we have seen our hour 4 of policies, we are transitioning into a lighter hour of the day. My name is Jillian Melcher, and let's get into the 5th hour of the election, which is trivia.
My name is Ava Opal. Welcome to Hour 5 of the Juice election stream. Today we'll be giving everyone a lighthearted news break with some election trivia and fun facts.
To introduce myself, I'm a senior here at Orange, and for broadcast, I'm a vitamin C and social media producer. Therefore, I run all of the social media accounts and the longer formatted videos on YouTube. This year is my 3rd year in the class. Next year, I plan on studying marketing, but haven't made my college decision yet. I most likely want to go out of state. My top 2 choices are the University of Kentucky and the University of South Carolina, but I'm also looking at Dayton in Ohio. I want to do social media and fashion marketing in New York City when I am older. I'm a member of the National Honor Society and Fashion Club here at Orange, and I also do cross country here. I love spending all of my summer mornings running around Columbus. I work at Restore Hyper Wellness, which is a place you can get IV drips, cryotherapy, red light therapy, and a number of other wellness therapies. I am also a nanny in the summer. I enjoy thrifting and fashion. If I could choose a backup major, I would have definitely loved to go to fashion school.
I'm a junior at Orange, and in broadcast, I'm a national producer. This year is my 2nd year in the class. I'm a member of the National Honor Society and Interact Club. Also, I'm a cheerleader for our varsity football team. My favorite memory from cheer is winning the banana at UCA camp, with all my best friends, which is a very special spirit award that only one school gets to take home. I am also a competitive dancer at North Point Dance Academy. I've been dancing there since I was 2 years old. I just started working at American Eagle. When I grow up, I would love to go into sports medicine.
Well, now that you have gotten to know a little bit more about our jobs as producers, make sure to keep watching as Hour 5 continues. Now let's get into some of the fun stuff. Without further ado, let's begin the trivia. The way that this is going to work is we will say a question, and we are going to give the viewers 10 seconds before we guess the question ourselves, and then we will reveal the correct answer. So first question is, what did Richard Nixon add to the White House so that he could practice his favorite sport at home? And the 10-second countdown is starting now.
Okay, I don't really know what sport he did, so maybe like a tennis court?
Wrong. It was a bowling alley.
Okay, next. What was the name of Franklin D. Roosevelt's beloved dog?
10 seconds starting now for the audience. Okay. I'm gonna have to go with Charlie.
Wrong. His dog's name was Fala, like fa la 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 la.
Thanks, Ava. Next question. What instrument did Bill Clinton play?
I don't know a lot about instruments. Maybe like the saxophone?
That is correct, Ava. Good one. Okay. Next is a true or false. The United States has the oldest written national constitution in the operation. Is that true or false?
True.
Correct. Next, the first president to be impeached by the House of Representatives belonged to which of the U.S. political parties?
Democratic.
Yes, that is correct.
Which U.S. president helped found the Democratic Party?
Okay. Give you a few seconds to guess. All right. Is it John F. Kennedy?
Incorrect. It is Martin Van Buren.
Okay. Next question. Which military leader was the first to become the U.S. president by a direct appeal to the mass of voters?
Andrew Jackson.
Correct. Now that you're on a roll, next one, true or false? Dictators always abolish legislators. We'll give the audience a few seconds to guess. And Ava, what do you think?
False.
Correct. Now we're gonna throw it over for a quick break, but before we return, Cammie is going to kick off a fun game.
Hi Pioneers, I'm Addie Patton. This is your President Trivia. Our first contestant on President Trivia is
Addie Trella.
What grade are you in and why do you think you're gonna win?
I'm a sophomore and I think I'm gonna win because I'm pretty smart.
Well, that's good. We have one rule. If you get 2 out of 3 questions right, you get a certificate awarding your presidential excellence. Do you think you're going to get the certificate or not?
Of course.
Okay, first question. How many lives did Ronald Reagan save as a lifeguard?
I did research this one. I think I'm gonna guess 77 lives.
That is right on the money. That's 1 point to you. You have to get one more question right. How many tigers did Martin Van Buren own?
I'm gonna say 0 because you just can't do that.
He actually owned 2. You're still at 1 point and you need this last point to win.
Okay.
How many kids did John Tyler have?
I'm gonna guess my lucky number 15.
That is correct. I will give you your presidential certificate.
Okay.
And for our second participant, I'm here with
Cammy.
Cammy, what grade are you in?
I'm a junior.
And why do you think you're gonna win?
Because I took APUSH last year, and I'm just very intellectual.
So I'm giving you 3 questions. If you get 2 of them right, you can get a certificate and possibly win a prize.
Okay.
So your first question is, which president is in the Wrestling Hall of Fame?
Abraham Lincoln.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay. Your second question is, which president married a girl that he helped to raise?
Grove.
I need a last name.
Grove Nixon.
That's incorrect. The correct answer was Grover Cleveland.
I was close.
Okay. And for your final question, how many kids did John Tyler have? He had the most kids out of any president. 15.
Oh, I said that.
For our fourth participant, I'm here with
Emily Kellett.
Emily. What grade are you in, and why do you think you're gonna win?
I'm in 9th grade, and I think I'm gonna win because I'm just too smart.
So the rules are, if you get 2 out of 3 questions that I ask right, you get a certificate of your presidential excellence. Do you understand the rules?
Yep.
Okay, your first question it is, which president had fake teeth?
George Washington.
That's right. For your second question, which president is in the Wrestling Hall of Fame?
That's a really, really good question. We're gonna go with. It's kind of giving. It's giving. I don't know the president. It's giving George W. Bush.
Abraham Lincoln.
Got it.
And for your last question, how many kids did John Tyler have?
It's giving 6.
15.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, you've only got 1 out of 3 questions right.
Got
so
it.
you don't get a certificate.
Thank you.
Thanks for doing this.
Thank you.
For our last contestants, we're going head-to-head with 2 teachers.
Oh, I'm Ms. Hosgood, and I teach AP US History, Sociology, and Civil and Criminal Law.
I'm Mrs. Sandy, and I teach Honors World History and AP Psychology.
Why do you think you're going to win this?
I mean, just obviously, I'm just going to win. I got the confidence.
Honestly, I believe it. Yeah. I'm gonna give it my best shot, but yeah.
Okay, if you guys get 2 out of 3 right, whoever wins gets this amazing certificate of presidential excellence.
Ooh, I
Straight
love
off
a good
of
certificate.
Canva. Straight off of Canva. Okay. Your first question is, whoever, and by the way, whoever taps their knee first, it's going to be a little
Very
fast
high tech.
too.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Which president wrote love letters to his best friend's wife?
Ooh, I'm gonna take a guess that it's good old Warren G.
That's correct.
Woo!
Nice. Okay.
Kids, do not look up those love letters because it's not school appropriate.
Okay. 1 point, Miss Hosgood. Miss Sandy, you need this next question. Okay. What was Grover Cleveland's job prior to being a president?
I should know this.
Well, he's not from Ohio.
Cleveland? Is he not from Ohio?
His last name's Cleveland.
I know his last name.
I'm gonna take a guess. Postman.
No, that's incorrect. Sandy, you can take this question.
Banker.
That's incorrect. His job was being a hangman.
Whoa.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right,
I'm learning
final
something
question.
today.
Final question. Miss Sandy, if you get this, you guys are going off into a tie-off round.
Oh no, that's too much pressure.
Which president graduated high school at 15? It's not who you would expect.
So I would guess somebody young,
That's
like an
right.
older.
Like older. I'm thinking.
I'm just gonna guess Thomas Jefferson.
I'm gonna
That's
guess
incorrect.
Abraham Lincoln.
Also incorrect. The correct answer was Lyndon B. Johnson.
Oh.
Miss Osgood, you won.
Yay!
With the 1 out of 3.
My prediction
here
was
you
correct.
go.
That she would win.
Thank you for joining us for Presidential Trivia. That's all for today, Pioneers. Now back to the desk.
Welcome to your Presidential Trivia Showdown. I'm your host, Camila Cabrera, and you are now watching the ultimate trivia game where your OOHS students get tested on their presidential knowledge. Today, we have 2 competitive teams ready to battle it out over 3 exciting rounds, each filled with 10 progressively harder questions. Each team starts with 30 points, but be aware, every incorrect answer costs you a point, so think carefully before buzzing in. Speaking of buzzing, our teams need to be quick on the trigger. Our first team to hit the buzzer gets 10 seconds to answer, but if they miss the mark or run out of time, they'll lose a point automatically. Are you ready to test your presidential brain power? I think so. The stakes are high, but so are the rewards. At the end of the game, the winning team will not only gain bragging rights, but will also be treated to a delicious treat. Let's meet our teams and kick off round 1. May the best team win. Team 1.
I'm Aaron Fowler.
I'm Liv Roop.
I'm Mr. Nicola.
Team 2.
I'm Allie Peterson.
I'm Addie Trella.
And I'm Ayana Mehta.
Okay, are you guys ready, Team 1 and Team 2?
Woo!
Let's start off with the first question. Which president issued the first executive order? George Washington.
No, that was us. We switched it first.
George Washington.
No, I said George Washington. It's your entire
rock,
paper, scissors.
Okay, so yeah, rock, paper, scissors.
You got it. You got it.
Best out of 3.
Yeah, best out of 3.
No.
I don't want.
Yeah.
Okay. 3.
Wait.
Why not?
Okay, so they went.
So I would like to propose in the future that you decide who hits first.
Oh, okay. No, they have to go. Like
You hit first and then out.
You race it
But
out.
we won't. They both claim that they hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next question.
Sorry,
Ready?
guys. Oh,
Go.
so team 1 point. Okay, next question. Who was the first African American president?
Barack Obama.
Yep. You're. Oh, so we're buzzer. Okay. Yes. Another point for team 2. Okay. Which president was involved in the Westgate scandal?
They didn't even answer the question. I can't
Listen.
We're getting rocked.
This is not even fair.
Who? Switch with me.
I think they should have
Okay.
Who do you think you are?
Who was the only president to be elected anonymously?
Washington.
You can't answer until.
Okay, yeah. Who was the first president to be impeached? So that was Nicola.
Andrew Johnson.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay. Who was the president during the Cuban Missile Crisis?
John F. Kennedy?
Yep.
I don't know that she got
Give
it.
me my spot
No,
back.
she got it.
There's a serious misunderstanding of who's hitting this button first.
I hit it. You guys.
Because we are hitting it first,
No.
and we are not getting the opportunity. But that's cool. I'm a man of the people. I want my athletes and my students. You guys aren't my athletes, but I want my students to feel like they are learning. And so
Okay.
we're gonna give it to them for now.
Okay,
You're right, you're
We're gonna
right.
give it to them.
It's a little toasty. Okay. Who was the only president to resign from office?
Nixon. My head was below yours.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
I touched that first.
Okay. Who was the first president born in a hospital?
Jimmy Carter.
Yes. Wow.
What's
Good
our
job,
score? What are we
Liv.
looking at here?
Okay.
3-2 right now.
Make it
Okay.
a move. Make it a move.
Okay. You guys got it. Who was the first president to live in the White House?
John Adams.
You're right. And then
I thought you was just standing here looking good in this suit. I didn't know he was gonna lock in. He started to lock in.
Never say that again.
Lock it in.
Next thing.
Which president famously said, "Are you not what your country can do for you, but what?" Okay, go.
Hey, she didn't.
JFK.
Okay.
She didn't finish asking the question. Though.
You guys are
Okay, you guys are
tied.
the same
No,
thing.
we have a. We're
Oh,
up.
how are they up one?
We're up.
I don't think this is right.
No. Guys, I'm not keeping score. Okay, you guys are now on round 2 with team. Wait, both teams are tied, but let's spice things up. Someone on your team will get eliminated, but who gets to choose? Good question. One of you guys on the opposing teams get to eliminate one member on the other team. You guys have 30 seconds to decide who to eliminate. 3, 2, 1, go.
Easy, I'm out. Easy.
Oh, of them. Yeah, you guys pick one person to get out of the other team. Are you guys?
Yeah.
You guys make your
Yeah.
decision. Who are you guys going to eliminate off this team?
Oh, okay. Well, we're eliminating her. So.
No, yeah.
Okay.
No, Ayana.
Ayana, you're out.
Yeah, Allie, come back in. Come back in. You're good.
How are you feeling about this buzzer?
I don't know. I think
Okay.
you've got a better shot.
I want you to.
first.
It's
Guys.
a learning experience. If you feel like you can lock in, which I know we don't like me to say, but like if you feel like you can lock in, I want you to be honest.
My reaction speed?
All right, let me get
Okay.
in. Let me get in here.
Are you guys ready for round 2?
Yes.
Let's get started. Which president was known for the Louisiana Purchase?
Thomas Jefferson.
Yes! You're right!
Yeah.
Okay, next question. Which president is associated with trust-busting policy? I think that was, yeah.
That's FDR.
It says Theodore Roosevelt.
No, Franklin Roosevelt. Look.
Oh, Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Yeah, FDR. That's
Oh, yeah,
that's
you're
his name. That's his
Okay, Nicola.
You think I'm lying that FDR is not a shortened version of Franklin Roosevelt?
No, I believe you, Mr.
Well, no, it's not believing. It's like his
You're right, you're
actual. It's his thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Who was the first president to earn a PhD?
Calvin Coolidge.
Incorrect. You lose a point.
Shucks.
Oh no. Okay.
Oh no.
Next question.
Wait, why are we losing a point?
No.
How did we lose
We're
points?
team 1.
Are we team 1?
We are team 1.
Oh, okay. I got you.
All right, guys. Who was the president during the signing of Camp David Accords?
Jared Ford.
No, you
Ronald
guys
Reagan,
lose another
duh.
point.
I think it was Reagan.
It's Ronald Reagan.
Reagan.
What's his
We all were
Carter.
wrong.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
It doesn't matter. We don't
Okay,
lose a
lose a point
point.
then?
No. We were just like
Hey.
sharing our thoughts.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Oh, my bad, guys. Okay. Which president was known for the square deal?
Franklin Roosevelt.
You're right.
Thank you.
Oh, no! Thanks
We
from
need
the
to- I think we need to
sidelines.
scratch out.
Who was the president during the Great Depression? That was us. Yeah.
It was Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Yes! A point for you guys. Okay. Which president signed the Social Security Act into law?
That was also Mr. Roosevelt.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
He was a busy man. 4
Yep.
terms.
He was
4
doing
terms.
a lot.
4 terms.
Okay. Who was the first president to appear on television?
That is John F. Kennedy. He appeared clean-shaven and in makeup, while his counterpart, Richard Nixon, showed up much like me with a scruffy beard, and he looked tired and worn out, and that led to JFK getting it.
So
Was it not JFK?
No.
No. It 100% was JFK.
So
might need some
maybe
fact
you
check.
I'm gonna
might
need somebody fact
wrong.
check.
I think yes, you might be right.
It was in his debate with Nixon, and then he led to
2 points for both teams.
What?
I don't know. Okay.
Where are my fact checkers?
Yeah. Someone. You're right, Nicola. What are we fact checking?
We were fact checking if, in fact, JFK was the first president
so hot.
on TV.
I'm gonna look it up.
He was on. He was his debate.
So you
No,
were wrong.
FDR.
You're
FDR was
wrong.
on his fireside chats on the radio.
Franklin Delano.
You're wrong. I'm right. Team for me.
Okay.
TV.
All right. That's cool.
Okay.
This is like a podcast. People are just yelling from the sidelines.
Okay. Which president issued the first presidential veto?
George Washington.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which president is known for the fireside chats?
Mr. Roosevelt.
You're right. Okay, let's see what team. Seems like Team 1 is winning.
We're doing good.
I don't know who Team 1 is.
This is Team 1.
Good job, guys.
We're two.
Okay. Things are looking pretty rough for Team 2, but you know, it's never too late to get back on your feet. We are now on our last and final round of the Presidential Trivia Showdown. But again, let's spice things up. The team members that were previously eliminated now get to make a comeback, but on the previously opposing team. Come back, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, scoot over. Liv,
Let me
you
get
got
you right
this.
into the button pushing
Wait, where am I
spot.
going? You can go.
guys.
You
Got this.
got this. It's all you.
Okay. How are you feeling, Liv?
I feel great. I know I'm gonna beat him, so.
And how about you?
I feel amazing. We're
Wait.
already in the lead.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, let's ask the audience if they're ready. I think they are. Team 1, how are you feeling?
Feeling great.
Yeah. Okay, Team 2?
Better than ever, you know?
Good, pretty good. Yep. Okay, so let's get started on this new round. Okay. Which president signed the Indian Removal Act into
Andrew Jackson.
Let me check that.
Jackson.
Yeah, you're right.
He's a
Okay.
salty one, that one.
Yep.
Andrew Jackson.
Who was the only president to serve on... Let's live.
Grover Cleveland.
Sorry. Yes! You're right. Okay, which president faced the first major foreign crisis?
That was me.
Yeah, it was.
Harry S. Truman.
You lose a point.
Eisenhower.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
You lose a point, guys. Okay,
that's right.
Which president was known for the... Oh, sorry. Which president was known for the Gulf of Tonkin resolution?
Johnson.
You have to finish the question to press the button.
She did. She was on it.
Okay, what's the answer?
Johnson. Lyndon B. Johnson.
Yes, you're right. Okay.
You see how she waited till the end of the question before pushing the button? It was actually really impressive.
Wow,
Congratulations.
guys.
It's okay.
Okay. What question? Okay, who was the president during the Suez crisis of 1950? Okay.
Eisenhower.
Truman.
You're right.
I was right. So.
Okay.
So close to each other.
Which president was in office when the Berlin Wall fell?
Right.
Yes, when it fell.
Yeah, Reagan. Yeah, Ronald Reagan.
Yup.
Yeah.
I clicked.
No, my hand is below yours.
Wait, no. It says George H.W. Bush.
Oh, you get a point.
So let me.
No, let's fact
Okay,
check
so
this.
here, no. They agreed to bring it down when Reagan was in office, but did not come down until Bush was in office.
Yeah.
That's
Both
the
get a
bottom.
point.
Okay,
I'm
I'll
sorry.
take that.
We'll take. I think we should probably get two.
Maybe not. Okay.
No.
Reagan made it happen. It happened during Bush's time.
Okay, who was the first? Oh, my bad. Oh. Who was the first president to be born after the Declaration?
John Tyler.
Yes.
Oh.
Wow, Liv.
Is this better?
Which president no. You guys are even letting me finish, so I'm a cook. Okay, go. Wait, you got. Oh, error with the buzzer.
That is not fair.
Okay, redo.
I am not a cook.
3, 2, 1.
Nixon.
Hey, that's not fair. She heard my answer.
Yeah.
I think you might have broke the buzzer.
Me.
Hey, that doesn't count. She
Okay,
heard my answer.
wait,
that
wait,
doesn't count.
Guys,
She heard my answer.
let's let the audience decide.
No.
Okay.
The audience says team 2, so.
The audience says no.
Okay, so I guess maybe team 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Which president initiated the policy of Dente with
all the way
the
over there.
Yeah,
It's
okay, you're
Daytona.
right. With
I'm
the
the
president.
president.
If I know how to,
You're right,
if I know
go
how to
ahead.
pronounce it, can we go first?
Yeah.
It's détente.
Dente.
It's Reagan.
Okay.
It's not fair. You're Italian.
It's not even Italian. It's Ronald Reagan.
Yeah. Okay, we answered.
What was it?
Ronald Reagan.
You're right. Wait.
Yes, détente.
Okay. It's
not.
It's
Richard Nixon. Wait. Hold on, guys. Oh, you can't
We're fact
Look it
checking.
up.
We're fact checking.
So.
My high school history teacher would be so unhappy with me.
Okay, so they lose a point.
We gain a point.
No, you guys don't gain a point. We just lose.
Yeah, just lose.
Okay.
You guys are almost tied.
Yeah, so we should have 9. We should have 9. Wait, what's the buzzer?
Oops. Sorry, guys. Okay, which president was awarded? Keep your hands on your waist. Which president was awarded the Nobel?
Theodore Roosevelt.
Hey, my hand touched it first.
No, mine.
No, mine was below yours.
No.
Yes.
No.
Hey, that's our point.
That's our point.
That's our point.
That is our point.
No, that is
That's
our
our
point.
point.
Rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors, it out.
I'm not doing that.
Go ahead.
Cole,
Yes,
you
you
want
will. Hold
redemption?
on, rock, paper, scissors.
Redemption?
What is my guess?
Rock, paper,
No, rock, paper,
scissors.
scissors. Okay.
Oh, good job.
No redemption.
Oh, we still win.
Okay.
We still win. Team 1-1. How does Team 1 feel? We feel amazing. Okay. How does Team 2 feel? Okay, let me get your guys' prize real quick.
Oh, wow. It's a Kamala and Donald cake.
Oh, man.
Yes.
Wow.
That concludes this year's Presidential Trivia Showdown. Remember, I'm your host, Camila Cabrera. Thank you for watching, and remember to vote. Back to the desk.
All right.
We're back to...
Now, Avy and Julian are going to continue the fun trivia.
What are they doing?
I'm Will. We have no updates right now, so we're gonna send it back to a break.
Go do it. I don't care. Camila, tell them to put a break.
Polls close in less than 2 hours. As of right now, we have no updates, but we should have something for you once the polls close.
Will, thank you. Now we are going to come back into some more trivia.
Which amendment to the U.S. Constitution gives the right to bear arms?
Here's 10 seconds. All right. That is the Second Amendment. All right. The first president to be impeached by the House of Representatives belonged to which of these U.S. political parties? Here's a few seconds for the audience to guess. All right.
Democratic. Which U.S. president began the war on drugs?
Is it Abraham Lincoln?
Incorrect. It's Richard Nixon. Who wrote the American National Anthem?
I know that one. It's Francis Scott Key.
Correct.
Which document does the 4th of July commemorate?
The Constitution?
Incorrect. It is the Declaration of Independence.
Which amendment to the U.S. does the Constitution give women the right to vote?
That is the 19th Amendment.
Correct. Which future U.S. president's correspondence helped establish the consensus for calling a constitutional convention?
All right. George Washington.
Correct. Which title is given to the head of the executive branch of government in an Australian state?
Is it the governor?
Incorrect. The correct answer is premier.
Okay. Who is considered the father of the U.S. Constitution?
James Madison?
That is correct, Ava. Which U.S. president's refusal to support the U.S. Supreme Court decisions led to the Trail of Tears?
John Quincy Adams?
Incorrect. It is Andrew Jackson. How many members are there in the U.S. Senate?
100.
Correct. Next question. What year was the organization known as the Daughters of the American Revolution founded?
Around the late 1800s, maybe 1890.
That is correct, Ava. Now we're going to transition into some fun facts, but first we're going to have another brief break and we'll be right back. Thank you for staying tuned.
Welcome back to our trivia hour. Let's get started by talking about some fun facts surrounding the election and presidency.
Ava, did you know that the first election to use voting machines were in 1892?
I had no idea. The next fun fact is that the first left-handed president was James Garfield, the 20th president.
Did you know that the only president who studied to become a medical doctor was William Henry Harrison, the 9th president?
the 18th President of the United States, Ulysses S. Grant, was given a $20 speeding ticket for riding his horse and buggy too fast down a street in Washington, D.C.
Wow, that's surprising. The next fact is the share of Democratic voters with at least a 4-year college degree has roughly doubled since the 1990s.
Abraham Lincoln was 6 feet 4 inches, making him the tallest U.S. president.
Wow, that is really tall. George Washington was the only president who did not represent a political party.
Herbert Hoover approved the Star-Spangled Banner as the national anthem.
The next fact is Jimmy Carter was the first president born in a hospital, which we also heard that on our trivia game earlier. Ava, what did you think of that trivia game?
It was so fun, and I loved that it was a good break from all this news that we're doing today.
Yes, Cammie did a great job. I could totally see her as a host on the game show sometime. Now we're going to talk about some of the prep that we went into for this election. We have had our whole class here working for about 2 months to plan this election day and live stream it for the whole 12 hours. Ava, what has been the hardest part of this process?
I think just like writing the script and like making packages. It's all super fun, but it's just a lot of work, and it kind of like came up on us quick. Like we have a telethon every year that we do in the spring, but we're kind of planning for that all year round, so this is just quicker.
But I think this is a great preview for people who have not been in this class before so that they can get a look on how the day really goes, because for the telethon we do have a pretty long day as well. Now we're going to get back into a few more fun facts about our presidents. Did you know that Millard Fillmore, the 13th president, was the first president to have a stepmother?
I had no idea. In 2012, 4% more young women voted than young men.
Wow, that's impressive. Did you know that 19% of all votes cast in 2012 came from young voters?
I didn't. In 1845, Congress decided that voting day would be the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November, which was after the fall harvest and before winter conditions made travel too difficult.
Now that we have gone through some trivia and fun facts, let's keep moving on with the election live stream.
Which president married a girl that he raised?
I have no clue. Is it George Washington?
No, it was Grover Cleveland. Which president is in the Wrestling Hall of Fame?
Abraham Lincoln?
You're right.
Am I really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Here's another question. Which president graduated high school at 15?
Let me think. Barack Obama?
No, it was Lyndon B. Johnson. What hour are you?
I would love to see what everyone's final results have come to.
I agree. I think it's going to be super fun. And I'm just excited to be here all day and watch everyone do what we love, broadcasting, and see how it all goes down.
A lot of people were excited for the trivia hour because a lot of our news today has been some hard news, and it was a good break in our day. We had lots of fun watching the game that Cammie put on as well.
Yeah, I think it was so much fun, and I hope people really enjoyed it. I had so much fun watching.
I learned how to work together with everyone in the class, and I really got to know everyone on a deeper level because sometimes it can be hard to work with such a big group of people.
I learned a lot about the presidents. I didn't really know a lot, so that's good.
I've been in this class for about 3 years, so I've had quite the experience working on live shows and being on the news every morning. So I think that has prepared me a lot for doing the election live stream today because obviously we have never done this before, but yeah.
I don't have much knowledge about presidents, but I'm gonna be in Gov next semester, so hopefully that helps.
And I took Gov last year, so I have a little bit of knowledge going into this. but I'm definitely learning more every single hour of the show. And sadly, I missed out on voting because I'll be 18 this Friday, so I just missed it by a few days. But in 4 years, me and Ava will both be able to vote.
Yes.
Now let's add a few more trivia questions to the stream. Which president would greet his guests in informal clothing?
Barack Obama?
That is wrong. It is Thomas Jefferson.
How many lives did Ronald Reagan save as a lifeguard?
Maybe like 10?
77.
77?
Yeah.
Ava, aren't you a lifeguard?
I was a lifeguard this summer at Zambezi Bay.
And how many people did you save?
2.
I think people have become better swimmers.
Yeah.
All right. Which president signed the Yellowstone National Park Act?
George Washington?
No, Ulysses S. Grant.
Which president loved James Bond?
JFK.
Yes, you're right.
All right. Which president has his own sport?
I don't even have a guess. I have no idea.
It is Herbert Hoover, and it's called Hoover Ball.
Wow.
The more you know.
Yes, the more you know.
We're getting these questions live from the Juice staff right now. Which 2 presidents have received a Grammy?
I don't know.
Jimmy Carter and Obama.
Which president received underwear from David Beckham?
I have no idea, Ava. Who is it?
Barack Obama.
Who was the first president to have a stepmother?
Abraham Lincoln?
No, it's Millard Fillmore.
Which president has a fake pair of teeth?
George Washington?
Yes, you're right.
When was the White House first website made?
Like early 1990s, maybe like 1994.
Correct, Ava.
Which president wrote love letters to his best friend's wife?
Oh gosh, that's some risky business. Abraham Lincoln, maybe he's getting all the girls at his height?
Woodrow Wilson.
Okay. Ava, how tall was James Madison?
Maybe like 5'9".
He was 5'4".
Okay, Jillian, name as many presidents as you can in order.
George Washington. Your turn.
Oh.
Tricked you.
George Washington, John Quincy Adams. That's all I have.
Thomas Jefferson. John Tyler. Martin Van Buren. Andrew Jackson. I'm stuck, Ava. Do you know the next one?
No. Did you learn the States song as a kid?
No, I did not. Did you?
I know some of it. Do you want to hear?
Let's hear it.
Alabama and Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, and more. That's all I have.
Thanks, Ava.
But we do have more trivia questions.
Who had an alligator?
John Quincy Adams?
Correct, Ava.
Who was the first president to be born in the U.S.?
Is it Martin Van Buren?
Yes, you're right.
All right, now we are going to go on a quick break and then we'll be back to wrap up this hour. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a few more trivia questions, and then that is the end of our hour 5 of the election live stream. Ava, how many children did John Tyler have?
Like 4.
Not even close at all. It was 15. That's a lot of kids.
Wow, that is a lot. Which president never voted before becoming a president?
JFK?
Zachary Taylor.
Who was the last president to have a wig?
To
be a wig.
I don't even know.
Millard Fillmore.
Oh. Okay, so next hour we will have a red hour, which is where opinion piece will be done by Justice and Kylie. In addition, there will be a roundtable discussion to hear some of our peers' voices. Thanks for tuning in for the past hour. For The Juice, I'm Ava Opal.
And I'm Jillian Melcher, and stay tuned to the rest of our show.
Welcome back, America, and thank you for tuning in. This hour will be our Red Hour portion of the election coverage.
I'm Justin Cullivan. I'm a junior at Olentangy Orange High School, and this is my second year being a part of the Orange Broadcasting program. This year, I'm a sports producer and the main announcer for our school's football games. I'm also part of NHS program here at Orange. My curriculum it consists of AP Literature, AP Economics, AP Pre-Calc, Business Foundations, Forensics, and 2 broadcasting classes. When I am not in school, I am fencing. In the sport, I have traveled to many different places and have become a world-class fencer with aspirations of someday competing in the Olympics.
I'm Kylie Bradshaw, and I'm a junior here at Orange. This is my second year being a part of the Juice, and this year I have taken on the special role of national producer. I'm involved in many clubs here at Orange, including French Club, Interact Club, Second and Seven, and Student Council. As for my honors, I'm a member of the National Honor Society as well as the French Honor Society. I play on our school's field hockey team and run track as well. My curriculum this year consists of AP Pre-Calculus, AP Seminar, AP US Government, Honors Chemistry, French 4, Broadcast, and Personal Finance. I aspire to one day serve as an officer in the United States Navy.
Now, before we jump into the Red Hour, I just want to take a moment to congratulate the Blue Hour for an excellent hour. It was very interesting, and I really enjoyed watching it. Even though we disagree on some policies, I think it's very important that we talk about them, and I think it was a great thing to watch, and I loved watching it even though I disagreed. So congratulations to all the Blue Hour workers that really worked hard on that. This hour, Kylie and I will be taking a more conservative look on issues and policies that are a focal point in this election cycle.
Today's topics will include a look into presidential candidate Donald Trump's career in politics, as well as his vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance's. We will be covering some of Trump's policies he intends to enact if elected, and give our opinions on those. And lastly, we will be talking about some celebrities who have come out and endorsed the former president.
Now, as is every hour on this show, these are our opinions, and any statement made during this hour should not be taken as facts. We are merely here to give our side on certain issues.
So without any further delay, let's introduce this election's Republican presidential and vice presidential picks.
First, let's dive into Republican candidate Donald Trump's career in politics. Donald Trump is a graduate from the University of Pennsylvania Wharton School of Finance. After college, Trump followed in his father's footsteps, getting involved in the real estate business. Soon, the Trump name became profound throughout the real estate industry. In 2015, Trump announced his intentions to run for the president, and later in the July of 2016, was nominated by the Republican Party. On November 8, 2016, Trump was elected according to the Trump White House archives, quote, the largest electoral landslide for the Republicans in 28 years, end quote. He then served as the 45th president of the United States from 2016 to 2020. Before running for re-election and losing to the current president Joe Biden in November of 2020. Along with being a politician, Trump is a businessman, media personality, and author. He and his wife Melania are parents to their son, Barron. Trump also has 4 children from previous marriages, Don Jr., Ivanka, Eric, and Tiffany, and currently has 10 grandchildren.
Now let's take a look into the Republican Party's vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance. J.D. grew up in Middletown, Ohio, among the middle class. Vance has openly expressed what it was like growing up in a single-mother household and how his grandma had such an important role in his childhood due to his mother's struggle with addiction. His grandmother, who is referred to as Mama, was quote-unquote his saving grace. Vance even opened up about his difficult childhood in a book he wrote called Hillbilly Elegy, which was later turned into a Netflix movie where Vance is played by actor Gabriel Basso. Upon graduating high school, Vance enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, where he was later deployed to Iraq to serve in the Iraq War. After serving 4 years in the military, he attended The Ohio State University, where he received a bachelor's degree in political science and philosophy in 2009. He then attended Yale Law School, where he earned his law degree in 2013. Eventually, he began working for Sidley Austin LLP, a prestige law firm in the United States. In 2022, after Republican Ohio Senator Rob Portman announced he would not be seeking re-election, J.D. saw this as an opportunity and decided to run for office, securing the spot as Ohio Senator. Now, just 2 years later, he was hand-chosen by Donald Trump to be the vice presidential pick for the Republican Party. J.D. Vance is married to his wife, Usha, and they have 3 young children together. Now, we are going to be taking a brief break, but once we are back, we will be discussing some of Trump's policies he intends to enact, if elected, and how he handled previous issues during his first presidency. that's out of the way, let's dive into some of Donald Trump's policies he intends to enact if elected. During this segment of Red Hour, Justice and I will be giving our own opinions on these issues, and our opinions should not be taken as fact.
So I think we should start off here with something that I think is actually really taking the wayside in the politics right now, and that's immigration. It's a huge part of his 2016 campaign. Build the wall was one of his major pushes in politics, and it's something that a lot of people actually really agreed with. So Donald Trump is going to try to close up the border. We know Kamala was actually the main person dealing with the border in the Biden administration. There hasn't been any change, really. It's just been continually increase of illegal immigrants coming into this country constantly. So I think, so Trump, he plans to continue to build the wall. Biden, as soon as he came into office, actually his first executive order was to stop the building of the wall. So it allowed over 11 million immigrants over the Biden administration, illegal immigrants, during the Biden administration to enter this country and use American taxpayers' money and use government things that they should not be using, okay? So we're going to see if when he becomes president, his goal is to really stop that flow of constant illegal immigrants and try to make it a lot easier to enter this country through visas and other such things, and not illegally.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. I feel like that is one of, if not the biggest issue he is working on this election cycle. And I definitely know that it's a goal of his to help finish up that wall that he was building during his first presidency. But we have seen an increase in crime since the Biden-Harris administration has taken over the wall, an increase in drugs coming into our country.
Fentanyl has been a massive drug increase. Even up here in Ohio, I know people have been seeing all the ads about it. Sherrod Brown has a whole political ad for fentanyl, or to stop the fentanyl coming in the country. Actually, fentanyl kills 150 people a day on drug overdose, and most of it comes from the southern border of Mexico. So this obviously is an issue that is coming from Mexico, and that's an issue that we gotta stop. Drugs plague this country more than most other countries in this world. Addiction's a big issue in America and has been for a very long time. And fentanyl has become one of those big drugs that is really running rampant in America right now. It's 55,000 people per year are dying to fentanyl overdoses. So that is definitely something that needs to be stopped. Along with the drug stuff, there's also a lot of human trafficking that happens. Now, it is not, everybody, and that's clearly true, but clearly, it's not every illegal immigrant is not doing human trafficking, but there is an increase in especially in children have 9 out of 10 children, I believe it is. Hold on, let me pull up that exact statistic. Is 7 out of 10 children, or 6 out of 10, sorry, 6 out of 10 children trying to cross the border alone are actually sold into human trafficking, which is obviously very sad. So that's something that needs to be fixed.
And it's statistics like that are scary. And going back to the fentanyl, it's a very scary issue because such a tiny amount of it is enough to kill one person. It's so scary how it's affecting our country, and having an open border and not really regulating those kinds of things is not helping the problem.
Yeah, and I think that the one thing that I did not see in the Biden administration, there's just no urgency to stop it. There really wasn't. It was just a constant, it was just kind of put by the wayside for other issues. And I really don't think that's the right choice. I mean, they use a lot of government facilities, for example, up in New York, we all heard about that. Up in Manhattan, they were taking away from school children's education, American citizens' education, and we're using it to board illegal immigrants. And that's just, I think that there needs to be funding for visas and to make it more easier to get those visas. But there needs to be a stoppage in, this constant flow of illegal immigrants, because they're just taking away from the taxpayers' money and they're not benefiting from it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my personal opinion on it, and I think that Trump, when I look at it, Trump has the better policies when it comes to this. Kamala has had a chance to stop this. This was something that she was given full control of. Biden kind of took a back step from it and allowed Kamala to kind of take over it, and she really didn't do anything. There just was no change.
I feel like it was definitely a slow burning issue for the Biden administration. They definitely didn't try to do as much as I hoped they would have tried to do. I know 9 months before the election was set to take place, they tried passing that bipartisan border security deal. It was shot down by congressional Republicans because they had had nearly 3 years in office, and they decided to do something 9 months before the election was set to take place. I believe that was, in a way, them trying to make a case for themselves, trying to prove that they would try and do something about it, but I feel like it was kind of too late in the game for them to try and redeem themselves.
Yeah, I think that this was kind of put in like they decided just kind of to leave it. To me, I think that this was something that I think Trump, with the wall, I know a lot of people like to make fun of it, but I think it is an important thing. I think, that it needs to be taken seriously. And I think I am very, I'm empathetic to these people, especially because Mexico is not exactly has the best governmental system. So, it's not great down there. So I understand that's why there needs to be funding for other ways to get into this country other than illegally crossing. And I think if they do that, because obviously America, at the end of the day, is built on immigration. Yeah. This country would not be where it is today without immigration from Ireland, China, every European, every Asian country. They have built this country from the ground up, and without it, America would not be where it is today. So I do think it's important, but the illegal immigration, it needs to stop, and there needs to be something being done.
So. Kind of like the Blue Hour mentioned earlier, immigration, if you have family that are immigrants who have crossed the border legally, it should be embraced. And being an immigrant should be embraced. The culture, where you come from, all that. Like you said, America is built off of that kind of stuff. But in doing so, you have to do that legally. If you're coming across the border illegally, and we're seeing an increase in crime and increase in drug cartels, it's not beneficial for America.
Yeah, and I think, so I'm glad we really agree on that one. I think this is a very important issue, but we gotta move on here. Yep. We got the next one we're going to talk about is economy. Economics, I think, in my personal opinion, is the most important issue coming up in this election. I think that this is something that needs to be talked about more. America's GDP is slowly decreasing. Now, GDP is the best way to measure the wealth of a country overall, and China is on the increase. Now, America being the center of the economic world is extremely beneficial for all Americans. It allows the increase in jobs. It allows America to really be a central superpower where they control the economic game. Most economics come through America to some degree. So with the Biden administration, they have made gas's price extremely high by they shut down the Keystone Pipe from Canada, made gas very hard to get to, especially for that time period. Gas under Trump was like $1.50 and below. Now it's at like $3, and groceries are at an all-time high. It's in the future for us, when we grow up to become adults, it's going to be almost impossible for us to buy houses as the house inflation has really increased.
Yeah, in a quote from the Cato Institute that I found, quote, between January 2010 and January 2021, the price index for food consumed at home increased by less than 18% in 11 years. And since Biden has become president, it has increased by 21% in just 3 years.
Yeah, so I think, and with Trump, his big thing, he's going to definitely, the Keystone Pipe will be opened up. It will allow crude oil to be transferred into America. He will definitely be using using some of the resources that the United States has that we don't use. The other thing that he is going to do, from what he has said, one of the big things, we hear a lot about this national sales tax, and I don't think a lot of people understand what it really is. It's going to make it so corporations have to move back to America to create their product. They can't move to Southeast Asian countries or African countries or across the world in China and other countries like that, to where they can pay workers a lot less. Here in America, if they bring it here, which is what it will do, it will make it so when they have to import goods into America, it will make it more expensive, meaning that it'd be easier just to be a domestic company. It will create more jobs for American citizens, which I think is extremely important and something that definitely I think would benefit the country greatly.
Yeah, I believe the same, yep.
One of the biggest ones that I was actually really surprised about was, we were just kind of talking about a little bit, it was energy and like gases and oil and other, types of things. And, that was one of Trump's biggest things. You know a lot more about this one. Was like your forte, so I'll let you
Well, like
speak
you
on this
said,
one.
Trump wanted to start the Keystone Pipe up after Biden had shut it down, and oil will boom, according to an economist saying that the Keystone Pipe will be very important.
And it definitely is. It's one of the, it's going to definitely increase the amount of oil coming into this country. Gas prices will go down.
And
Okay.
I know economist Dean Baker told Politico, quote, "Costs have gone up, wages are 20% higher than they were in 2019. We're not going to have a world where people get to keep their 20% pay increases and pay what they did 4 years ago for food." That's definitely a really big issue, I believe, Trump is running on this year as well. As immigration, I feel like those two are kind of up there.
Yeah, and then we got two more. These ones were going to be covered a lot more in the roundtable coming up soon, abortion and gun control. So I think we're going to cover those a little bit more. We'll go a little bit in depth. With abortion, I think there's a lot of misconception about what Trump's plans are with this. He has said on multiple occasions that he will not do a national abortion ban because it will never get through the House or Senate. It's pointless to even try. It just will not happen. So, and then gun control will definitely be talked about a lot more.
And with abortion, the Supreme Court justices already overturned Roe v. Wade, so I feel like that is almost enough on the issue. I feel like there's definitely other things we can begin to worry about.
It will allow the states to, or allow the people to have the power to decide what they want to do. And I think that's going to wrap up our first section. We hope you have been enjoying the Red Hour portion of our election live stream so far. For now, we will be taking a quick break, but once we come back, join us at a table discussion involving some important issues people are basing their votes off of this election cycle.
Hi, I'm Maddie Patton, and this is Donald J. Trump's history.
Donald Trump is a very complicated man, and to understand his policies, you have to understand his history. For college, Trump received a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from the University of Pennsylvania in 1968. After this, he went into real estate, starting at his father's company, Trump Management, and eventually creating his own, called the Trump Organization. Donald Trump's top 3 business successes were the Grand Hyatt, 40 Wall Street, but Donald Trump has also had his fair share of failures, the most well-known being Atlantic City. Due to his success and failures, Trump's net worth is a very complicated thing. He is worth, as he said, $10 billion. However, he has been accused of faking his net worth in the past. Forbes and Bloomberg News have both very different estimates of his wealth, one at $4.5 billion and one at $2.9. One of Trump's most infamous things that he's known for is his enactment in Hollywood. Most news about him in the early 1990s involved his financial problems, creditor-led bailout, and his extramarital affair with Marla Maples, and the resulting divorce from Ivana Trump. His greatest controversial call is calling for a great wall, but somebody played a practical joke on him, surrounding his Hall of Fame star with a tiny wall. Family-wise, Donald Trump has had 3 wives, currently has 10 grandkids, and has 5 kids. In his law, Trump has been given 4 indictments and charged with 88 felony accounts. In the spring of 2024, the former president was found guilty of all 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. His sentencing was originally set for July 11th, but has been postponed to after the election.
That's all on Donald Trump. Now, back to the show.
What's up, pioneers? Let's take a look into the history of J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance was born August 2nd, 1984 in Middletown, Ohio. After graduating high school, he enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. After he came home, he went to Ohio State University, where he majored in political science and philosophy, and earned his degree in 2009. Afterwards, he went on to get his law degree at Yale in 2013. He went on to work for a multinational law firm. In 2016, he published a memoir of his life, Hillbilly Elegy. The book was popular during the 2016 election. Vance ran for Ohio Senate in 2022 and was elected. He was announced as Trump's running mate during the first day of the Republican National Convention.
That's all I have for today, Pioneers. Now back to the desk.
Oh, I'm Maddie Patton.
And I'm MC Knoll.
Okay, your first question is, what does being Republican mean to you?
You know, I wouldn't say that it means anything to me because it's just a political party. And I've said this in class. I've said this multiple times throughout, this whole work up to this election. Voting just because someone has a donkey or an elephant in front of their name does not mean that they should be the person you vote for, in my opinion. So Republican doesn't mean really anything to me. It just happens to be the person I would vote for if I could legally. The candidate I would vote for is under. So to me, it doesn't really mean much. I would just say I am a conservative at the end of the day. And if that happens to be, it flips, as we have seen multiple times throughout history, it has flipped. So I don't really think the Republican Party means anything to me.
I'm going to have to agree on that. I believe that the Republican Party is sort of based off of your beliefs and your opinions on certain issues. It's kind of like the group you're placed in. Like Justice said, it can change. If the Democratic Party in the future ends up agreeing on issues that I believe are correct, then I would consider myself a Democrat. It just depends on what the party kind of aligns with and what you align with.
Yeah, and I think part of it, like what Justice was saying, is that it's changed so much throughout history. Like now it's really just depends on like social ideals, but back when, the political parties were first formed, Democratic Republicans, it was more about states' rights and, having more authority go to the state than the federal government. So I don't really think that that's the same as now.
Yeah, I have to agree with Kylie, and I think that if in the future the Republican Party does change and the Democratic Party does change and I align my beliefs more with the Democratic Party, then I would consider myself a Democrat. But right now, I do align very thoroughly with the Republican Party beliefs.
Okay. Our next question is just talk very briefly about what your thoughts on major issues are. Justice County kind of already did this, like abortion and controlling immigration.
I guess I'll start again. I'll start off with probably the hottest topic and the most personal issue, and that's going to be abortion. It's obviously a very controversial topic, and for me, as a male, I cannot fully have an opinion on this. I know that it's, I will never fully understand the what it's like to go through, pregnancy. So I have empathy for this topic, and I know it's a very tough topic. So for me, it really should, to me, it should be up to the state. I believe that it should be up to the people to decide what they want to do with that, and that's really all I have to say about it. That's it's kind of hard for me to have an opinion on the topic.
I agree with the fact that it should be up to the state. As a Catholic, there are definitely things that I don't agree with in regards to abortion. However, part of me believes that there are certain circumstances, considering, imagine the mother's life is in danger, or in cases of sexual assault or incest.
Yeah, and I'm also a Catholic. I think because part of it does have to do with my religion, I do think you have to have a time period, because in my personal opinion, I do think that it could be considered not exactly murder, but it could be considered killing something if you're killing the child at 8 months, 7 months. I think there should be a cutoff, maybe after first or second trimester, where you just stop and obviously it's different in cases of sexual assault and incest, but if it's more about what time period you have to do it in, I feel it should be different months, 3 months
I agree, yeah.
in.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. I do think it should be before the first trimester ends, and I believe it's okay in cases of minor rape, sexual assault, and incest, and if the mother's life is in danger. I think that's all the only okay times to have an abortion.
Yeah, and do we want to go into immigration now?
Sure. Let's jump into it.
I talked extensively about this topic in the section right before this. I think immigration, okay, and here's the thing. We got to separate immigration and illegal immigration. They're two very different topics.
I think that's something that the Blue Hour didn't exactly go exactly on. They were more immigration and not separating the two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, immigration built this country. As I said before, I don't want to get in another tirade about it, but it built this country. America is built on immigration. At the end of the day, we are called the melting pot of the world for a reason. Okay, so to outlaw immigration or anything like that is just crazy talk. It's just not going to work. That's not how the world works and how this country's built. But illegal immigration is harmful to this country. It is harmful to the U.S. citizens. So I do think that there needs to be something that needs to stop this. And I think that my main issue is make it easier for citizens these people looking to enter the country, fund visas, fund all these ways to get into this country legally. That's the important part. So then they are a helping member of society instead of just someone that is unfortunately mooching off of a lot of American citizen things.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, I believe it is important to embrace where you come from. Like Justice said, America is a melting pot. We are built off of immigration, immigrants, people coming over from other countries, and Industrial Revolution, building this country from the ground up. But I believe it needs to be done in a way where you do come over legally, and in cases where there's criminals or there's drugs involved, I have a difficulty agreeing with illegal immigration in that sense.
I also think it's unfair to the actual immigrants who came into this country legally, because imagine sometimes visas can take up to years. Mm-hmm. And imagine you're working this hard, you finally get your visa, and then somebody comes in illegally and still gets all the same stuff that you do. I just personally don't think it's fair. And it's also what's happening in Ohio with the Haitians up in Springfield. I think that's I'll admit Donald Trump was a bit kind of crazy saying they're eating the pets, but I do think we do need to get them either visas or just send them back.
Yeah, I agree with that. If they're causing trouble, they're not trying to get a visa, then they should go back. And then they can try again. They can try to get a visa. They can try to do it the right way. And if you're causing crime and selling drugs and doing these horrible things that should not be brought into our country, then you do need to go back. And you can try to get a visa and try to turn things around, and then you can become an American citizen, and that's a great thing, but not if you're trying to do it for the wrong reasons.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I guess we'll move on to, I believe one of the other ones that was brought up was gun control. This is something that I am very passionate about, and this is something that I think is very hot, especially in the school setting. We see all the terrible things that happen with school shootings, and I think, but at the end, I can't get into it too much, but there's a lot of other statistics that are not talked about, such as it's only 1% of murders, and most of the time of guns. America is the highest gun murder country in the world, but that's also because we count suicides along with we count killings in general. 60% of all American gun deaths are done by suicide, which is, I think this is a mental health crisis in America. I think it's more of that than a gun problem. I think there needs to be more help out there for these people who are struggling mentally before they get to that point.
Yeah. I agree with that. Earlier when I was on Policy Hour, we talked about how Nikki Haley said we don't need more gun legislation control, we need more metal detectors, more things to prevent these tragedies from happening in school instead of taking away people's property.
Yeah, because I do think everybody, Second Amendment, you have the right to bear arms.
Yep.
But when it comes to a school setting, I think that is very detrimental, and it's not, obviously no guns would be preferred unless it's safety protection, but if you are bringing it into a school setting, I just think that's you have to be kind of a sociopath to have that, and I think we should also do mental health checks before you get a gun.
I agree with that. Yep.
Next question is, what are your thoughts on the candidate, specifically Republican candidate Donald Trump? Do you think he represents your party well, and do you think he's a good presidential candidate?
I personally believe that for both parties there could have been better candidates. Just looking at the different runners this election cycle, but I do believe, especially after Butler, Pennsylvania, I believe that Trump really does represent unity throughout our party and showing that you can overcome hard things.
I have one major issue with Trump, and that's really, I think he would be more liked. As we know, he's a very polarizing human. The way he says things is very coarse. There's no, he's just it's almost too to the point. There's the way he says things I just don't like, and he, in my opinion, had this election after Pennsylvania in the bag. He had, everybody was that picture came out and everyone was really gathering around this idea of that patriotism that he showed that day. But he's really, after that debates that he did not perform well, I think that's why it's going to be a very close election race, I think. So, I think he has good policies. A lot of his policies I do agree with. I think the way he says stuff could be, definitely should be a lot better, and I think he needs to learn how to give speeches.
I agree with that. He is a very to-the-point person, and he could be much better well-spoken, and I do like him as a candidate. I think he does a great job at representing the Republican Party, but I do also believe that there could be, in the future, a split, and the Republican Party and the MAGA Party could become two different things.
Yeah, I also agree with that. And I think that one thing about Trump is that since he grew up in a different generation than us and than, all of the younger voters, I think he has a different way of saying things, like what Justice was saying. Sometimes he just doesn't know how to shut up, which isn't I'm not saying that's good or bad, because sometimes you do need someone to assert that power, but it's also sometimes when he says certain things, I'm just oh, you just kind of ruined it.
That also reminds me of the controversy surrounding some of his tweets during his first presidency.
When he got banned from Twitter.
Yeah. So stuff like that, I feel there needs to be more control surrounding that.
Mm-hmm.
Next question is, how did you come into your political beliefs?
I can start with this one because I know for me, my dad is an AP government teacher, and throughout my life, he's always tried to teach me both sides, where he leans more conservative, and he would try to explain to me where the origins of Republicans and Democrats come from, why he does this, what policies he likes, what policies he doesn't like. But on the other side, my mom was more liberal, not growing up, but during Obama, that phase, she was definitely more liberal siding. She still has some beliefs. But I know for me, like, it's based kind of on my family, but it's also based on what I've experienced, where I've, seen all this different stuff and it's online, and it's more like I'm trying, like, to see both sides, but I definitely do lean more towards that. And then as I got older, obviously I would, like, talk to my dad and my grandpa about this, and it would kind of be like they would tell me, like, their sides of the story, and I'd obviously go more with that.
Yeah, I was raised in a very Catholic family, and the Catholic faith does lean more conservative. My father's in the Army, and so I feel like I was just raised raised around conservative beliefs, and those have kind of rubbed off on me, and I do believe in most conservative ideas.
I would say mine came a lot from my father, who has taught me a lot of what I know about politics. He's probably the most well-spoken person I've ever met in my entire life. He knows so much about politics. But I tend, and he tend, we both have a very similar outlook on life. I truly believe the government is terrible at everything they do. Okay? There's nothing that the government does well. They're inefficient. So I tend to be more libertarian. The less government, the better. And I think at this point in time, I think the conservative beliefs tend to be more libertarian. So I think the less government in my life, trying to fix things when they are terrible at it, the better.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it was the same for me as it is for you guys. I feel like growing up, though, my parents definitely tried to instill in me to, like, make decisions for myself and come up with my own beliefs on things. Like, my dad was born and raised Catholic. My mom wasn't Catholic, and my parents kind of let me grow up and decide what faith I wanted to be in. And so 2 years ago, I became Catholic. And I feel like that's kind of how my political beliefs came about. Now my whole family is Catholic. But I feel like my parents tried to instill in me from a very young age that you kind of have to come up with your own idea on how things work in the world. And my parents are Republican, so, watching Fox News at night and stuff definitely helped to shape my beliefs. But I feel like for the most part, seeing the media and looking at different things going on in the political world around me, just from my own view, kind of really helped to shape what I believe.
Okay, we have one more question, and that is, what are your thoughts on how polarizing this election is? Do you think that's a good or bad thing?
I think it's a terrible thing. Quite frankly, I think that too many people have, it's especially this election, the past couple ones, you have a guy who had never even touched politics, all of a sudden, running for president. I think that was something that a lot of people are like, what the heck, so I think that he is a very polarizing person. I think that's partially on him. I also think that people stop talking. And I think that is the most important part of politics. When people stop talking, that's when things go for the worse. That's what happened in the Civil War. We saw these things. When you talk and you really talk through issues, you can come to compromises. And I think that's important. I hate how, you grow up in this, from both sides of the aisle, you grow up in this, like, culture that you're taught to hate the other person solely off of their politics. And that's just not how the world should be. It should be, that's not your whole character. You have good people that are going to vote for the Democrats. You're going to have good people that vote for the Republicans. And I think people need to stop, listen to each other, and talk it out so we can, not have these terrible arguments and just hatred and this, like, just animosity that just, floats around politics.
I agree with that. I feel like the media does have a really big part in that, considering majority of the media nowadays is very biased towards certain parties. And it doesn't help. I have friends who lean more Democrat. I have friends who lean more Republican. I love them both equally, even though I may not agree with the policies that they agree with. But I definitely feel like the media does not help when speaking about hatred and stuff like that. I feel like they kind of promote it in a way.
Yeah, I feel like that the parties shouldn't be as divided as they are. Like, not belief wise, but like I should not hate someone just because they believe in other things than me. And yeah.
Yeah, and this like just reminded me of something. Earlier today, after Blue Hour, I was in the bathroom and someone from the Blue Hour came in, and I was with another girl, but the point is, like, we had a very nice conversation about what we believed in. Like, I discussed what I thought about their Blue Hour and how I didn't think that they were, you know, telling the full story. And she discussed how, you know, she believes in, like, this, she believes in Harris and she believes in this Democratic point of view. And we were kind of talking back and forth. So I don't think that the parties should be as polarized, and I think that we need to all, like, see other points of views. And, like, we need to be able to express our opinions in a way that doesn't get too, like, violent or too angry.
I agree with you. I believe in this day and age it's really important to be able to have these civil conversations with each other, and especially nowadays with cancel culture, I feel like it does scare a lot of people to be open about their beliefs because they live in fear that they're going to be humiliated or not well respected because of their opinions, even though I believe that we should all be respected equally the same, and there should be no hate towards one another. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
It really stems from both parties. When you do not agree with one issue, you're not a part of our party. You know, there's no such thing as a central, you know, that's what it feels like. It feels like you either have to be a Democrat or Republican, and that's just not the truth. It's a spectrum. We all know this. We've all sat there at home, you know, looked up what political party am I, and then take the little questionnaire and see where you are. That is a very good representation of the political system. Okay? So, you know, really looking at it like with like this, there's one side or the other. George Washington, when he came into presidency, literally said, do not have a two-party system, and look where we are. We have a two-party system, and where is it getting us? Absolutely nowhere. As soon as one candidate comes in, they revert back to what they had, and then another candidate from the other party, they change what they did, and there's just no improvement on anything. Okay, it's a spectrum, and I'm tired of the two-party system. It's ridiculous.
Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you all so much, and we'll be back with more Red Hour in a few minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we are going on a break now.
I believe we're rolling the graphic. Bye-bye.
Oh.
Apparently we're not breaking.
Oh, so we're not breaking. Okay.
Well.
So, you know, let's
let's dive right back in.
Well, you know, while we're sitting here, you know, how you guys feeling this election is going to play out? You know, just seeing everyone's seen the maps of the percentages of who's going to win each state. You know, what's your guys' predictions? You know, let's have a little bit of fun with this. You know, Pennsylvania is obviously a huge one.
Yes, I was just going to say, let's talk about the swing states.
Yeah.
What do you think? I think Trump is going to win Pennsylvania personally.
Me
After
too.
the Butler PA stunt where he was nearly killed.
Yeah.
I believe that was a really big influence to not only America but also specifically Pennsylvania, because like I said earlier, it shows how resilient he can be as a person. And I believe that's important in a candidate.
Yeah, and the funny thing about this is earlier this morning I was actually showing Justice like the predicted polls for like the Electoral College, and like they are mainly leaning towards Trump. I believe the predicted thing was Harris 226, Trump 230. So if that gives any indication, I think Trump is probably going to win, but it'll be by a small margin.
You know, it'd be hilarious if California flipped the red. You know, I just want to see what would happen. You know, maybe.
Or if Texas went to blue.
Yeah, I mean, actually, right now, Kamala is at a 58% percentage of victory, but that's also because Democrats normally
early vote.
They early vote a lot more than conservatives do or Republicans do. So I'm sure we'll see a slide in that. You know, this is going to be, my prediction is I think this is going to be one of the closest elections in history.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you, guys. Now we're going to cut to break.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
hours do not end until 7 p.m. tonight, so there are no results yet.
However, North Carolina's election board held an emergency meeting and approved an extra 2.5 hours of voting at 2 precincts that were reportedly temporarily unavailable to voters earlier Tuesday after apparent technical issues. 2 separate precincts, one in Burke County and one in the state's western region and one in Wilson County east of Raleigh, will close now at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Over at the U.S. Capitol, the U.S. Capitol Police said they arrested a man who smelled like fuel and who had a flare gun and a torch while going through a screening at the Capitol's Visitor Center. Capitol Police Chief told reports that officers found a flare gun, lighter, and torch lighter in the man's jacket and 2 bottles that appeared to contain some sort of accelerant, possibly gasoline. The suspect had papers he told officers he intended to deliver to Congress. Investigators are working to determine what his intentions were. Capitol Police said they're unclear if he wanted to set himself on fire or his items. According to ABC News, the visitor center has been closed for tours while police investigate. That's all for me. Now let's start back to the table to discuss celebrities and their endorsements of Trump. Justice?
Thank you, Ryan. We hope you enjoyed listening to our table discussion and getting caught up on our polling updates. During this portion of our hour, we are going to dive into celebrities and well-known figures who have openly come out in support of Donald J. Trump.
First up, one major celebrity who endorsed Donald Trump was Elon Musk. Best known for being the wealthiest man in the world and founding the popular car company Tesla, Musk endorsed Trump on July 13th of this year. The former Democrat who voted for Biden in 2020 has recently come out in support of the Republican Party by donating large amounts of money to Republican organizations. He has since spoken at a number of Trump rallies, as well as donated over $75 million to his pro-Trump Political Action Committee.
Joe Rogan, the American podcaster, endorsed Donald Trump at his 11th hour last night. The night before the election was to commence, Rogan made a statement on the popular social media app X, referring to Elon Musk, saying, quote, "He makes what I think is the most compelling case for Trump you'll hear, and I agree with him every step of the way. For the record, yes, that's an endorsement of Trump. Enjoy the podcast," end quote. This statement comes nearly a month after the popular podcaster had former president on his show, where they discussed a number of topics relevant to this year's election.
Jake Paul, the popular influencer, came out in support of Donald Trump last Thursday in a video he uploaded to X titled, quote, "Who I'm supporting for president and why you should too," end quote. The video received over 100,000 likes and has sparked controversy. In the video, Paul mentions topics such as immigration, gender-affirming care for minors, the Israel-Hamas war, as well as the war involving Russia and Ukraine before coming out in support of Trump. In the video, Paul says, quote, "Democrats have been in power for 12 of the last 16 years, if we aren't happy with the current political state, economic state, environmental state, then who's to blame," end quote. That's all for Red Hour today, folks. For the next hour,
Maddie and Peyton and Addie Trello will be taking somewhat of a closer look into Ohio Supreme Court, Senate, and Representatives. We hope you guys continue to stick around for this evening, and thank you for tuning into our Red Hour portion of the election coverage.
Guys. I'm Cam, and today me and the guys are going to be taking a closer look into
Good evening, and welcome to the local segment. It has been an exciting day so far for both the United States and Ohio.
It sure has. This election could be significant for Ohio if Senator J.D. Vance becomes vice president. But before we get into that, let us introduce ourselves.
I'm Maddie Patton. I'm a sophomore, a varsity golfer since I was a freshman, and I participate in Model UN. I'm founder and president of my club, Mothers Forward Foundation, as well as Student of the Month, October 2023. My hobbies include reading, shopping, walking, and watching Netflix. This is my first year in broadcasting, and I enjoy it. When I graduate, I want to go to nursing school to become a pediatric nurse practitioner. Addie?
And I'm Addie Trella. I'm a sophomore, a player on the JV soccer team and on the JV basketball cheer team. I am in the club Teen Advocates, and I was also Student of the Month last year. My hobbies are sleeping, hanging out with my friends, and playing on my phone. I want to be a teacher when I grow up. This hour, we will focus on the Ohio Senate, Ohio representation, and the Ohio Supreme Court, along with the special interview from Brian Patton, a Dublin-Kaufman AP government teacher.
Starting off with how Ohio affects the nation in politics. Ohio is often seen as a swing state for national political trends. This year, the results of this election could have ripple effects on both state and national politics. Ohio's political landscape is currently a blend of both urban progressive areas like Cleveland and Columbus and more conservative rural nations, which makes state and local elections dynamic. Ohio has been a crucial battleground state in national elections, with only 3 people having won presidential elections without winning Ohio since 1900. This includes Franklin D. Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, and Joe Biden. This fact has been proven in various ways. Donald Trump won Ohio by a solid margin of approximately 8 percentage points, defeating Joe Biden. Trump received around 53.3% of the vote, while Biden garnered around 45.2%. This was a larger margin than in Trump's 2016 victory in Ohio. Now Addie will go into a timeline based on who won Ohio.
George W. Bush went against Al Gore in 2000 and took Ohio with approximately 50% of voters going Republican and won it once again in 2004 with 50.8% of Ohioans voting for him. In 2008, Barack Obama had 51.5%, while John McCain had 46.9%. Obama won Ohio in both 2008 and 2012, when he had 50.7% of voters in his favor. Hillary Clinton had 43.6% of Trump, and Trump had 51.7% of Ohioans vote in 2016. This election was very unique because Clinton won the national popular vote, but Trump won the overall due to the Electoral College.
Ohio is still a purple state in terms of political leanings, though it has trended towards the Republican side in recent elections. It is one of the most important states in the Electoral College due to its historically large number of electoral votes. Currently 17. Ohio's changing electoral rate reflects broader topics in U.S. politics, including the decline of traditional manufacturing, the growth of suburban, educated populations, and the rise of economic populism on the right. Its competitive nature means a huge voting turnout plays a huge role into shaping outcomes. High turnout in urban areas can boost Democrats, while high turnout in rural areas tend to favor the Republicans. The state's diverse demographics, rural and urban populations, with a mix of working-class voters, suburban women, and African-American communities, makes it an essential battleground for both parties, as previously stated. The bounce between these groups often shifts between elections, making Ohio's political landscape unpredictable and central to national campaigns. Ohio was one of the states that helped propel Donald Trump to victory in 2016. His focus on economic populism in opposition to trade deals resonates strongly with Ohio's working class voters. These voters have increasingly voted Republican in the recent years, a trend that continued in 2020 when Trump won Ohio by 8 percentage points, as we said.
However, urban areas favor Harris, viewing her as a symbol of racial and gender representation. Democrats favor her ideals on abortion, healthcare, climate change, and LGBTQ+ rights. Harris's role as the first woman, first Black, and first South Asian vice president resonates, and with many voters who appreciate her historic achievements and commitment to social justice, healthcare, and women's rights. Economic issues are central to how Ohioans view their leaders, and Kamala Harris' stance on topics like labor rights, economic inequality, and corporate regulation resonates more with Democrats than Republicans. But her policies around inflation, tax hikes, and government spending are often criticized in Ohio. As of recently, Harris's support is generally below 50%. Ohio's lukewarm reception to Kamala Harris suggests that Biden's Democrats will need to work hard to shore up support in key swing states, partially amongst suburban voters and working class communities. In 2024, abortion rights and economic recovery will likely be central to Harris and Biden's campaign strategy in Ohio. Harris's struggles in Ohio may also point to challenges Democrats face nationally in maintaining voter enthusiasm, partially among independent and moderates.
We will now move away from the candidates for the presidential election and into the Senate. The Ohio Senate consists of 2 senators, Sherrod Brown, a Democrat, and J.D. Vance, a Republican, who is currently running for vice president alongside Donald Trump. We will be giving a deep dive into both senators and the election between Brown and Bernie Moreno, as well as what would happen if J.D. Vance becomes vice president. Starting with the background knowledge of the current senators, J.D. Vance was born and raised in Middletown, Ohio, and currently resides in Cincinnati, which is towards the southern end of Ohio. He wrote a memoir in his life in Middletown called Hillbilly Elegy, which he deep dives into how his family struggled financially and his mother's drug abuse. Recently, a movie came out giving visual to his memoir, also named Hillbilly Elegy. As the Red Hour stated, Vance is a Yale graduate in law school.
Sherrod Brown is also a Yale graduate. He was born and raised in Mansville and currently lives in Cleveland with his family. Throughout his life, Brown has been prevalent in many different politics. Brown spent 14 years in the House of Representatives from 1993 to 2007. In 2007, he became a senator and still is one to this day, although he has recently been challenged by Bernie Moreno.
In the Senate election, Sherrod Brown has held a lead for the past few months, but the gap is getting smaller. Bernie Moreno, who is a Republican that immigrated from Colombia, supports Donald Trump. He went to the University of Michigan for an MBA degree. In addition, the independent party candidates also include David Pastorius, Nathan Russell, and Tariq Shabazz. The Ohio Senate race is the most expensive in the country currently. The Senate race costs $441 million, and that is $121 million more than Pennsylvania, which is the closest state in price to us.
Both of the major opponents from each party have very different stances on major issues, like abortion. Brown says, quote, "While I stand with the majority of Ohioans who made it clear that a woman's healthcare decisions should be between her and her doctor, my opponent supports overturning the will of Ohioans with the national abortion ban and has said that he is 100% pro-life with no exceptions," end quote. Moreno, however, takes a very different stance, claiming, quote, "The left has a lot of single-issue voters, sadly. By the way, there's a lot of suburban women that are like, listen, abortion is it. If I can't have an abortion in this country, whenever I want, I will vote for somebody else. It's a little crazy," end quote. With that, we are now moving on from the election to the Senate and into Issue 1.
Issue 1 is a redistricting redistricting proposal that would remove politicians from the process. Another name for this is gerrymandering. Currently, Ohio elected officials and lawmakers draw the maps for where the districts are located. The Ohio Redistricting Commission is made up of 7 spots. 2 will always go to the Republicans and 2 to the Democrats in the State House. The remaining 3 seats include the governor, Secretary of State, and auditor.
Under Issue 1, these committees will be elected by bipartisan screening panel of 4 retired judges who will review and screen applicants. Then the judge panel will review 90 applicants, which will include 30 applicants from the largest political party, 30 applicants from the second largest political party, and 30 applicants from the independents. After that, the judges will narrow down the applicants to 45 finalists containing 15 from each party. Finally, the judge panel will randomly draw 6 applicants from these finalists and select the remaining 9 commissioners. But who supports Issue 1? Former Ohio Supreme Court Chief Justice Maureen O'Connor, Nikki J. Antonio, House Democratic Leader Allison Russo, and Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown are all known to support Issue 1.
However, Governor Mike DeWine, Secretary of State Frank LaRose, U.S. Senate candidate Bernie Moreno, U.S. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, and former President Donald Trump are speaking out against Issue 1. Voting no on Issue 1 would mean the redistricting process stays the same. For more, tune into Hour 9 with Justice taking a deeper look.
Let's move on from Issue 1 and into Issue 2. The Ohio Senate passed Issue 2 on December 6, 2023. That increased the 10% sales tax on recreational marijuana sales to 15%. On November 7, 2023, Ohio voters approved a ballot initiative to make Ohio the 24th state to legalize recreational marijuana. On April 3, 2024, the Cannabis Division proposed rules. These rules that affect citizens of Ohio are that cannabis facilities must be at least 500 feet away from schools, churches, public libraries, public playgrounds, and public parks.
Voting yes or no to Issue 47 could affect if we have a new tax levy that would support the new public transportation system in over 150 miles of sidewalks, bike paths, and trails. If you vote yes, it would increase your COTA sales tax in all areas it services. It would change from 0.5% to 1%.
The city has a nearly $2 billion plan with COTA to modernize its public transportation options. This plan introduces rapid bus transit and would help make Columbus a more walkable city. The issue segment of this hour has come to a close.
Now let's go into our packages.
Hey guys, I'm Cam, and today me and the guys are going to be taking a closer look into Ohio senators in the election.
All states are granted 2 senators who can be elected to serve a 6-year term. Then after 2 years has passed, 1/3 of the Senate becomes up for re-election. In order to run for election in the Senate, you have to be at least 30 years old, a citizen of the United States for 9 years minimum, and a resident of the state from which one is elected. Senators in office take action on bills, amendments, resolutions, nominations, motions, and treaties by voting. The Senate can vote in a variety of ways, including roll call votes, voice votes, and unanimous consent. The Senate is part of the legislative branch who creates laws. Ohio has had 118 senators over its lifespan. J.D. Vance of the Republican Party is one of the 2 Ohio senators, as well as the Republican vice president candidate for the Republican Party. Vance grew up in Middletown, Ohio, and went to Yale for college. Before Vance became a senator, he was in the Marine Corps for 4 years as a military journalist. Vance was elected senator in 2022 and was sworn into office in January 2023. J.D.'s claim to fame before becoming a senator came from his memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, which was about his life and talks about growing up in poor, rural Ohio. If Vance wins the vice presidency, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine will choose a temporary senator until the seat can be filled in the 2026 election. Sherrod Brown of the Democratic Party has been a senator since 2006 and is up for re-election this year. Brown grew up attending Mansfield Senior High School and went to Yale for college. Sherrod Brown is currently running for re-election against Republican nominee Bernie Moreno. This year's Republican candidate, Bernie Moreno, was born in Bogota, Colombia, and was raised in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Before starting his political career, he was a successful car salesman and dealership owner. In 2019, Moreno was elected to the Cleveland Business Hall of Fame.
That's all for today, guys. Now back to Hour 7.
Good evening, fellow Americans. Today we're going to be talking about the House of Ohio Representatives.
Ohio House of Representatives is the lower chamber of the Ohio General Assembly, which is the state's legislative body. The House consists of 99 representatives who serve 2-year-long terms. Each member represents a specific district, which is redrawn every 10 years after the census. Some possible representatives you may know that represent us are Jim Jordan and Troy Balderson. You may be wondering why the House of Representatives is important. Well, it's because the House of Representatives is a fundamental component of the legislative branch, balancing power and ensuring that diverse voices are heard in the federal government.
Thanks for watching. Now back to the show.
6 candidates are running for 3 seats on the Ohio Supreme Court this election cycle. The outcome of the results will impact issues such as the state's universal school voucher program, energy decisions like rate making, and where oil and gas drilling can take place, challenges to the state's 2023 abortion amendment, and redistricting. Currently, the court has a 4-3 Republican majority, but if all 3 Democrats win the races, Democrats would have a 4-3 majority. For Republicans to maintain their majority, 1 Republican would need to win a race. As of 2024, Republicans have held a majority on the court since 1986. 3 of the Ohio Supreme Court's 7 justices are competing in upcoming elections with 1 seat left vacant. One of these races pits 2 sitting justices, Justice Joseph Ditters, Republican, and Justice Melody Stewart, Democrat, against each other for a 6-year term. Ditters, appointed by Governor Mike DeWine in January 2023 to fill the vacancy left by Chief Justice Sharon L. Kennedy, is now seeking a full term. In a separate race for Ditters' open seat, Lisa Forbes, Democrat, faces Dan Hawkins, Republican, while Justice McKenna Donnelly, Democrat, runs against Megan Shanahan, Republican, for his seat. This marks only the second election cycle in which judicial candidates in Ohio appear on the general election ballot with party affiliations. This change, established by a 2021 state law, ended the previous system where judicial candidates advanced through partisan primaries but appeared without party labels in the general election. Notably, in 2022, all 3 Republican candidates secured their seats with margins exceeding 10 percentage points.
Thanks, guys. And with that, we are now heading into what would happen if J.D. Vance becomes vice president. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine would name someone to fill Vance's empty seat until a special election on November 3rd, 2026, would be held for the rest of the Senate term, which ends in 2028. Whoever DeWine selects to serve in the Senate must go through the process of running in the special primary and then winning the November election. If DeWine's appointed pick chooses not to run or goes on to lose the race, the next replacement will take office around December 15th, 2026. Vance would have to resign before being sworn into the oath of office on January 20th.
Something that could affect DeWine's pick is the fact that he is a Republican. Possible options for senators include Dave Joyce, Matt Dolan, Mike Carey, and Max Miller. And with that, our time discussing the Senate is coming to a close. But the fun has just begun. Now, we will head over to Anika for an Electoral College update.
Thanks, Addie. We currently have breaking news that Trump won Indiana by popular vote of 70.5% compared to the 26.3% for Harris. He also won Kentucky by 81.2%. Harris now sits at a solid 18% in the state. Nationally, CNN has reported a total of 14,130 votes for Harris and a total of 23,762 for Trump. In Georgia, 10 polling stations will remain open later due to disruptions from the non-credible threats. They will extend the hours of these stations and expected 30 to 40 minutes past 7 p.m. Currently, Harris and her team sit inside the Naval Conservatory as they complete a number of drive-time radio interviews. She describes feeling today as optimistic and hopeful. Harris's team continues to track minute-by-minute turnout reports. In major swing states, such as Michigan, Georgia, Arizona, and Pennsylvania, a large amount of mail-in ballots have already been submitted. In Michigan alone, a total of 3.3 million votes can be allotted. In the past few hours, Trump has already begun to claim election fraud. That's all for the Electoral College update. Now let's throw it back to the desk to look into the Supreme Court. Take it away, girls. Thanks, Anika. Now we will take a look into the Ohio Supreme Court. 2 justices are chosen at a random in a general election in even-numbered years. Ohio Supreme Court is currently running for 3 different races. Depending on the outcome of this race, the court could be under a major Democratic majority. If Democrats sweep, the current 4-3 Republican court would become a 4-3 Democratic court. If Republicans sweep, the court will become a 6-1 Republican.
3 current justices will face voters this fall. Michael Donnelly and Melody Stewart, both Democrats who joined the court in 2019, as well as Joseph Deters, a Republican who joined last year. Deters was appointed to a partial term when Chief Justice Maureen O'Connor stepped down after meeting the mandatory retirement age. Donnelly will face Megan Shanahan, a Republican, and judge on the Hamilton County Court. Stewart and Deters are running against each other for Stewart's seat. This leaves Deters' seat open for Lisa Forbes, a Democrat and judge on Ohio's 8th District Court of Appeals, competing against Franklin County Trial Judge Dan Hawkins, a Republican. The Ohio House of Representatives in the lower house of the Ohio General Assembly and works with the Ohio Senate to create laws and establish the state budget. Ohio will look to elect 15 members for the House, with 1 per the state's 15 U.S. House districts. Olentangy Orange High School is located in District 60 for voting for representatives. So who are our options for District 60? For the Republican Party, Brian Lawrence is running. He was appointed to fill the role in 2023 after the sudden death of Chris Jordan. The Democratic Party chose Rachel Morocco to run. She is a physician who lives in Lewis Center.
Now, we know that you've heard a lot about politics today, so we're going to give you a little break and talk about how we think our class has done. Addie, I think that our class has worked so hard on this, and I know the execs have had a lot of pressure on them, and I am generally just so thankful that we have them as our executive producers, and I really don't think that we could have done this election without them. And I know for our hour specifically, since we're local, people might not view it as important, but I don't think that anybody was ever like, oh, our hour's better than yours. Which I really like that all of us can have these like intellectual conversations, especially like in the different political hours. You know, I really liked how they were able to address all that stuff.
Yeah, and like when we were having our discussions, everybody was respectful of each other, not like yelling at each other saying that you're wrong and I'm right, or like the other way around. Like we were all respectful, and like I see where you're coming from. It was very just like mutual agreement that everybody will be nice to each other.
Yeah, and I thought that was like so important because especially with these things, it's very like somebody is obviously right, somebody's obviously wrong, especially when it comes to politics, because our country is so divided by politics. It's just kind of crazy when you actually think about it. And our class is just like, obviously we all have different points of views, but I also think like the way we are able to express ourselves, and especially through news and, you know, just giving information out freely, and since we're students, we are able to do that. I really think that that's important for us.
Yeah, and we also get like, if we do want to go into this in the like real world, that we get a taste of what it's like, and like how we can be respectful of each other first of all, and how that we can like be professional about it.
Yeah, and I think that's so important to be professional, because some news outlets are leaning one way or another. I like that here we are very like straightforward, does not matter about your personal beliefs, we will tell you the facts.
I agree.
And I really enjoy that. And I loved how everybody kind of pitched in to really help out. Like even if you weren't anchoring, you would always be helping someone. You would be, you know, working on like bullet points for people. You would be doing TD, doing Chiron, something like that. And I really enjoyed that. It was kind of like a bonding experience for all of broadcast. And I really think that that's important, especially in such big events.
I agree.
Now, we're going to go back onto politics. So that's all from us on what's not about Ohio. Let's move on to what Ohioans are worried about. Starting with economics, Ohioans are worried about inflation, which peaked in June 2022. Currently, gas is $3.13, and the cost of living has increased by 3.2%. The average Ohio household spends $149 more per month on food, $207 more on shelter, and $89 more on energy than they did in January 2021. Ohioans are also worried about unemployment. The unemployment rate right now is 4.5% in Ohio, but specifically in Delaware County, it is at 3.8%. The estimated amount of people unemployed in Ohio is 11,386. Many Ohio residents are not working because they are either sick, have a disability, or caring for children.
Aside from economic stances, the people of Ohio are also worried about crime. Violent crime rates in Ohio have fluctuated, but certain cities like Cleveland, Cincinnati, and Columbus often experience higher rates of violent offenses such as murder, aggravated assault, and robbery. Gun violence in particular has been a growing concern in major urban centers. Ohio has seen an increase in gun-related homicides and shootings, especially in large metropolitan areas. Prisons designed to house 38,000 people hold almost 51,000.
Along with this, 7 in 10 crimes remain unsolved and domestic violence is increasing. Ohio has been identified as a state of concern for human trafficking, particularly in large cities along major highways. Both sex trafficking and labor trafficking are significant issues, with Ohio being a hotspot due to its central location in major transportation routes. Efforts to combat trafficking include law enforcement initiatives and nonprofit advocacy. 2014 had 18,742 sexual assault incidences, and 2023 had 32,406. Ohio has also been severely impacted by this opioid crisis, which has contributed to a significant rise in drug-related crime and overdose deaths. The state has consistently ranked among the highest in the nation for opioid-related deaths. Besides crime, Ohioans want Social Security. Currently, 2 laws prevent nearly 300,000 Ohioans from getting their full Social Security benefits. These laws are named 1983's Winfield Elimination Provision and 1977's Government Pension Offset. The Government Pension Offset reduces Social Security spousal benefits for widows, spouses, and widowers whose spouses received pensions from a federal, state, or local government. Social Security benefits in Ohio mirror those of the broader U.S. Social Security system, which is administered by the Social Security Administration, SSA. These benefits fall into several categories. Retirement benefits. These benefits are available to people who have worked and paid into Social Security over the years. In Ohio, like the rest of the country, individuals become eligible for full retirement benefits at age 66 or 67, depending on the birth year, but can begin receiving early retirement benefits at age 62 at a reduced rate.
Disability benefits, SSDI. Ohioans who are unable to work due to a medical condition that is expected to last at least a year or result to death may be eligible for Social Security disability insurance. To qualify, individuals must have a sufficient work history and have paid into Social Security for a certain number of years. For survivor benefits, they provide benefits to surviving family members of a deceased worker. This can include the worker's spouse, children, and sometimes dependent parents.
Supplemental Security Income, SSI. SSI is a federal program for low-income individuals who are 65 or older, blind, or disabled, and do not have sufficient work history to qualify for SSDI. In Ohio, this program assists individuals who are financially needy, but may not have worked enough to qualify for regular Social Security benefits.
Ohio has a relatively high proportion of older adults, with nearly 16% of the state's population between 65 years or older, and generally have higher turnout rates compared to younger voters. In the 2016 and 2020 presidential elections, Ohio seniors were key in securing a strong Republican victory for Donald Trump. Trump's focus on issues like tax cuts, Social Security, Medicare, and economic nationalism resonates with older voters in Ohio who were concerned about their retirement security and jobs.
Social Security is a major issue for Ohio's older voters, as many rely on it as a primary source of income in retirement. Cuts to Social Security or changes to eligibility are often viewed with skepticism by this group. In Ohio, debates over the future of Social Security are crucial, and candidates who pledge to protect or expand Social Security programs tend to gain significant support from older voters. As people age, healthcare becomes an increasingly important issue. With Ohio seniors are concerned about Medicare and Medicaid, particularly as costs for medical care, prescription drugs, and long-care care rise. Proposals to change Medicare or attempt to reduce funding for Medicaid often prompt a strong response from older voters.
Gun laws are also a major issue in Ohio. Despite permissive gun laws, 86% of people favor expanded background checks for gun buyers aged 18 to 21, and 75% support raising the minimum age to buy an AR-15 style rifle from 18 to 21. also. Ohio's gun laws reflect a pro-Second Amendment stance, allowing both concealed carry and open carry with specific regulations for licensing, background checks, and restrictions on gun-free zones. The state has relatively lenient gun ownership policies, with no waiting periods for purchasing firearms and few restrictions on magazines or types of firearms. However, certain common sense rules such as background checks for license, sales, and limitations on firearms in sensitive locations are still in place.
And with that, we will be going on to a quick little break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We have just received breaking news. A Pennsylvania man has made death threats against current President Joe Biden. Addie?
That is super surprising because I heard that at least 182,000 people have registered to cast early ballots in Philadelphia.
I believe that it's because roughly 46% of voters favor Harris over Donald Trump, who sits at 42%. The polls are less than 30 minutes away from closing. However, some polling places are expected to extend their hours due to slower voting times than expected. And with that, let's go on to Gen Z voting. Gen Z has taken to the polls with 72% likely to vote and 41 million able to vote. 44,399,873 Gen Zs have already voted, and the vast majority of voters in Ohio are non-aligned or non-afflicted with the party. Ohio's Gen Z voters are often very focused on social justice issues like racial equality, LGBTQ+ rights, climate change, and gun control. With many members of Gen Z still in high school or college education-related issues like student debt, relief, and affordable higher education have a strong appeal. Gen Z tends to favor candidates who support increased investment in education and policies that reduce financial burden of college tuition. Gen Z is the first generation to grow up with social media as a center part of their lives. Platforms like TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram played a huge role in how Gen Z gets information about politics, organize protests, and mobilize around these colleges. In Ohio as elsewhere, these digital platforms have become central to organizing youth voting efforts, spreading awareness of candidates, and participating in political discourse. Ryan and Mia will go more into this on hour 8.
Gen Z tends to be more liberal and progressive compared to older generations, which often translate into stronger support for Democratic candidates. Issues like climate change, racial justice, and gun control resonate with this group. However, like older generations such as Gen Z, some of Gen Z is influenced by their family's political views, and there are conservative. Leaning members of Gen Z is in Ohio, though they tend to be a smaller segment of the group. The issue of abortion rights have become a critical focus for young voters, especially after the Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization decision in 2022, which overturned Roe v. Wade and left abortion laws to individual states. In Ohio, where abortion access has been restricted by state law and court rulings, many Gen Z voters are pushing for protections and access to reproductive rights. Young Ohioans are increasingly involved in advocacy and voting around this issue.
So, Addie, what issue do you think is the most important of all the ones that we discussed, like issue 1, issue 2, and issue 47?
Well, I think they're all important, but the one that really stands out for Ohio in general is issue 47, because it makes Ohio safe in that it makes Ohio walkable, and you can walk to place to eat without being worried about certain things that are happening around the city and not being scared.
Yeah, and I know for us, as young women, I think part of the reason, I have completely eliminated Ohio State as a college option. No hate to Ohio State. But it's because of how, scared of the city I am. Because I know, bigger cities have higher crime rates. And it's also the same reason I'm not going to go to Cincinnati. Again, no hate to those colleges. But it's I'm generally more scared going out in public, especially with, our crime rates, we were talking about, being so high.
Yeah, I agree. Being also a student, we've talked about this in previous hours, but going to school and worrying about the school shootings that are happening around the United States, and just hearing about it makes me just scared in general. And I know we're a pretty safe school.
Yeah.
I know that we'll be fine if anything happens. It's just worrying about it, and teachers having to worry about it. It's just a lot of pressure for teachers in general and for us to just go to school and act like everything's fine.
Yeah, and with that, let's go on to issues 1 and 2, because I know this is extremely important. They're both, obviously all issues are important, but the redistricting process could actually affect us because we are in District 60, and I think it's exciting that we have all of these different issues. Not exciting, but I think it's cool that we have all these different issues and we have the ability to pick. So what was your favorite segment so far?
I really like just the Red and Blue Hour, because they just come together as a team and they talk about things that are important to them, and as a student it's important to have those opinions and that we can express those without while feeling safe, and not that we're going to get hate towards it.
I completely agree. I actually loved Red and Blue Hour. I did make an appearance, but I thought it was just really cool. But I also loved Trivia, which you made an appearance in. You did really well, and I just thought it was so cool, especially the Cami game. Shout out Cami. I thought that was just super cool. How was it like participating in that?
Well, I only got one right. I only participated in one question, but it was really fun just being around those people, Nicole, especially, him just being a fun person to be around, and everybody answering right, that we're getting all these history questions right, so it's pretty good that we remember that stuff.
Yeah, I think the one thing I was actually thinking about, wow, their history teachers must be so proud of them right now. Because, honestly, I would not have gotten. I'm a big history buff, but, I would not have gotten some of those right.
Yeah, that's why I didn't
I was taking guesses because I was directing and I was, on the cameras. I was accidentally speaking out loud. I got a few of them wrong. I was oh, wait, hold up. But, apparently breaking news again. Joe Biden's approval rate has dipped to 41% and 67% say his economy is poor. In contrast, Harrison has acknowledged the hardships of the working class, hoping that the best days are in the future. Registered voters have until 8 p.m. to pick up their early ballots. Go and do that if you have the opportunity to.
The polls are less than 1 hour away from closing. However, some poll stations are expected to extend their hours due to slower voting times than expected.
Well, to wrap up our segment, thanks for tuning in for the past hour. In this upcoming hour, Mia and Ryan will discuss the recent hurricanes, politicians using social media apps to promote their ideals, gerrymandering, swing states, and gas prices all over the country. For The Juice, I'm Maddie Patton. And we are actually going into a package, so I will see you back after that package.
Hey guys, I'm Cam, and today me and the guys are going to be taking a closer look into Ohio senators in the election.
All states are granted 2 senators who can be elected to serve a 6-year term. Then after 2 years has passed, 1/3 of the Senate becomes up for re-election. In order to run for election in the Senate, you have to be at least 30 years old, a citizen of the United States for 9 years minimum, and a resident of the state from which one is elected. Senators in office take action on bills, amendments, resolutions, nominations, motions, and treaties by voting. The Senate can vote in a variety of ways, including roll call votes, voice votes, and unanimous consent. The Senate is part of the legislative branch who creates laws. Ohio has had 118 senators over its lifespan. J.D. Vance of the Republican Party is one of the 2 Ohio senators, as well as the Republican vice president candidate for the Republican Party. Vance grew up in Middletown, Ohio, and went to Yale for college. Before Vance became a senator, he was in the Marine Corps for 4 years as a military journalist. Vance was elected senator in 2022 and was sworn into office in January 2023. JD's claim to fame before becoming a senator came from his memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, which was about his life and talks about growing up in poor, rural Ohio. If Vance wins the vice presidency, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine will choose a temporary senator until the seat can be filled in the 2026 election. Sherrod Brown of the Democratic Party has been a senator since 2006 and is up for re-election this year. Brown grew up attending Mansfield Senior High School and went to Yale for college. Sherrod Brown is currently running for re-election against Republican nominee Bernie Moreno. This year's Republican candidate, Bernie Moreno, was born in Bogota, Colombia, and was raised in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Before starting his political career, he was a successful car salesman and dealership owner. In 2019, Moreno was elected to the Cleveland Business Hall of Fame.
That's all for today, guys. Now back to our 7.
Good evening, fellow Americans. Today we're going to be talking about the House of Ohio Representatives.
Ohio House of Representatives is the lower chamber of the Ohio General Assembly, which is the state's legislative body. The House consists of 99 representatives who serve 2-year-long terms. Each member represents a specific district, which is redrawn every 10 years after the census. Some possible representatives you may know that represent us are Jim Jordan and Troy Balderson. You may be wondering why the House of Representatives is important. Well, it's because the House of Representatives is a fundamental component of the legislative branch, balancing power and ensuring that diverse voices are heard in the federal government.
Thanks for watching. Now back to the show.
6 candidates are running for 3 seats on the Ohio Supreme Court this election cycle. The outcome of the results will impact issues such as the state's universal school voucher program, energy decisions like rate making, and where oil and gas drilling can take place, challenges to the state's 2023 abortion amendment, and redistricting. Currently, the court has a 4-3 Republican majority, but if all 3 Democrats win the races, Democrats would have a 4-3 majority. For Republicans to maintain their majority, 1 Republican would need to win a race. As of 2024, Republicans have held a majority on the court since 1986. 3 of the Ohio Supreme Court's 7 justices are competing in upcoming elections with 1 seat left vacant. One of these races pits 2 sitting justices, Justice Joseph Ditters, Republican, and Justice Melody Stewart, Democrat, against each other for a 6-year term. Ditters, appointed by Governor Mike DeWine in January 2023 to fill the vacancy left by Chief Justice Sharon L. Kennedy, is now seeking a full term. In a separate race for Ditters' open seat, Lisa Forbes, Democrat, faces Dan Hawkins, Republican, while Justice McKenna Donnelly, Democrat, runs against Megan Shanahan, Republican, for his seat. This marks only the 2nd election cycle in which judicial candidates in Ohio appear on the general election ballot with party affiliations. This change, established by a 2021 state law, ended the previous system where judicial candidates advanced through partisan primaries but appeared without party labels in the general election. Notably, in 2022, all 3 Republican candidates secured their seats with margins exceeding 10 percentage points.
As you know, we have recently done a lot for this election because the previous hours have mentioned it. Me and Addie personally have done a lot for this election. I've had 4 packages run, including an interview with my very own dad. And I know, Addie, you had some stuff that you were doing as well.
Yes, I did actually. I had to work on the script for this class. I had another package that is going to run this week. And then I also had been studying for some tests. And it was just like, I also had sports after school. And I just had to juggle that. And it was especially kind of hard to just like make time for everything. And
yeah, and I know for me, like, honestly, this election has been probably one of my favorite parts of broadcast so far. I've really just loved it. Like, I actually volunteered to do, like, the noon to midnight thing. And that's just because of how, like, excited I am just to be a part of this, because this is once every 4 years. And I know, like, the people who are doing Intro to Journalism now, they won't have an opportunity to do this in their thing and in their like career. But I am so lucky that we got to be a part of this, especially like anchoring our own hour. I think that that is huge. And I'm honestly so glad that I had you as a partner to do this with me. Like, you really helped out.
Oh.
And honestly, part of me, like, it was a little stressful. I'm not gonna lie. Like, the actual preparation was kind of stressful, and like, but at the end of the day, I think it did bring us all together as a class. And well, now I almost know everyone's names, so I think I'm good with that. And I also like realized how many people have the same ideals that I do, and that it's okay to have different ideals. And I think that that is just really cool.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I've become closer with so many people in this class just from like talking to them and asking them questions, and like just because like I've never been in this class before. This is my first year in broadcast, so obviously I don't know what I'm doing 100% of the time. So I just like ask people questions, and that's just become us like closer. Like, me and you have become definitely more closer than working on this. And I thought it was just a fun experience this whole time doing this.
Also, we would like to give a shout out to Abby Curry, Ren Rader, Samira, and Kelsey. You guys have honestly just helped us so much, especially as first years. Like, even with normal packages, it was just really cool of you guys to help us out. Like, with that, what Addie was saying, we don't really know what we're doing. And I think that's also the fun part of us having our own hour. You get to see what like unexperienced people can do versus what normal people, you know, that people that have been in the class for so long. And, you know, broadcast, I think, is so much fun because even in like journalism, I like journalism, but I think I definitely like realized that I wanted to go into broadcast for our midterm, which in our midterm we kind of like, we had our own little TV show, which was really cool, by the way. Nicola really did a great job with that. But I think that's when I realized I wanted to do broadcast. And also during radio, because we were in the same class last year, but we kind of had like different partners and things.
Yeah.
You were more with Leia and I was more with Jenna, but I think like that also really helped me like become closer with you. So I'm so glad that we actually got to, you know, work together this year.
Yeah.
Because I just think it's so cool, because we didn't really like talk too much last year, but now look how close we are doing our own segment together. Yeah. And also, like, what do you think about broadcasting so far? Are you gonna do it again next year, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it next year for sure. Like, I just love the people here. That it's such a good like environment, and that it's just like a good community. Like, everybody gets along. Everybody like really likes each other, and like it just like becomes like a big family almost. Like, you like can tell each other anything. Like, I can talk to people about other issues besides like broadcast, and it's just like a good environment in general.
Yeah, and I think like we really have become closer because now Like, we call people out when they're talking a little too much, which I am currently doing now. So, thanks for tuning in for the past hour. In this upcoming hour, Mia and Ryan will discuss the recent hurricanes, politicians using social media apps to promote their ideals, gerrymandering, swing states, and gas prices all over the country. For The Juice, I'm Addie Patton.
And I'm Addie Chella. Make sure to follow us on all our socials at OOH The Juice and tune into our live radio station, WPLP The Pulp.
And that's the end of Hour 7.
Hello, and welcome to Hour 8 of the Juice's Election Rundown. For the Juice, I'm Mia Schischler.
And I'm Ryan Hopkins, and this is the current events hour of the election.
I'm a junior at OHS, and this is my first year as part of the Juice staff. I'm a cheerleader at Orange High School for the varsity football and basketball teams. I've been a part of the team all 3 years of high school, and my favorite memory is from UCA camp this summer when we hit our pyramid and finally won the banana. I am also a part of the Orange United Club and National Honor Society.
I'm a sophomore at Orange High School, and this is my first year on the Orange Juice staff. I play volleyball for Orange and have been on the team for the past 3 years. My favorite memory was when we beat Upper Arlington this season. I am also an Interact Club and Wise Club.
I work at the daycare center at the Lakes Golf and Country Club, the Ducks Club, and my job is to watch and take care of the kids dropped off there. I enjoy working with kids and want to study early childhood education in college and be an elementary school teacher when I'm older.
I referee soccer for the Ohio Champions League, and I've been a referee for 3 years. I plan on majoring in criminal justice and minoring in psychology in college to be an attorney.
Now, let's take a closer look into recent events in the United States. 2024 has been an interesting year, especially recently for people residing in southern states. On September 26, a Category 4 hurricane made landfall, devastating Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and Tennessee. The hurricane was named Helene and caused over $200 billion worth of damages and took the lives of over 230 people.
Less than a month later, on Wednesday, October 9th, a second hurricane made landfall, devastating much of Florida. The Category 3 hurricane was named Milton, and it took the lives of at least 24 people and caused over $100 billion in damages. Before we throw it over to Mrs. Timmons and Lauren for more on these disasters, we will be taking a break for packages.
Hi, I'm Ren. Let's take a closer look into the topic of gerrymandering. Gerrymandering happens when the boundaries of electoral districts are redrawn to give one political party an unfair advantage or to dilute the votes of ethnic and minority groups. The boundaries are called district lines, which come from the decennial census. The census collects information about the population of the area. It updates the government on social, economic, housing, and demographic data that can then be used to redraw congressional and state legislative district maps. On a local level, the census might redraw the county board, city council, and school district lines as well. The importance of redistricting is to ensure the voices of the people are heard in their communities and that a population is accurately represented. This is where gerrymandering comes in. Sometimes the politicians in charge of redrawing the boundaries make districts that would favor themselves or their political party. Gerrymandering can cause outcomes to be skewed against the preference of the voters. Politicians will do this one of 2 ways. The first being cracking, which splits voters of similar characteristics between multiple districts to reduce the strength of their voting power as a whole. The latter is called packing, which puts voters of similar characteristics into much smaller districts, so their preferences may have a chance inside the district, but compared to larger ones, its power will become weakened. The action of gerrymandering is extremely important when it comes to Congress and state legislators. In North Carolina, Michigan, and Pennsylvania alone, an extra 7 to 10 Republican seats can be accounted for by gerrymandering. Statistically, this strategy is generally used by the Republican Party, but that's not to say that the Democratic Party is exactly clean either. In Maryland, for example, the Democratic Party has eliminated an entire Republican congressional district. Despite the common use of this practice, gerrymandering tends to make elections less competitive and causes voters to feel discouraged about voting. People of color are also often a large target for gerrymandering. Though racial discrimination among redistricting is illegal, politicians are able to work their way around this law and base new districts on the ground that race and party preference are correlated. Essentially, they can claim that the new district they are creating is to be unfavorable to the other party and not to discriminate against the people that populate it. Today, the issue of gerrymandering is aided by computers and precise data collection. However, it has held a historic role ever since America's inception on hand-drawn maps. Its larger scale now has lasting effects on voters and the outcomes of our government. The Freedom to Vote Act has recently entered Congress and plans to, quote, enhance transparency, strengthen protections for communities of color, and ban partisan gerrymandering in congressional redistricting. It would also improve voters' ability to challenge gerrymandering maps in court, unquote, according to the Brennan Center. Closer to home, Ohio has recently introduced Issue 1 in the practice of gerrymandering. Today, voters will be given the opportunity to choose yes or no, which could change the way districts are created in Ohio. If the majority vote is yes, then a new committee called the Ohio Citizens Redistricting Committee, consisting of 5 people from the largest political party, 5 people from the second largest party, and 5 independent, will be in charge of creating the district boundaries and voiding existing ones. 4 retired bipartisan court judges will be in charge of selecting the applicants. Their goal is to eliminate gerrymandering and create fair, equal districts across the state. If the majority vote is no, no change will be made on the practice of gerrymandering and redistricting in Ohio. Now that you know everything about gerrymandering, enjoy the rest of the election show.
Today we'll take a closer look into Hurricane Helene. Hurricane Helene hit the Florida Panhandle at a Category 3, 120 miles per hour. Around 1.3 million homes and businesses are still without power. According to CNN.com, it states that Helene is the second deadliest hurricane to hit the U.S. mainland in the past 50 years, following only Hurricane Katrina, which killed at least 1,833 people in 2005. The path of damage from the hurricane was spread across 6 states, including North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, and Virginia. In Asheville, North Carolina, roads are still flooded with water and people are still missing and unaccounted for. At the end of the hurricane was officially named a Category 4, leaving millions of people without power and tons of roads and buildings damaged. Now back to the news desk.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Ms. Timmons. We're so happy to have you here.
Thanks for having me. Just so everybody knows, I am Ms. Timmons. I am the AP Environmental Science teacher here at Olentangy Orange High School. Thank you for having me.
Of course, welcome. So what category was Hurricane Milton, and how accurate was the predicted effect of Milton compared to the real-life impact?
So originally, Milton was pretty low grade as far as the category of hurricane goes when it was first forming. But once it got into the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic, it's much shallower, so the water is warmer. And that basically is what fuels hurricanes, is the evaporation from those warm ocean waters. Yeah. So once she got into the, Helene, once she got into the Gulf, she strengthened pretty quickly into a Category 5 within hours. It was faster than we've ever seen in documented history of hurricanes. It's one of the top 5 most destructive hurricanes we have on record. And then once she made landfall, I believe she wasn't quite a 5 anymore. She was a 4, if not a 3. But the issue was where her damage hit was way more inland than anybody ever anticipated.
Yeah, and then just 2 weeks following Hurricane Milton, Hurricane Helene made landfall. So how did the formation of Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton differ?
So some of it was with the trajectory of where they first started, which is out beyond the Bahamas, and then as they come into the Gulf of Mexico, you know, there's all sorts of things that kind of variables that you have to take account for, that people in meteorology, way more educated than I am, but it's still pretty fascinating. They have to take into effect like the convection currents, the humidity, the wind speed, the jet stream as well, and how that's wavering around. But basically those 2 hurricanes formed really, really quick, and it was really, really fast as far as when they hit behind one another. Yeah. And so that's really what also contributed to a large part of the flooding and damage in those areas.
Yeah, so how much did the timeline proximity affect the of these hurricanes affect the people on the coast?
Well, when you've got, especially not even coastline, but even inland, when you've got all this moisture and rain that had been falling before this hurricane even hit, there's nowhere for that water to go. And nobody had ever predicted that Hurricane Helene was ever going to reach that far inland and flood those areas. But even on the coastlines, I lived in Florida for 6 years. I taught there for a while. I actually lived in Sarasota. I used to run Siesta Key all the time when I was training for marathons, and what they have to deal with is a lot of storm surges. So a lot of us up here in the Midwest think about the wind, like tornadoes. The wind is bad, but the worst part is the water, and so all that flooding gets pushed in, could be 8, 10, 12 feet high, and then what does that water push in with it? Lots of sand, and then you have to be able to push that sand somewhere. Lots of people, like I still have friends in Sarasota that do not have Wi-Fi, do not have internet access yet. Some of my friends just got power this past week. So, and that's even in like really nice part of Florida. So that's even just in, like I said, Sarasota County. But the water and the wind with the sand is just, it's a really bad combination. Then it's really hard to get disaster relief aid in when all those roads are covered by sand.
So not only were people on the coast affected by these hurricanes, but also many people inland, specifically in the Carolinas and the Tennessee area.
Yeah. So those are all mountainous regions, and nobody had ever anticipated, thinking about elevation. Florida, where I lived in Sarasota, was 44 feet above sea level. Here in Columbus, we're like just under 1,000 feet. People in Asheville, they're at 2,000-3,000 feet elevation, and so none of our weather models had ever accounted for a hurricane ever making it in that far.
Yeah.
But all that water had to go somewhere, and that's where all the valleys were formed, just from all the geologic history of that area. But what's really crazy is how the roads, I just learned this from TikTok, that the roads follow the river patterns, and that's why we put the roads there. And so when those rivers flooded, it cut out, I was reading just yesterday, 6,000 miles of roads have been impacted by this hurricane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as these regions that are affected from the hurricanes recover from the damages, what are some of the most significant ways that these storms have shaped new policies and emergency preparedness in the regions that they impacted?
So I don't know the answer to that as far as policy goes, just because it's been so recent. I always pay attention because, again, I lived in an area that was like the first year I taught in Florida, we had 4 hurricane days. How much disaster relief is given to those places, and how the government and the people that we elect to power to vote on our behalf, how they support or don't support these initiatives with federal disaster and aid. I think with climate change, it's going to have to be a bigger policy or a bigger priority as far as our government in order to protect people, because especially with insurance, people ask, why can't you just sell your house if you know that you're going to be affected by sea level rise? Who's going to buy your house?
Right, yeah.
Nobody is.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for allowing us to interview you, Ms. Timmons. It's been a pleasure having you here with us.
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks, ladies. These devastating disasters have left millions of people without homes, electricity, or connection to the internet. This lack of resources can cause a big disruption in the voting process and seriously impact the results of the election. Especially because the hurricane hit 2 major swing states, Georgia and North Carolina. Without access to the internet, people are unable to get information regarding the election and its candidates. Furthermore, people are unable to cast absentee ballots if their home was destroyed in the hurricane.
The lack of internet is especially a problem in this election because candidates are taking their approach more online this year. It's becoming an increasingly popular trend for candidates and their political parties to post on social media to persuade young voters and gain more votes.
Political videos and posts are flooding TikTok For You pages and Instagram feeds in an attempt to gain support for their side. By using social media platforms such as TikTok and Instagram, candidates are able to reach a larger audience, more specifically younger voters.
Both parties are aware that if they want to win the election, they have to win Gen Z voters. A tactic that both parties have been using is making TikTok accounts. Kamala Harris has 2 TikTok accounts, with one being called Kamala HQ, which is what her marketing team uses, and an account in her own name. Donald Trump also has 2 TikTok accounts, with his marketing team using Team Trump and his own personal account in his name.
On their personal accounts, the candidates are more focused on promoting their own campaign and parties. However, on Team Trump and Kamala HQ, they post videos more appropriate for Gen Z voters. They post videos to trending sounds and memes and find funny or embarrassing moments of the other candidates to try and sway Gen Z.
The candidates also get celebrity endorsements that people are familiar with to try and sway voters who may be on the fence. A few of Harris's endorsers include Beyonce, Oprah, Taylor Swift, Jennifer Lopez, and Ariana Grande.
Trump has also had many big-name celebrities endorse him, including Hulk Hogan, Elon Musk, Caitlyn Jenner, Kanye West, and Amber Rose. Before we talk about gerrymandering and the impact it's having on us in Ohio, let's throw it over to Lauren with an Electoral College update.
Donald Trump has officially won Indiana and Kentucky, and Vermont has been called for Kamala Harris. Trump is currently leading in Florida and is predicted to win the state. At the moment, Trump is leading in the Electoral College with 19 and Harris has 3. Before we give it back to Ryan and Mia, here's Ren and Kellen with a look into gerrymandering.
Hi, I'm Ren. Let's take a closer look into the topic of gerrymandering. Gerrymandering happens when the boundaries of electoral districts are redrawn to give one political party an unfair advantage or to dilute the votes of ethnic and minority groups. The boundaries are called district lines, which come from the decennial census. The census collects information about the population of the area. It updates the government on social, economic, housing, and demographic data that can then be used to redraw congressional and state legislative district maps. On a local level, the census might redraw the county board, city council, and school district lines as well. The importance of redistricting is to ensure the voices of the people are heard in their communities and that a population is accurately represented. This is where gerrymandering comes in. Sometimes the politicians in charge of redrawing the boundaries make districts that would favor themselves or their political party. Gerrymandering can cause outcomes to be skewed against the preference of the voters. Politicians will do this one of 2 ways. The first being cracking, which splits voters of similar characteristics between multiple districts to reduce the strength of their voting power as a whole. The latter is called packing, which puts voters of similar characteristics into much smaller districts, so their preferences may have a chance inside the district, but compared to larger ones, its power will become weakened. The action of gerrymandering is extremely important when it comes to Congress and state legislators. In North Carolina, Michigan, and Pennsylvania alone, an extra 7 to 10 Republican seats can be accounted for by gerrymandering. Statistically, this strategy is generally used by the Republican Party, but that's not to say that the Democratic Party is exactly clean either. In Maryland, for example, the Democratic Party has eliminated an entire Republican congressional district. Despite the common use of this practice, gerrymandering tends to make elections less competitive and causes voters to feel discouraged about voting. People of color are also often a large target for gerrymandering. Though racial discrimination among redistricting is illegal, politicians are able to work their way around this law and base new districts on the ground that race and party preference are correlated. Essentially, they can claim that the new district they are creating is to be unfavorable to the other party and not to discriminate against the people that populate it. Today, the issue of gerrymandering is aided by computers and precise data collection. However, it has held a historic role ever since America's inception on hand-drawn maps. Its larger scale now has lasting effects on voters and the outcomes of our government. The Freedom to Vote Act has recently entered Congress and plans to, quote, enhance transparency, strengthen protections for communities of color, and ban partisan gerrymandering in congressional redistricting. It would also improve voters' ability to challenge gerrymandering maps in court, unquote, according to the Brennan Center. Closer to home, Ohio has recently introduced Issue 1 on the practice of gerrymandering. Today, voters will be given the opportunity to choose yes or no, which could change the way districts are created in Ohio. If the majority vote is yes, then a new committee called the Ohio Citizens Redistricting Committee, consisting of 5 people from the largest political party, 5 people from the second largest party, and 5 independent, will be in charge of creating the district boundaries and voiding existing ones. 4 retired bipartisan court judges will be in charge of selecting the applicants. Their goal is to eliminate gerrymandering and create fair, equal districts across the state. If the majority vote is no, no change will be made on the practice of gerrymandering and redistricting in Ohio. Now that you know everything about gerrymandering, enjoy the rest of the election show.
Today we'll take a closer look into Hurricane Helene. Hurricane Helene hit the Florida Panhandle at a Category 3, 120 miles per hour. Around 1.3 million homes and businesses are still without power. According to CNN.com, it states that Helene is the second deadliest hurricane to hit the U.S. mainland in the past 50 years, following only Hurricane Katrina, which killed at least 1,833 people in 2005. The path of damage from the hurricane was spread across 6 states, including North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, and Virginia. In Asheville, North Carolina, roads are still flooded with water and people are still missing and unaccounted for. At the end of the hurricane was officially named a Category 4, leaving millions of people without power and tons of roads and buildings damaged. Now back to the news desk.
Thanks, guys. As we learned from Ren, another issue we are currently facing in the 2024 election is the problem of gerrymandering. Gerrymandering is the manipulation of electoral district bounds to favor one political party over the other. Gerrymandering is a large problem in Ohio. Every year when the census comes out and they redraw the lines of the state, they manipulate the district boundaries to turn in favor of a certain party. In Ohio's history, it is common for gerrymandering to favor the Republican Party.
Gerrymandering has been an issue throughout all of history. The term was first coined in 1812 and has been affecting elections ever since. Currently in Ohio, there is an election to vote to end the rigging of district maps. Issue 1 votes to end gerrymandering in Ohio. Voting yes on Issue 1 will pass a law that means there will be no more rigging district boundaries in favor of political parties in Ohio. Voting no on Issue 1 will allow gerrymandering to continue in Ohio.
There are 7 swing states this election: Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona. The candidates know the importance of winning these states because they are the ones that can really determine the results of the election. A lot of effort from the candidates and their marketing team goes into trying to sway these swing states to their side. As we draw closer to the election, candidates spend lots of their time campaigning in these states.
Vice President Kamala Harris was in Michigan on November 3rd, while her running mate, Governor Tim Walz, was campaigning in Georgia and North Carolina. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump campaigned in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, and his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, campaigned in New Hampshire after also making an appearance in Pennsylvania and North Carolina. According to CBS News' most recent polling analytics, there is a pretty even race between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, even in the 7 swing states. Any American that drives a car has definitely noticed that the gas prices have recently dropped. Last month, the average price for a gallon of gas was $3.21, whereas the price has now dropped to $3.13 per gallon. Contrary to popular belief, the president does not have control over the price of gas.
In reality, gasoline prices are determined by the global oil market, which the U.S. president has no control over. However, candidates will happily take credit for cheap fuel in an attempt to boost support and gain votes, and on the flip side, will allow their opponent to take blame for the increase in prices. While presidents don't have an effect on the prices of gas in the United States, they do play a role in the unemployment rates. The unemployment rate is the percentage of people in the job market who currently do not have a job. A president and their administration can affect unemployment rates through their economic policies such as tax cuts or increases and federal aid. Throughout our history, the president with the lowest unemployment rate was President Johnson. with an unemployment rate of 4.18%. On the other hand, the president with the highest unemployment rate was President Ford, with an unemployment rate of 7.76%. The current unemployment rate is 4.1%, with more than 7 million people in the United States unemployed. Presidential economic policies often sway voters to one side or another in an attempt to protect their jobs and remain employed.
We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking about inflation. Another important factor that can sway voters one way or another is the cost of living. In the past few years, the cost of living has greatly increased. Many Republicans try and blame this change on Democrats, while Democrats try and blame this change on Republicans. Economists have taken a deeper look into this and found that the current inflation isn't to be blamed completely on one party.
They said that the inflation can be blamed on a supply shortage caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war. Gas prices especially are affected by the Russia-Ukraine war, as Russia used to be one of America's largest oil exports.
The results of tonight's election will most certainly impact the Russia-Ukraine war. Currently, Biden has been giving Ukraine more assistance than any other country in the world. If Vice President Harris were to win, the war would likely be prolonged, as she would likely continue giving aid to Ukraine.
That being said, continuing to give support could weaken Russia's forces. On the other hand, if former President Trump were to win, it would likely lead to a reduction in U.S. help for Ukraine, which would greatly benefit Russia.
Many voters are wondering how taxes will be affected this election. Vice President Harris has proposed an extension of the 2017 tax cuts for those with a taxable income of under $400,000 alone or $450,000 joint. Harris has also expressed support for a minimum 25% tax on total income, including unrealized capital gains for taxpayers with a net worth that has surpassed $100 million. She has also proposed taxing qualified dividends and long-term capital gains with a top rate of 28%. Currently, the top rate is 20%. Harris has also expressed her support for expanding the child tax credit, which is a tax break for taxpayers with children. Currently, the tax credit is $2,000 per child. Harris has also said she supports an additional tax credit of $6,000 for newborns for low and middle class taxpayers.
Vice President Harris has voiced support for the American Housing and Economic Mobility Act of 2024, which would raise estate tax rates as well as lower exemptions beyond 2017 levels to pay for more affordable housing. The Biden budget for 2025 also proposed eliminating the step-up in basis for inheritances that have capital gains exceeding $5.25 million for single tax filers and $10.5 million for married tax filers. This budget also called for increasing the net investment income tax, or NIIT, from 3.8% to 5% for people with an earned income of $400,000 or more. The NIIT is a surcharge for investment income and is currently applied to all individuals with a modified adjusted gross income from $200 to $250,000, depending on their filing status. The additional Medicare tax for those who earn more than $400,000 would also increase to 5% from 3.8%. Harris also supports the Biden administration's proposal to subject earnings that exceed $400,000 to Social Security taxes as a way to help shore up the Social Security trust funds. Now that we've taken a look into some of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's tax plans.
Former President Trump has expressed his support for extending the income tax provision of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, or TCJA. This could mean that federal tax brackets would stay where they are today, with the top marginal rate being 37%. The SALT deduction cap and elimination of personal exemptions could also be a part of reconsidered of congressional negotiations. The TCJA lowered taxes on long-term capital gains by setting up separate tax brackets for assets that have been held for longer than a year for qualifying dividends, even though rates remain the same at 0%, 15%, and 20%. The TCJA also retained the 3.8 NIIT for higher income people. There have been discussions among Republican tax experts about making the top rate 15% and eliminating the NIIT. Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio, has expressed support for increasing the child tax credit to $5,000 per child.
Former President Trump has expressed support for extending the 2017 TCJA changes to the estate tax exemption, which doubled to their current levels of $13.16 million from single people and $27.22 million for couples. He plans to make these changes permanent. Without an extension, the estate tax would return to its pre-2017 levels of $5.5 million for single people and $11.1 million for couples. Trump has also proposed eliminating taxes on Social Security benefits. Currently, up to 85% of benefits are taxed for single persons and with a combined income above $34,000 or a couple with a combined income of $44,000. Below these thresholds, however, have either a smaller percentage of their benefits taxed or no taxes at all. He has also expressed his support for lowering corporate taxes from the current rate of 21% down to 15%.
Next, we're going to take a look into the issues of abortion and immigration.
But first, we're going to take a brief break. Before we dive into the topic of abortion and immigration, we throw it over to Lauren for an update on the Electoral College.
Thanks, Mia. Donald Trump has won West Virginia and now has 23 electoral votes. Polls are now closed in North Carolina, Ohio, and parts of New Hampshire, so more results can be expected soon. That's all for now. Now we give it back to Ryan and Mia to talk about the hot topics of abortion and immigration.
Thanks, Lauren. Two of the hottest topics in this year's election are immigration and abortion.
They are so important to some people that they will cast their ballots for one candidate or the other specifically because their beliefs align with that candidate's views on abortion or immigration.
In June of 2022, the United States Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. But what is Roe v. Wade, and what does it mean for overturning it mean for women?
In 1973, the U.S. Supreme Court's ruling in Roe v. Wade said that the decision as to whether to continue or terminate a pregnancy belongs to the individual, not the government. Roe said that the 14th Amendment, which protects individual privacy, includes the right to abortion prior to fetal viability. From 1973 to 2022, the Supreme Court upheld its decision that the choice of abortion is in the mother's hands, as it ties into other liberty rights that protect personal decisions about family, relationships, and bodily autonomy. Since the Supreme Court has overturned Roe v. Wade, more than a dozen states have banned abortion completely, and many don't make exceptions for rape or incest. This forces women to travel hundreds or even thousands of miles to get care.
Now that we know what Roe v. Wade is, let's talk about each candidate's plans when it comes to abortion. Vice President Harris has made herself the candidate for those who want to restore Roe v. Wade. She has vowed to restore reproductive freedoms to women. In doing this, she has received endorsements from organizations such as Planned Parenthood, Action Fund, or PPAF, the Committee to Protect Healthcare and Reproductive Freedom for All. She has also promised to support a bill restoring Roe's protections and veto any national abortion bans.
While Harris has made herself the candidate to vote for if you want to restore Roe v. Wade, former President Trump has done the opposite. Many people have argued that if Trump is elected into the Oval Office, he will enact a federal abortion ban. Even though Trump has repeatedly denied this claim, he refuses to say if he would veto a federal abortion ban if it crossed his desk. In the past, he has expressed his support for national restrictions as opposed to a complete ban.
The overturning of Roe v. Wade brings about a lot more issues than simply not allowing abortions, because some states still allow abortions while others have banned it.
A few states have even banned abortion in the case of rape or incest. Some states are also trying to get homicide charges given to any doctors if they give a woman an abortion under any circumstances.
On the ballot, there was also mention of IVFs, IUDs, and birth control, as some states are trying to get rid of preventative measures as well.
Another very pressing issue in this election, past elections, and likely many elections to come is the issue of the Mexican-American border. Many surveys have shown the difference in opinion between left and right-leaning voters. 85% of Democratic voters believe that undocumented immigrants that are already in America should be allowed to stay, while only 32% of Republican voters believe undocumented immigrants should be able to stay.
In the same survey done by the Pew Research Center, one of the questions asked if people were comfortable with people speaking a language other than English while in public. The results showed that 83% of Democratic voters said that they didn't mind other languages in public, and 54% of Republican voters said they were comfortable with languages other than English being spoken in public.
About 6 in 10 registered voters, or 59%, say that undocumented immigrants About 6 in 10 registered voters, or 59%, say that undocumented immigrants currently living in the U.S. should be allowed to stay in the country legally, while 36% say that they should be able to apply for citizenship, and 22% say they should only be allowed to apply for permanent residency.
Roughly 4 in 10 voters, or 41%, say instead that undocumented immigrants should not be allowed to stay in the country legally. Most of this group, 37% of the overall public, says that there should be a national effort to deport those who are undocumented.
Many Republicans attack President Joe Biden and Vice President Harris for their inability to control the southern border for the first half of their term. They painted a picture that illustrates all of the immigrants as terrorists and criminals, and though this was true for some, it was an upsetting stereotype as many were just coming to America in search of more opportunities.
Eventually, the Biden administration created a new system to crack down on illegal immigrants and have created new ways for the people already here to become citizens. The administration has cited the galling numbers of immigrants coming from the border this summer as proof that this approach worked. If Harris wins, she plans to secure the border even further and build on the policies that Biden already has in place.
While Harris wants to secure the border and help immigrants, Trump has vowed to do a mass deportation if he's elected. During almost all of his rallies, he has said that immigration is out of control and that if he is appointed to Oval Office, he will fix that by doing the largest deportation in United States history.
Trump says that he will use the National Guard to round up immigrants. He also plans to invoke the Alien Enemies Act, a 1798 law that allows the president to deport any non-citizen from a country that the U.S. is at war with. He's also vowed to kick out any immigrants that came in under two key Biden administration programs if he is reelected. Welcome back from the break. For the final bit of Hour 8, we will be taking a closer look into the vice president candidates for this 2024 election.
Tim Walz is the Democratic vice presidential candidate. He is currently the Minnesota governor, and he is married to his wife, Gwen, and he has 2 children named Hope and Gus. For education, he went to Chadron State College and Minnesota State University and attended St. Mary's University of Minnesota. He served in the military in the Army National Guard from 1981 to 2005, and he was a command sergeant major but retired as a master sergeant. While teaching and coaching in Minnesota, he became the faculty advisor for Mankato West High School's first Gay-Straight Alliance. He has spoken about his family's journey with fertility treatments, including in vitro fertilization, or IVF, before welcoming their daughter Hope. During his time as governor, Minnesota Democrats were able to codify abortion rights into law, increase transgender rights protections, and pass a marijuana legalization bill and install new gun safety laws.
From 1989 to 1990, he taught high school students in China through a Harvard-affiliated program. And then, from 1991 through 1996, he was a high school teacher and coach in Alliance, Nebraska. And then, in September of 1995, Walz was pulled over in Nebraska for driving 96 miles per hour in a 55 miles per hour zone and arrested for speeding and on suspicion of drunk driving. He later pleaded guilty to a reckless driving misdemeanor charge and paid a fine. Later, in 1996 to 2006, he taught at Mankato West High School in Minnesota. Walz also helped to coach the football team to its first state championship in 1999. And then from 2007 to 2019, he was the U.S. representative for the 1st Congressional District of Minnesota, serving 6 terms. November 6, 2016, he was elected governor of Minnesota and then was sworn in as Minnesota's 41st governor in January 7, 2019. On May 28th of 2020, he activates the Minnesota National Guard following nights of unrest in the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul after George Floyd was killed on May 25th when Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin knelt on his neck. In November 8th of 2022, he is re-elected governor with more than 52% of the vote. On March 14, 2024, he accompanies Vice President Kamala Harris to a Planned Parenthood clinic in Minnesota when she becomes the first sitting vice president to visit a clinic that performs abortions. On August 6, 2024, Harris announces Walz as her running mate in the 2024 election. Now let's pass it over to Ryan.
J.D. Vance is the Republican candidate for vice president. He is currently an Ohio senator, and he is married to his wife, Usha, with 3 kids, Iwan, Vivek, and Mirabel. For education, he attended Ohio State University in 2009 and then went to Yale Law School in 2013. He served in the U.S. Marine Corps from 2003 to 2007, and he was a corporal, and he served in Operation Iraqi Freedom. His mother struggled with drug addiction. He was raised mainly by his maternal grandparents. He has had multiple middle and last name changes. James Donald Bowman, James David Hamel, and James David Vance. Initially, his middle and last names changed when his mother remarried. When he convinced Vance to write his memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, a memoir of family and culture in crisis, he was a key voice in the Never Trump movement during the 2016 presidential election and has publicly criticized former President Trump. Vance liked tweets in 2016 and 2017 that harshly criticized Trump and his policies. And in a review of Vance's media appearances by CNN's K-File, he has made anti-Trump comments in 2016, 2017, and 2018. Vance deleted past anti-Trump tweets ahead of his announcement in July 2021 that he would run for the open Ohio Senate seat.
Now let's take a little look into a timeline of Vance's life. Guys,
What is happening?
In 2014 to 2015, he worked as a litigator with Sidley Austin. In 2016 through 2017, he worked at Mithril Capital Management. On June 28, 2016, Hillbilly Elegy with Chronicle Vance's childhood in a poor Rust Belt town in Ohio is published. Then on March 27, 2017, he joins the Revolution LLC as a partner. In 2019, he forms Nara Capital, and in 2020, Hillbilly Elegy is adapted into a Netflix movie. On July 1, 2021, he announces he will run for the open Ohio Senate seat. And on July 5, 2021, on Fox News, Vance apologizes for criticizing Trump and asks viewers not to judge him on his past statements. Then, on November 8, 2022, he is elected to the U.S. Senate. Then on July 15, 2024, Trump names Vance his running mate. I think it's kind of crazy that after he criticized him publicly, Trump would announce him as his running mate.
I agree. Speaking of Trump, at the moment, polls show that Donald Trump is currently leading in Florida, South Carolina, and the key swing state, Georgia. Kamala Harris is ahead in New Hampshire, Virginia, and the swing state of North Carolina.
As we talk about swing states, I think it's really interesting to think that certain states can have a bigger impact than other ones. And I'm really interested to see as they roll in.
I agree, especially since it's 7, so it's not going to be an even split. It's going to be 4 and 3 instead of 4 and 4. So like one swing state is probably going to win the entire election. And I believe they were saying that it's going to be Pennsylvania that's going to win the election. So whoever, I believe, wins Pennsylvania will win the election.
Wow, it's crazy how close this election is. I've had a lot of fun in this class getting to research it. I've never really taken this much time to get into an election and really understand the processes and the candidates' policies.
Me either, and I think the whole writing the script part was really fun because we got to, like you said, we got to learn a lot of new information and just kind of get perspectives that not a lot of other high school students get to have. And then obviously getting to do this, most obviously high school students don't get to do something like this, and we're the only classes in our high school right now that get to do this.
It's been an awesome opportunity. What other background to government have you had? Have you taken classes or anything?
Honestly, I haven't. History is one of my favorite, it is my favorite class, but other than that, I haven't done anything government related ever. Have you?
Well, I'm in government right now, and it's a semester-long class, so after winter break, I'll be in econ. But I have really enjoyed government. My teacher is Miss Whitney, and she is amazing. And I think it's a cool class, and it definitely made me want to get into it more. And I think this hour was a great hour to be on because we covered so much.
I agree. I think all the other hours have done a great job, especially the red and blue hours. They did a really good job of respecting each other's opinions, which I think a lot of people would not have been able to do as well as they did. So congratulations to everyone that was on red and blue hours. But I think this was a great hour to be on because we kind of get to talk about, a lot of people are talking about things that have happened or things that will happen, but we get to talk about things that are happening like right now that are gonna like obviously change how the election turns out.
Yeah, and it was so cool because we covered so many topics. We talked about the hurricane, gerrymandering, political policies on abortion and immigration, along with taxing and inflation. And I think really getting to see such a wide scope of what this election looks like, especially currently, has been really cool to watch.
And it was also great because I believe we're one of the only hours that got if not the only hour that got a teacher interviewing here. And so to be able to have that extra perspective from the AP environmental teacher was just, I felt like it was really nice because obviously we can explain what we've researched about the hurricanes and all of that, but that's actually, she teaches that. And so she obviously knows a lot better than we do, so getting another perspective was amazing.
Yeah, I think having Miss Timmons in here was awesome, and she definitely elevated what we were able to cover during this hour. I think especially with the hurricane coverage, because that was such a crazy event during 2024 that happened fairly recently. I think it was awesome having her in here, really getting to dive deeper into what that looked like for those more southern states.
I agree. And yeah, so I really think that it'll be interesting to play out, like to see how the Electoral College is going, because obviously right now Trump is ahead, but the kind of weird thing about the U.S. is how we have the time changes. So voting is closed in like Eastern Coast states, but then there's swing states on the Western Coast and their voting isn't closed yet. So we likely won't know the results of this election probably until tomorrow morning, honestly. That's what a lot of economists are saying.
And I know hours 11 and 12 will do a great job at covering as more swing states begin to roll in and we have a better idea of what the polls are looking like. We are now coming towards the end of hour 8, and we have really enjoyed sharing with you all the current events and political strategies and how they are playing a part in the 2024 election.
Be sure to keep watching for Hour 9, where Salish Johnson and Maddie Bolton will take a closer look into the history of the election and this year's candidates.
And stay up late tonight and keep tuning in for hours 10, 11, and 12. We will be discussing about the Independent Party, along with summarizing this year's election as a whole. And hour 12 will be the best one yet with the results of this election. For The Juice, I'm Mia Schischler.
And I'm Ryan Hopkins. Remember to follow us on all of our socials at OOHS Juice and tune into our live radio station, WPLP The Pulp.
Welcome to the 9th hour of our 2024 election live stream. I'm Maddie Bolton.
And I'm Celeste Johnson. Before we talk to you about the history of today's candidates and the election, let's hear a little bit about our anchors for this hour. You go first, Maddie.
Thanks, Elise. I am a senior here at OOHS, and this is my 3rd year in the broadcast program. Since last year, I have been one of the Juice's arts producers, which means I am in charge of one of the 3rd period art shows, Between the Lines, which happens every Monday. Outside of broadcast, I enjoy music, and specifically, I've been playing the trombone for around 7 years now. This is my 3rd year as a performer in the jazz band and wind ensemble, and I am a section leader for the trombone section in the Marching Pioneers. I am also involved with our theater program, Orange Light Productions, where I mainly act and plan on pursuing that after high school. I am an inducted thespian in the International Thespian Honor Society, which is the Theater Honor Society. I serve as the secretary of ITS for our school's troupe, which means I am in charge of almost everything writing-wise in the theater department. Enough about me. What about you, Celeste?
Thanks, Maddie. I'm a junior graduating in 2026, and this is my 1st year in broadcast. Besides the news, I also contribute to HOSA, Black Empowerment Club, and other after-school hobbies. But now that we're done with the intros, let's talk politics.
In this hour, we will focus on the history of the election. Specifically, we will talk about the history of the 2 candidates and their vice president, as well as the political parties themselves. Throughout this hour, we will continue to have updates about the current status of the election and any new news regarding the election or its candidates.
As we know, there's one main candidate in their choice of vice president in each party. Trump with his vice president choice, J.D. Vance for the Republican Party, then Kamala and her vice president choice, Tim Walz for the Democratic Party. Earlier in the day, we talked about the party's political views and what policies they want to institute if they get into office.
Before we head into the history of our candidates, let's throw it over to Abby Simmons with your first election update of the hour. Make sure to run that twice.
Thanks, Maddie. Hi. Simmons and I will be giving you your election updates for this hour. Let's jump right in. As voting polls start closing and results keep coming in, a few more states have been decided. Trump has won Alabama, Florida, Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Tennessee, and now has a total of 95 electoral votes. Harris has won Connecticut, Maryland, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island and has 35 electoral votes. Back to the desk.
Thanks, Abby. Now let's share the history of our Republican Party candidate, Donald Trump, and his choice of President, J.D. Vance.
Donald Trump has a very extensive history in government, and most notably, he won the 2016 election and was the 45th president of the USA, and the only president with no prior military or government experience. He also made headlines by claiming the title of the first president to be impeached twice, in 2019 during the Ukraine versus Russia war, and again in 2021 for promoting his supporters to march to the Capitol after losing the 2020 election to President Biden on January 6, 2021.
Earlier in this live stream, we also learned that Trump has already made claims that there is a massive election fraud and there is fraud in Philadelphia. This isn't the first time Trump has claimed voter fraud. He also made these claims when he lost the presidential race against Biden. Philadelphia's city commissioner, Seth Bluestein, went to Twitter, also known as X, to deny these statements. Pennsylvania is currently still a swing state, and Philadelphia is also not confirmed a red or blue so far. There was also an assassination attempt made on Trump just a few months ago at a Trump rally on July 13th. The person behind this attack was 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks. This attempt sadly killed one of his supporters and critically injured 2 other audience members. Trump was minorly injured during this attempt. I remember when I first heard about this like it was yesterday, and all of the theories that people made about this event.
But this isn't the first time Trump has almost been assassinated. On September 5th, just less than 2 months after the attempt at his rally, another alleged assassination attempt was made while Trump was golfing in his International Golf Club in Florida. The suspect, 58-year-old Ryan Wesley Routh, was discovered aiming a rifle at a Trump security member while hiding in a bush. Once the Secret Service spotted him, he fled the scene but was later captured.
In our country, there have been 4 presidential assassinations: Abraham Lincoln, James A. Garfield, William McKinley, and John F. Kennedy. Theodore Roosevelt was the only other president who was harmed due to an assassination attempt before this event. It is terrifying to know that we were living during a moment that would be forever documented in history, since this is only the 2nd president in the history of our country to survive an assassination attempt, and the 6th president whom an assassination attempt was made against.
Besides Trump, he's also running alongside nominee Vice President J.D. Vance. Vance is a Marine veteran who served right here in Ohio as the junior United States Senator. Along with being in the Ohio Senate, he also had a career in journalism, starting from his job in the military as a journalist and later working for the New York Times and contributing on CNN. He also had a small career in books, with his autobiography, Hillbilly Elegy, becoming a top bestseller and later adapted into film. He actually opposed Trump's candidacy back in 2016, but changed his views after Trump's presidency, which led him to being announced as Trump's running mate right before the RNC. That's some of the brief histories of this year's Republican Party. Speaking of candidates, the history of how presidential candidates marketed and fished for votes in the past versus now is also a needed topic to discuss for this election. An important part of this presidential race is without a doubt the Democratic and Republican national conventions. Also, the presidential debates, which we had 2 of this year, Samira and Abby are going to tell us about some of these events. And Justice is also going to tell us about the Issue 1 vote that is also happening in this election. So before we get into our other topics, let's throw it over to these packages.
Good morning, Pioneers. I'm Abby Curry, and here's a look into the Democratic and Republican National Convention.
I have no idea.
I'm Mr. Carmichael. I teach AP U.S. Government and Politics. Political parties hold conventions every 4 years in the year of the general election. Essentially, conventions are a kickoff event that the political party holds to introduce their candidate, which is their product, to the American people. So for the Republican convention, which was held very early this year, kind of the big news leading it up to that convention was who former President Trump was going to select as his vice presidential candidate. And so he went with Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. So the Democratic convention this year was very interesting, obviously with Biden dropping out, the Democrats being in a situation where they were just weeks away from the convention and they were switching candidates. So this is very rare. The last time it happened was 1968. The Democrats decided to move to the vice president on their ticket, Kamala Harris, and so she was validated at the convention, selected as their official nominee. So the conventions this year were a little bit different in that former President Trump waited to the very last minute to announce his vice presidential candidate. That's a little bit unusual, but that's the way he decided to approach that, with a little bit more of a showmanship style. But the really unique convention this year was on the Democratic Party side. With Harris being selected so late, the Democratic Party, if you go and you look at their platform, and platforms are a basic statement of what their ideas are, they're still articulating those and trying to get those together.
That's all for today, Pioneers. Now back to the desk.
Good evening. I'm Maddie Patton, and I'm here with
Brian Patton.
Mr. Patton. What do you teach, and where do you teach at?
I am an AP Government and Politics teacher at Dublin Kaufman High School.
How many years have you been teaching AP Government?
Been teaching AP Government for 21 years. Been teaching social studies at Dublin Kaufman for 23 years.
What did you do the other 2 years that you were not in AP US Government?
I taught regular U.S. government. I also taught U.S. history.
AP or regular?
Just regular.
How do you teach about this certain election? Because in your 21 years, this would be your 5th election. How are you planning on teaching it, or how have you taught it in the previous years?
Well, I try to mix up a few different activities that I feel like get the kids excited about following the election, get them informed about the candidates and the issues for that given election cycle. And we try to, understand the process from a lot of different kind of points of view and angles. So we'll take a look at things such as congressional races, House and Senate races, in addition to presidential race. We'll look at the Electoral College. We do some political prognosticating, which means just predicting different races where we're looking at polls. We also do breakdowns of candidates' positions on different issues of choice. We do all sorts of different kind of activities that a lot of people who follow politics for a living would maybe do on their own.
And obviously, since you're teaching AP Government, you have a lot of students who are able to vote. What would you tell them that they probably have not heard before?
I would tell them that their participation is always important. It doesn't matter what age you're at, whether you're a new voter or somebody who's voted for the last 50, 60 years. Your voice matters, and I know that's sometimes cliche and it's sometimes taken for granted, but we are the people that ultimately drive the decisions from the people who are serving in government, and to have the opportunity to do that should not be overlooked and should not be taken lightly. So I would always tell students that it's up to them to get involved, but if they do get involved, they won't regret it, and their participation, whether it be through voting, informing themselves on what the races are at that given cycle, engaging in support of a candidate in some form or fashion, those are all things that do make a difference. So as a new voter, I would say one of the most important things is to make sure that you get yourself as informed as possible. You think for yourself, you look at multiple sources, you base your vote around the decision or the issues that are important to you, and that's a very personal decision.
And for my final question, do you think that this election, like teaching it, do you think it will be different than all the other elections because it's supposed to be close?
That was to be determined, but I do think that there's a heightened sense that the country is pretty split right now. And so I think if you look at the last several elections, going back to 2020 and 2022, even back to 2016, even 2018, those races, those contests were all very, very close. So the way that the country is split up in terms of its politics kind of leads to where we're at. So I think there's a heightened sense that anything can happen on election day, which is exciting, but it's also one of those situations that will lead to a lot of people maybe casting doubt over what happens. But I do feel like this election has been kind of trending as one of the closer elections that we've had in a while, which should hopefully bring a lot of attention and, more importantly, a lot of people to vote on election day.
Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That's all from me. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back to the 9th hour of the Election Day live stream. Thank you, Abby Curry and Maddie Patton, for some important information about events this year. Now, back to the topic before the break. In the past, presidential candidates would advertise to gain votes through TV advertising and in-person campaigns or rallies. Television ads would be where the committees for these candidates would spend the majority of their money. But recently, their way of marketing for votes has changed.
They still do rallies and television ads, but a lot of candidates have taken to social media platforms such as TikTok, even after they have voted to ban the platform. A lot of candidates' content on such apps is more humorous and seems to be marketed towards the younger generations of voters.
Another way the candidates have been attracting younger voters is by bringing on celebrities. Kamala Harris was supported by artists such as Beyoncé, Taylor Swift, Megan Thee Stallion, and more, while Trump brought on Elon Musk, Bryce Hall, and Amber Rose. Now, let's review some of the history of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party candidate for this election is Kamala Harris and her Vice President, Tim Walz. Earlier this year, in July, our main Democratic candidate and current President of the United States, Joe Biden, stepped out of the presidential race with only 5 months left, and Kamala Harris, current Vice President, stepped up in his place. People didn't believe that she would be able to gain enough support in such a short amount of time.
Kamala Harris is this country's first female vice president, and beyond that, she was the first Black or Asian American person to hold that position. She has had many firsts in America with her roles in government, and she could be our nation's first female president. However, she's not the first female to be running for office, as Hillary Clinton ran for office first time in 2008 and for a second time in 2016 and lost both times. But the question is, will Kamala be our nation's first ever female president? We'll have to wait and see.
Tim Walz, who is Kamala's vice president, choice to be vice president if she gets elected into office, who is currently serving his 6th term representing Minnesota's 1st congressional district, which is in the southern part of the state. Tim Walz is also a veteran. He enlisted in the Army National Guard when he was just 17 and served for 24 years.
Going back to the packages that ran earlier in this show, let's talk about the Democratic and Republican National Conventions, also known as the DNC and RNC. The DNC and RNC both had a giant role in the type of specific voters and audiences each party gained throughout their campaigns. Speaking of specifics, another large part of this election is taking place right here in Ohio, with issue 1 on the ballot. But before we get into it, it's time for another election update, so let's throw it over to Abby Simmons.
Thanks, Elise. Donald Trump is currently leading in Georgia and Texas, and Kamala Harris is leading in New Hampshire, New Jersey, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. That's all from me. Now back to the desk.
Let's talk about Issue 1. Issue 1 is a vote that Ohioans will also be voting on during this presidential election. This isn't the first time gerrymandering has been an important topic in the state of Ohio. Ohio is actually ranked as one of the top 10 most gerrymandered states in the United States, and Ohio voters have been passing reform for anti-gerrymandering since 2015.
That's right, Maddie. The Senate has been facing controversy for these maps for almost 10 years, and Issue 1 is another huge part in the fight, along with the protests. However, another Ohio House bill almost put a restriction on protests in 2021 to 2022, specifically touching on riots or any damages caused by the protests. But the rich history of why protests began is much more complicated.
Before we head into the history, we will take a short break. We will see you when we come back. Welcome back to the 9th hour of the Juices election livestream. Now we are going far back into history, starting all the way back in the 1960s, during the Vietnam War. According to the Library and Research Services website for Harvard, protests were against the inhumanity of the war and how, at the time, the voting age limit was 21, while men could still get drafted into war at 18. Protest acts included burning drafting cards, marching rallies, and other non-violent showings as well. These acts gained more attention after the Lai massacre and marked an era of standing up for social and political change.
After the Vietnam War protests, more movements for change happened in America for equality, civil rights, anti-war, anti-nuclear, workers' rights, and many other topics. Protests are still alive and active today, especially regarding the Israel and Palestine war, the #MeToo movement, Black Lives Matter, gun violence, and protests for abortion rights ahead of the election date. These protests and these issues are important when it comes to this election, because how presidential candidates respond to these protests and talk about these issues will tell us how our country will be affected depending on who we elect. These protests aim to make a change in this country, and who our president is will define how and where voters can get these changes in the future.
For this election, the state of Ohio has 17 electoral votes during this election. We are projected to go towards Trump, according to the Electoral College. In the past few years, our state has normally been a red state, but if we look at the larger span of history, it seems like every few years our state changes. It's hard to say if our state is normally a red or a blue state, but for this election, we are projected to be a red state.
In the 2020 election, our state was a red state, but only by around 9%. And in the 2016 election, our state was also a red state by around 9% again. But in the 2 election years before that, our state was blue. In 2012, by around 4% and 6% in the 2008 election. If we look at the elections going back to 1976, we have had 12 presidential elections, and our state was red for about 7 of those times, and blue for 5. The closest year was in 1976, when our state was 48.9% blue and 48.7% red.
The 1976 election was between Democratic nominee Jimmy Carter and Republican nominee Gerald Ford, and Jimmy Carter won this election in the history of the United States. In the history of the United States, there have been 59 presidential elections, starting from the first real presidential election in 1789 between George Washington and John Adams, which George Washington won.
This election will be our country's 60th. Joe Biden is currently our 46th president of the United States, meaning that whoever wins this year's presidential election will be our country's 47th president.
Just in case you missed it this hour, let's throw it back over to the packages. They will be talking about some issues that have happened in Ohio and some of the presidential debate earlier this year.
Good morning, Pioneers. I'm Abby Curry, and here's a look into the Democratic and Republican National Conventions.
I'm Mr. Carmichael. I teach AP U.S. Government and Politics. Political parties hold conventions every 4 years in the year of the general election. Essentially, conventions are a kickoff event that the political party holds to introduce their candidate, which is their product, to the American people. So for the Republican convention, which was held very early this year, kind of the big news leading it up to that convention was who former President Trump was going to select as his vice presidential candidate. And so he went with Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. So the Democratic convention this year was very interesting, obviously with Biden dropping out, the Democrats being in a situation where they were just weeks away from the convention and they were switching candidates. So this is very rare. The last time it happened was 1968. The Democrats decided to move to the vice president on their ticket, Kamala Harris, and so she was validated at the convention, selected as their official nominee. So the conventions this year were a little bit different in that former President Trump waited to the very last minute to announce his vice presidential candidate. That's a little bit unusual, but that's the way he decided to approach that, with a little bit more of a showmanship style. But the really unique convention this year was on the Democratic Party side. With Harris being selected so late, the Democratic Party, if you go and you look at their platform, and platforms are a basic statement of what their ideas are, they're still articulating those and trying to get those together.
That's all for today, Pioneers. Now back to the desk.
Good evening. I'm Maddie Patton, and I'm here with
Brian Patton.
Mr. Patton, what do you teach and where do you teach at?
I am an AP Government and Politics teacher at Dublin Kaufman High School.
How many years have you been teaching AP Government?
Been teaching AP Government for 21 years, been teaching social studies at Dublin Kaufman for 23 years.
What did you do the other 2 years that you were not in AP U.S. Government?
I taught regular U.S. Government, I also taught U.S. History.
AP or regular?
Just regular.
How do you teach about this certain election? Because in your 21 years, this would be your 5th election. How are you planning on teaching it, or how have you taught it in the previous years?
Well, I try to mix up a few different activities that I feel like get the kids excited about following the election, get them informed about the candidates and the issues for that given election cycle. And we try to, understand the process from a lot of different kind of points of view and angles. So we'll take a look at things such as congressional races, House and Senate races, in addition to presidential race. We'll look at the Electoral College. We do some political prognosticating, which means just predicting different races where we're looking at polls. We also do breakdowns of candidates' positions on different issues of choice. We do all sorts of different kind of activities that a lot of people who follow politics for a living would maybe do on their own.
And obviously, since you're teaching AP Government, you have a lot of students who are able to vote. What would you tell them that they probably have not heard before?
I would tell them that, you know, their participation is always important. It doesn't matter what age you're at, whether you're a new voter or, you know, somebody who's voted for the last 50, 60 years, your voice matters. And I know that's sometimes cliche and it's sometimes taken for granted, but, you know, we are the people that ultimately drive the decisions from the people who are serving in government, and to have the opportunity to do that should not be overlooked and should not be taken lightly. So I would always tell students that, you know, it's up to them to get involved, but if they do get involved, they won't regret it, and their participation, whether it be through voting, informing themselves on what the races are at that given cycle, you know, engaging in support of a candidate in some form or fashion, those are all things that do make a difference. So as a new voter, I would say one of the most important things is to make sure that you get yourself as informed as possible. You think for yourself, you look at multiple sources, you base your vote around the decision or the issues that are important to you, and that's a very personal decision.
And for my final question, do you think that this election, like teaching it, do you think it will be different than all the other elections because it's supposed to be close?
That was to be determined, but I do think that there's a heightened sense that the country is pretty split right now. And so I think if you look at the last several elections, going back to 2020 and 2022, even back to 2016, even 2018, those races, those contests were all very, very close. So the way that the country is split up in terms of its politics kind of leads to where we're at. So I think there's a heightened sense that anything can happen on election day, which is exciting, but it's also one of those situations that will lead to a lot of people maybe casting doubt over what happens. But I do feel like this election has been kind of trending as one of the closer elections that we've had in a while, which should hopefully bring a lot of attention and, more importantly, a lot of people to vote on election day.
Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That's all from me. Now, back to the show.
Thanks, Abby Curry and Maddie Patton. Now, before we head on to the scheduled script, I have found some more information to talk about. 2 poll workers were killed in a flooding on Election Day today in Missouri. There was a flooding that hit the state overnight, and 2 of the poll workers that were supposed to be working today were swept off the road in their cars. And the victims were identified as a 70-year-old man and a 73-year-old woman. And also, in Pennsylvania, near Pennsylvania University, the polling lines have been hours long, and a judge has decided to reject Democrats' effort to extend voting near Lehigh University in Pennsylvania. Democrats asked to extend the voting as Bethlehem Ward 3 polling place until 10 p.m. to accommodate for the lines, but the judges have denied this ask. Now, both of these were from CNN, and now back to the original program. This presidential debate has been a wild ride, and I believe that this specific election and this specific time will be documented in the history books. So much has happened during this election, like Trump's attempt of assassination, Biden stepping down from the running just a few months ago. We are living in history, and that is both scary and a little bit cool. What do you think about this, Elise?
I definitely agree with you that the election has just been an absolute roller coaster, especially for this year specifically because of the new candidates and just everything that has happened so far. And it's very saddening to see the amount of violence on both sides and just everything that's happened so far. However, I do believe that, throughout this entire election, it has brought obviously like America together to vote for their issues and just think about like who they want to be president.
Yeah.
And I just feel as though even with all the crazy stuff that's happened, it just really shows how just building up on democracy like this and what we started like all of these years ago has just built up to grow even stronger throughout everything that's happened.
Yeah. I personally was really surprised when Biden dropped out of the race. I knew that was probably the best decision, but I didn't know how the new blue candidate would even get enough support in such a short amount of time. And also that Trump assassination attempt, I can remember exactly where I was when I learned about that like it was yesterday. I was told by my teachers back in middle school that when the Trump supporters stormed the Capitol, that when I'm old, I would be asked, what were you doing when they stormed the Capitol? And I think that also applies to the attempted assassination earlier this year.
Before we finish off this hour of the election broadcast, let's throw it over to Abby Simmons with our last election update.
Thanks, Elise. Donald Trump has won Arkansas and now has 101 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has won New Jersey, Delaware, and Illinois, and now has 71 electoral votes. She is currently leading the polls in Michigan, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania. Trump is still leading in Georgia and Texas, and now North Carolina. Ohio and Virginia have both flipped, and they and Kansas are almost 50-50. This is a close race, but we will keep you updated. That's it from me. I'm Abby Simmons, and thank you for tuning in. Now back to the desks.
All right, so do you have something to talk about, Celise?
Well, speaking on the history of the presidents, former President Donald Trump is actually watching election returns with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and it's mainly in Wisconsin, where RFK just remains on the ballot still, even though he has tried to remove his name from the state. He has also been seen supporting Trump and also endorsed Trump for presidency, which ties into them watching it together. Even though the Supreme Court did decline last week to let Kennedy withdraw his name from the ballots in Wisconsin and Michigan, battleground states still support Trump, and he still has his name on the ballot for Trump. And even though Kennedy left the presidential race in August, he still urged the Supreme Court to yank his name from the ballots because they would not. But throughout this, he's still supporting Trump and is supporting his victory.
That's pretty cool. I would like to bring up a comment from one of the earlier hours. This election is a crazy election, and there are a lot of events happening, such as a man was arrested at the Capitol the Capitol after he was caught carrying a torch and flare gun. That is crazy alone, and I'm surprised that it's why I don't even what even led that thought process to do that. That's crazy to me. And also, voting services a voting services building in Pennsylvania is currently being searched by dogs after a bomb threat. The building has been evacuated, and the government building is in Westchester, Pennsylvania. The building is currently being searched by dogs and will be back in service shortly if nothing is found. But it's just another string of reported bomb threats in multiple states, and this is surprising to me. I haven't heard about events like this for a while, at least since like the storming of the Capitol, but I'm just confused why this election is so angry, I would say. It just feels like there's a lot of stuff happening in this election, and maybe I wasn't listening, but I haven't heard about it since like this during our last election.
Well, since we're speaking about flames, there's also been reports of people in Arkansas burning ballot boxes. And this has actually happened across multiple different states. And on all of the ballot boxes, they have etched words like Free Gaza on them. And I think that just relates to the overall stakes and violence going on during this election, as this is like the most important election that we have seen yet. And I think the burning and just all of the flames and violence in general has definitely added on to everything that's been going on.
Especially with the Israel and Palestine war happening currently. I'm pretty sure these are protests towards that, which just so we will be moving to a break shortly. Before we finish off this hour, let's talk about the American flag. More specifically, the history of the American flag. The first person who came up with the design of the American flag is Francis Hopkins, a New Jersey congressman and signer of the Declaration of Independence. He claimed to have designed the flag. Hopkins claimed to have designed the flag, and the Continental Congress's journals show that he designed the flag, which has 13 stars in quincuncial pattern. However, there are no surviving illustrations of this design. There have been four different people who have contributed to coming up with the design of the American flag, and there are multiple rules about how you can hang the American flag. Like, for example, when it is placed against a wall or in a window, the blue field with the stars should be at the top and the right of the flag, or to the left of the observer. If it's positioned over a street, the Union or the blue with white stars should be at the top, unless the flag is at half staff. The position if it's on a position on a speaker's platform, when it is laid flat, the flag should be above and behind the speaker. If it is at half staff, the flag should be flown at half staff to honor the death of a government official or on certain holidays. If it is on clothing or bedding, flag pins are permitted over the left lapel. The first, Betsy Ross, was a Philadelphia seamstress, and she was the one who sewed the flag back in May of 1776. They asked her to sew the flag based on a drawing by George Washington. However, there is no evidence that Ross made the first flag, and the first mention of her story was almost 100 years after the fact. Rebecca Young is another person who is credited with coming up with the design of the American flag. Young is credited with making the Union flag. And now, some updates on the pollings. Harris is leading Kansas again, as well as Missouri, Michigan, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania. Trump is still leading Georgia, North Carolina, Texas, and now Ohio. Virginia continues to be half and half. Do you have any updates?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. Trump is still leading Georgia, North Carolina, Texas, and now Ohio. Virginia continues to be half and half. Thank you for continuing to tune into our 12-hour election live stream. This was the 9th hour. I'm Maddie Bolton. Make sure to stay tuned for the upcoming hours. Only 2 more left to go.
And I'm Celeste Johnson. With only a few more hours left until we learn our next president of the United States, we will return for our 10th hour for a look into the election from an independent viewpoint this break.
Hello and good evening. Welcome to the 10th hour of the Juice election live stream. We're thrilled to be your anchors this hour. My name is Abby Curry.
And my name is Connor Morrison. Welcome to our third and final opinion hour, Independent Hour. But before we start our coverage and discussions, let's introduce ourselves. I'm one of the live sports producers and anchors for The Grit, our Friday sports news show. Last year, I was Rookie of the Year for our broadcast program. I'm a middle-level staff member and the student board president for the Ohio Association of Student Leaders, as well as a student advisor for the Ohio Department of Education Whole Child Advisory Group.
I'm a junior here at Orange and one of the 2 junior executive producers here at The Juice. Outside of The Juice, I'm also a Triumph officer, class cabinet member, and co-founder of Movie Club. I want to be a screenwriter and director and currently produce my own short films.
Let's quickly give an overview of what this hour will include. Abby and I will be discussing political issues and our opinions on them. Following that, we will hold a roundtable discussion with other self-proclaimed independent students. Finally, we'll have a few electoral college updates throughout the hour.
Now, let's discuss what being an independent voter means. A person who considers themselves politically independent means they don't identify with one party. Some consider themselves more moderate, while others may lean towards one party.
That's right, Abby. Many independents choose to identify this way because they don't believe in the two-party system, have strong beliefs on both sides, or are not a fan of the candidates currently running.
Now that we got that down, let's talk for a moment about how the election has gone so far today as we're in the last couple of hours.
So far, as polls are closing around the East Coast and some of the states are casting their ballots. Right now, Trump, I believe, does have a lead. However, there are a lot of states, including the major swing states, which haven't been announced so far.
Something that really shocked me was Ohio was blue for a minute there. I'm not sure if it still is right now, but that's really surprising since Ohio is typically a red state.
Yeah, absolutely. While we will, I would assume that we will see Ohio eventually cast their ballot for Donald Trump. It was interesting that Ohio was blue for a little, and also some of the other states that are predicted to maybe be close elections or are predicted to go one way or the other were switched. For example, Georgia, the last time I checked, which was not too long ago, they had 55% for Donald Trump. And with that being one of the major swing states, that's something to really look at and follow a little bit more. Obviously, their ballot hasn't been casted yet. The election's still too close to call in Georgia, and I'm sure we won't hear Georgia's official ballot for a couple of hours at least. But it is something that we should be keying in on.
What I'm most interested right now is Pennsylvania, obviously one of the biggest swing states. I'm really excited and anxious to see how they cast their ballots and who gets their votes. And with just everything going on there right now, very excited to see how things go over there and the other swing states, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Pennsylvania will probably be the key factor in whoever candidate wants to or is hoping to win this election. I think Pennsylvania, with it being the largest swing state, obviously is the most important swing state. So it is interesting to see how polling is looking there so far, how candidates are leading, and also what counties have casted their ballots so far throughout the state.
Yeah, I agree. Let's take a look at the updated Electoral College and see what's happened since we last saw you. Samira?
So far, Kamala has won New York. To give a recap, Kamala has also won, is currently winning Maine, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Missouri, Colorado, and Kansas. Pennsylvania and Michigan are especially key as they are swing states. Trump is currently winning Ohio, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Iowa, and Texas. For Pennsylvania, Harris is currently winning 62.9% to 36.2% Trump. Now, back to the desk.
Thanks, Samira. Now, let's get into some of the focal points of this election, explaining our views on the issues and policies that have taken center stage during the time leading up to today. We'll give a short, unbiased explanation of each subject before we get into our views.
A brief reminder before we start that these discussions are opinionated. Nothing said during this hour should be taken as fact. We are simply here to express our beliefs on certain issues. With that being said, let's get started.
Let's kick off with the economy. Economic issues refers to the financial system of the United States in regard to things such as unemployment rate, inflation, income levels, and government spending. So as far as the economy, I'd like to think that I would lean a little bit right, just because overall in history, Republicans have been able to do better with the economy. However, with that being said, there's been a lot of resources that have come out in the time leading up to the election about how Kamala Harris has a better overall economic plan. For example, some Wharton business scholars said that her plan was better and also cost less money, and then a handful of Nobel Prize nominee and winners said the same thing.
I agree. I definitely think I lean more right when it comes to... should we say that? Okay. Quickly, before we get back to the economy, Trump just officially won Ohio's Electoral College votes. That is 17 Electoral College votes to Trump, and that is our home state of Ohio. So Ohio officially went red. Now, back to our discussion. I definitely agree with what you said. I think I definitely lean more Republican or right when it comes to economy. I think it's been shown that economies do well when there's less government intervention. However, I do think there's something to be said. I think the government has a responsibility to provide for its people. However, I don't think taxes should be raised on lower and middle class. I think those should be mainly in the higher class, which I think is more of a left view, but that's how I personally feel about it.
So you brought up taxes there. As far as taxes go, what do you think of the idea that Trump brought up during his time on the Joe Rogan podcast? He said that he possibly was thinking about eliminating the income tax as a whole. What are your opinions on that?
That would definitely be very interesting. That would definitely be a big change. Personally, I don't like paying income tax because I make minimum wage, but I am a high school student. No one really likes income tax, but I do think it is important that for the government to, do things. I think that's an idealistic view that would even be possible.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's something that it would be very hard to get it passed, and it would have a lot of economic, impacts, because income tax is a very large part of the government revenue that the government is taking in for their fiscal budget. So I think that would be something that would be a major change in the U.S.'s economic system. Now, looking to the other side, during the presidential debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris said she wanted to give a $6,000 tax cut for children if she was elected. What are your opinions on that?
I don't have too many thoughts on that. I think that would definitely also be difficult, since so many people have children, I think that would be a big undertaking. And I think that would also be very hard to pull off and also pretty idealistic.
Yeah, I agree there.
Okay. Let's move on to immigration. Immigration refers to how the U.S. manages the movement of people across its borders. This usually encompasses border security, pathways to citizenship, and impacts on the economy and workforce. So, Connor, what do you think about immigration? Which side would you say you...
I would say that I can really see both sides on this issue, because I really do agree with some of the things that the Republican Party has brought up about illegal immigrants and how, even though it's not really something that's talked about a lot, I think there is economic impacts with having lots of illegal immigrants come in and work jobs. And I think it is taking away from American citizens' jobs. So I agree with that part, but I think that on the other side of the spectrum, the Democrat Party does, I think, have, at this moment, better plans for the border. We saw Trump in 2016 say that he wanted to build a wall, say that he wanted to make Mexico pay for it, and he built very little of that wall, and the U.S. citizens paid for it through taxes and government spending. So I think that I can really see both sides. I do think that illegal immigration is a growing issue, and it is something that is important.
Yeah, I agree. I think illegal immigration is something that is important, but I think there's also something to be said for, I think, part of what makes America so special and so unique is that it is such a melting pot of different cultures, of different religions, of different ethnicities, and there's just really no place on the world like that, and I think immigration's a huge factor in that. So I think there is something to be said that, and like they said during Red and Blue Hour, America's built on immigration. So I think it's definitely something that's very important to America, and I think it's something that we need to do right.
Yeah, I agree with that as far as, like you said, the melting pot, how U.S. has citizens from all over the world that come in and, apply for citizenship, or they come in illegally. I do agree with you on that part. But one thing that I do want to bring up is that Kamala Harris was the vice president under the Biden administration, and the Biden administration had a record high illegal immigration rate during his 4-year term. Do you think that Kamala Harris will be able to change that number and bring it down with some of her policies, or do you think that that's something that can't really be changed?
Honestly, I feel like a lot of this election is the candidates saying they're going to do things, and we don't know if they're going to follow those things and do them. I would like to see her follow her policies on immigration, but at the end of the day, we don't really know how she'll actually deliver.
Yeah, I agree. And the last thing I want to bring up here, going on the other side of the spectrum, Trump, during his term, killed a bill that would have put more border agents at the border across the U.S. and Mexico border. Do you believe that was a mistake on his part, and why do you think he would have done something like that if he was so avidly against illegal immigration?
Well, I think making the border safe is very important. As we hear horror stories from the border, I think making it safe on both sides is very important. As for Border Patrol, I haven't heard much about Trump's policies. What are your thoughts?
I think that it's very interesting that he killed a bill when he was so avid against illegal immigration. I think that really just doesn't make sense, and I haven't really found a valid reason why he would do something like that. So that's all I really have to say on immigration, but we do have some major updates for the Electoral College, so we'll be right back with that.
Breaking news. Trump has just won Texas, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, South Carolina, and Nebraska. Maine, Minnesota, Wisconsin are also siding with Trump. There will be many more updates coming in the next few minutes, so stay tuned. Now, back to the desk.
Now getting back to our discussions on some of the focal points of this election, one of the most controversial topics of the past few elections has been gun policy. Gun policy refers to the laws, regulations, and regulations regarding the manufacture, sale, ownership, and use of firearms in the United States.
So what I'll say about gun policy is I feel like this is one of the issues I'm very independent on, because I believe that on one side I believe in the Second Amendment. I think people have the right to protect themselves. However, I do not think AR-15 should be sold, because we do see so many mass shootings and it's absolutely heartbreaking, and we don't see these statistics in a lot of other countries. I think it's heartbreaking. I don't think anybody needs an assault weapon that isn't professionally trained.
Yeah, and I tend to agree with that. I think I would lean a little bit Democratic here, but I think it really is a matter of it should be a bipartisan solution. I think that there absolutely does need to be more regulation around guns. And I don't know if I would particularly agree as far as taking away weapons like our AR-15s, but while I do see your point there, I don't know if that's something I personally agree with. What I do agree with is that there just needs to be more overall regulations, and some of the stuff like red flag laws, which are very, very soft right now as far as what things are flagged for certain citizens that are buying weapons. I think that needs to be increased. However, like you said, I do believe in the Second Amendment. And the main issue, or the main thing that I think about when you talk about taking away AR-15s, is that it doesn't really specify in the Constitution on what weapons are right or wrong. So I think that's something that would be very hard to make a clear decision on that as far as policy, because it wasn't stated by our founders.
I see your point. I think my thought is civilians don't need military-grade weapons, and I think, like I said, I do think people have the right to own a gun. I think we need better laws on which guns those are, but I do see your point in the Constitution. It doesn't specify which weapons.
Absolutely.
Arguably, the most controversial topic of this election is abortion rights. Abortion is defined as a woman's right to terminate a pregnancy. This debate is often centered around accessibility to an abortion in certain states versus others, and the moral perspective of certain citizens on this issue.
So I think that abortion is by far the hardest discussion to have, because the opinions right now are so deeply polarized as far as it should either be completely free for everyone or there should be none at all. I think there, like with gun policy, needs to be a bipartisan solution, because my personal belief is that while I do completely stand with abortion rights, and I believe that it is a fundamental right for women, I think that there is a point where it should not be allowed. Maybe in, I don't know, I'm just throwing out ideas, maybe during the third trimester, after the first and second. I think you're getting dangerously close to the pregnancy where it could harm the potential mother during, while she's giving birth, or while she is in the process of giving birth or getting there. So I think that something like that needs to be talked about. But at this current stage in the political landscape, like I said, the beliefs on both parties are so polarized that they can't really see the other side's opinion at all and work towards a solution that fits both parties.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I think a bipartisan solution is best. What I will say is I deeply understand both arguments. As a Christian, my beliefs tell me that that's a life, but I also fundamentally believe that it is a woman's right to choose, and the government should not be able to choose for a woman. And I believe there are plenty of reasons to get an abortion, and I don't think because people don't like some of the reasons that all those reasons should be, that it should be illegal, because we see heartbreaking stories of rape and incest where people weren't able to get abortions when they really should have been able to. So while I'm pro-life for myself, I'm overall pro-choice because I don't think it's the government's place to say whether a woman can get an abortion or not.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you just said there. And I want to circle back because I also am Christian and I do believe it's a life, but I think there's just so many troubling stories of maybe a woman can't afford to have a kid. Maybe there's cases like rape or incest where if a mother doesn't want to have that child, I think it is completely okay in those scenarios to not have that child. And I think other things like potentially harming the mother during this pregnancy, it also plays into some of that. So as a Christian, it's a very hard line to say because, like you said, on my Christian side, I believe it is a life and I believe that life shouldn't be taken away. But on the other side of it, I can absolutely see instances where it is completely okay because of some of the things that I said earlier.
I completely agree.
Now it's time for our roundtable discussion with independent students here at Orange.
That's right. We'll both be participating along with Ren Rader and Lauren Tile. We'll be right back. So we're joined by Lauren and Ren.
Hello.
Hi. So what's our first question?
What does being independent mean to you?
So the first question is, what does being independent mean to us? I'll start. For me, it means I believe government intervention, the government's too involved, meaning I lean pretty libertarian. I believe I have beliefs on both sides of the aisle, and I think that one party just would not be enough to cover it for me.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I think my beliefs kind of go towards both sides, and an independent is a good in the middle where you can kind of have your own thoughts and feelings towards everything.
I think I'm going to agree with what Abby and Lauren have said so far. I would say that I have beliefs on both the Republican and Democrat side, as well as some of the independent beliefs. And I think that's what independent means to me.
Yeah, I agree with what all of you guys said, but as I would add just a little more to that, in this election where I've really tuned into a lot of the political stuff where I haven't before, I think that being independent has really just been a result of me personally not liking either of the candidates that we have running for president. I believe that somewhere out there's probably better candidates that are looking out for, American citizens more. So I believe that being independent to me is, while it is going to stick with me past this election, I'm sure I will still be independent in 2028 when I can actually vote. I think it's mainly been a result of just this election.
Yeah.
Backing off of what Connor was saying, what are your thoughts on the candidates?
So the next question is, what are our thoughts on the candidates? I'll start. I'm not a Trump fan. I'll say that I think he's a very polarizing figure, like they talked about on Red Hour, and I don't think that's good. I don't think he's the best person personally. I think Nikki Haley was a much better Republican candidate. She is someone I liked a lot more than Trump. She was much more moderate, in my opinion, and much more willing for a central view and bipartisan solutions on many things. That being said, I also don't think Harris is the best candidate. I don't know who I'd prefer on the Democrat side. I do think she's a lot better than Biden. Personally, I think Harris is a good vice presidential pick, but I do think there's always better people.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd say that starting on the Democrat side, just because I can talk about it a little bit more, what I would say was my main issue with Harris is she's been very back and forth on a lot of her policies. For example, fracking. There's multiple sources, and you can feel free to go out and look and have your own opinion on this. But from what I've seen, there's been plenty of times where she said she will ban fracking, and then in the most recent presidential debate, she said she would not ban fracking, and she's gone back and forth on this for as many years as she's been vice president, and maybe going back even farther. On the Republican side, Trump overall, like you said, is just a very polarizing figure. I believe that his following is, I wouldn't say scary, but I can't think of a better word at this moment, just because of like what they said on, I believe it was the Blue Hour, where he can say whatever he wants and just get away with it. So I think that's my main gripe with both candidates there.
As we talked about earlier, how independent for us can mean that we don't particularly identify with either candidate. I think that's definitely an important thing to talk about. I know a lot of people are becoming more moderate, more independent this election, and they're kind of forcing themselves to make a choice. And I think that's what the election is in the end. But I think that's really important to do research and learn about both candidates.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I think we have two very different candidates, and it's really hard. There's no in the middle. I think that Kamala has a lot of the big celebrities that have kind of endorsed her, and that's kind of helped her following. But I also think that Trump has, from the previous presidency, some more following, so it's kind of hard to.
I just think that neither candidate has done a really, really good job on showing what their policies are and specifically what they're standing for this election. I think a lot of it has been focused on, oh, the other one's the bad guy, the other one's the other one said this. I just feel like they need to stand up and defend themselves a lot more and talk about what they are going to do if they become president and how they are going to make the U.S. a better place as president and what they are going to do and how that applies to, them being a Democrat or them being a Republican. They just haven't done a great job of telling the American people and being straightforward what they are going to do, who they are going to be for, and what is going on once they become president.
Yeah, to go off what Ren said a little as far as the American citizen or the American electorate making a choice on a candidate, one thing that I've said, and it might be a little controversial, is that I'm glad that I can't vote in this election just because I dislike both candidates. And realistically, I would, if I could vote, I would vote for one of them, because if I voted for a third party or an independent candidate, it's essentially throwing your vote away because you know that they can't win. So that's something that I've been saying a lot, and I think hopefully in the next election that these candidates won't be returning. I hope that we get somebody younger, quite honestly, just because I think they can resonate and have empathy with a lot of the American electorate more.
I 100% agree with what you said, Connor. On my hour, I did do a little bit of research about the younger voters and Gen Z, and how I think 41 million Gen Z, pardon me, will be voting this election round. And I think that is a really, really large number of people in this election. And then obviously Gen Z will be a large part of the next election as we become older and more knowledgeable on politics, and we start to form our own opinions. I think that definitely is going to be a big thing about becoming independent and how the two-party system works, and if that's going to remain Democrat and Republican, or if that's going to change. Or if at some point the third party and other groups will have a chance in becoming president or running for Senate and office in Congress.
Yeah, for sure.
Thoughts on how the election is going today?
I think it's been pretty expected so far. I think there's been some controversy, and I think that was expected. Most states have gone to the candidate who was expected. Like we said earlier, Ohio leaned blue for a minute, but Trump did eventually get it. And I think because the swing states aren't decided yet, it's been pretty expected.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd say that, like you said, there's really been no surprise so far with the Electoral College. Most states have been exactly as predicted, while there has been some sort of things like we talked about in our discussion where it's maybe not as predicted at first, like Ohio, for example. Eventually it all kind of evens out and goes the way that it has. So I think I'm not really surprised so far. It'll really come down to the swing states, obviously, and I think that you can't really be surprised until some of those swing states start announcing their ballots.
I agree. I know that not as many states have, not that many states yet have even announced which way they're leaning or which way they've won yet. So I think it's still a toss-up. I know Trump is in the running right now. He's in the lead. But I wonder if maybe those bigger states who have yet to submit their votes will change things, or even if the states with younger populations, more moderate populations, will add to that number.
Yeah, I think we've had not a lot of results come in, and we knew it was going to be close, and it is. So it'll be intriguing to see how it ends up.
And big blue states like New York and California haven't officially cast their ballots yet, so I think when they get their stuff in, it'll be big.
I heard recently that some states are extending the polling hours because a lot of people are having trouble getting their votes in, and that's obviously really important for people to get out and go vote, and making sure that they can put their vote in.
Yeah, for sure.
What are your thoughts on the political divide?
So I'd like to get started on this one just because I think it's extremely important. While I think that the overall polarization between the two parties and how it's increased in recent years is a negative thing, it is interesting to see that because of just the extreme polarization of this election specifically, there's a predicted, and it's not happened yet, but a predicted record number of voters that will be voting for this election. And something that my AP government teacher, Mr. Carmichael, said the other day leading up to the election was that he expects that for the first time in a long time, I can't tell you the exact year, but he expects that 70% of eligible voters will vote, just because this election has everyone's known that it's going to be close. Even in the blue and red hour, they've agreed it's going to be a close election. So I think that because of the polarization, it's had negative and positive effects.
I think I'm upset with the polarization because I feel like when I brought up the idea of doing an independent hour or moderate, I was kind of worried that no one would agree to do it. We did find that a lot more people than we expected were independent or moderate, But I think especially in 2020, things were so polarizing. It was almost like if you're Republican, you're bad, which I don't agree with at all. I think good people and bad people are on both parties. And I think that the polarization is overall a bad thing for America. I think voting issue, not like party, is really important, because I do think party lines rearrange all the time. And I think things change, and I think just saying I'm voting Democrat for the sake of voting Democrat or I'm voting red for the sake of voting red is harmful.
I agree 100%. I think that's why it's important to do your own research and form your own opinions. I know that is part of the polarizing divide, how social media has said, well, the Republican Party thinks these things and the Democratic Party thinks these things, and you can't be in the middle. You have to be on either side, and you have to agree with all of that or nothing. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I just think that it doesn't have to be like that, and that's why it was important to have this independent hour to talk about this divide and how social media even has begun to affect that so much, especially in our lives as Gen Z, and using our phones in everyday life and seeing news articles on Twitter, X, Instagram, TikTok, all those kinds of things have definitely been playing a role in this election. And I know a lot of hours have talked about that because it is such a big thing. Especially on my hour, I cited a Penn State research article that they did. And it was so interesting to read that and learn more about how the research shows that as traditional media outlets have become more extreme, a lot more polarization and disinformation is being spread.
Yeah, I would agree. I think everything has become so stigmatized now, and no matter what you say, like someone's gonna have something to say back about it. And I think it's really hard on social media to figure out what's true and what's false with so much misinformation being spread nowadays.
Yeah, and talking about social media, I want to get into that a little more because in this election specifically, I think both parties have really focused on getting younger voters because that is where both parties lack most of, that's where they lack the most. So I think, have you guys obviously seen some of the strategies that the parties have used? Like, for example, the vice president nominee for the Democratic Party, Tim Walz, I saw him doing an interview with AOC while he was playing Madden and playing some of the games that he had played back in his college days.
Yeah.
I think strategies like that are really interesting to see because you can obviously tell they're trying to appeal to younger eligible voters who are kind of in the middle like we are.
Yeah, I think Kamala is very smart the way she markets herself. I think the whole Kamala is brat thing was hilarious. And I think that does get people to vote for her, undecided voters, because they're like, oh, she's funny, she has a sense of humor. Like, she just went on SNL and did a skit with Maya Rudolph, I think it was. And it's like, if you can see someone as a personal person, whether she is or not, that's how we're perceiving her and that's how we see her. And then also Trump working at McDonald's, I saw those TikToks, I thought they were hilarious.
Yeah.
And it just makes them both so much more, it feels more personal with them. And I think it's very smart, but I think it's something we haven't really dealt with in the past. So I think it's going to be really interesting moving forward when we're adults and all voting in 2028, how that affects us in the future and how it affects the young voter population then.
I definitely think social media will have that effect. I recently deleted TikTok, and I think it's been kind of interesting from that perspective, not having those updates of what one person is doing or saying and what the other candidate is doing or saying, because I feel like often I would get like just random TikToks about what's going on, and it was kind of making fun of people, and just having that out of my life, I feel like I haven't missed it, and it's felt less polarizing for me. It's given me that time to form my own opinions and to do the research on like an actual news outlet and read articles.
Yeah, for sure. I think that a lot of the memes are funny, and it's been a good way to kind of get people's attention, especially there's so much of the Gen Z audience, but I also think going back to that misinformation thing, like they're just kind of on some of the TikToks like just attacking one another, and it's just not real facts.
I think pulling back to the candidates, like how do we feel about the candidates question, we did kind of talk about how the candidates don't seem to be pushing their policies and what they're planning to do once they become president. On social media, they're kind of just pushing the other candidate is bad. Oh, this is funny. Like I just feel like it's become a little bit too lighthearted maybe. And maybe that's how the division has become so like normalized.
Yeah, I agree that like you said, it might have become too lighthearted, but I do think that there is a space for it to be lighthearted because politics is always such an issue that so many people get worked up over. There's plenty of people, I don't know any personally, but I know that there's people out there that have ended friendships or relationships because of someone else's political views. So I think that it being lighthearted is a good thing, but I can also agree that it's become so lighthearted that it's not redundant, but it's not really adding anything that's helpful, and it's not really actually reaching young voters because it's not talking about their platform at all. It's not talking about their policies or what they believe in or what they're going to do about this certain issue or this certain issue.
Well, thank you so much, Ren and Lauren, for joining us, and Connor and I will be right back.
After this short break, oh, I'm sorry, that's you.
We'll be right back to the desk, but first, Kylie will take a look into the candidate's stance on certain issues. Kylie? They cut off the part before that.
What?
We thugged it out.
With today being the election, I decided to take a look into our candidates' policies
tangled up in
regarding
this.
certain issues. Some important topics being discussed this election cycle include abortion, immigration, the economy, and taxes. Now let's take a deeper dive into our candidates' stances regarding these issues.
Topic 1. Abortion. In regards to abortion, Republicans tend to lean more pro-life. Donald Trump believes it should be up to the states to choose their policies regarding this topic. This was evident through his appointment of the 3 Republican Supreme Court justices who helped to overturn Roe v. Wade in 2022. This is a wildly differing stance than current Vice President Kamala Harris's take on the issue. Kamala Harris has long been a supporter of women's reproductive rights. The Democratic Party tends to be more pro-choice. She has made it clear that she plans to fight to have access to abortions nationwide, and was heard saying at a rally held in Atlanta, Georgia, quote, "When Congress passes a law to restore reproductive freedoms, as President of the United States, I will sign it into law," end quote. Topic 2. Immigration. In regards to immigration, Trump has continued to support the same stance he held in 2016, and it has continued to be one of the top issues he is running on this election cycle. Trump has promised to complete the wall his administration had started to build along the southern border during his presidency in 2016. He has also vowed to complete one of the largest mass deportations in American history in regards to undocumented migrants. On the topic of immigration, Kamala Harris has stated her support for the bipartisan border security deal, which would have included hundreds of millions of dollars towards southern border wall construction. The deal was introduced to Congress earlier this year, however, congressional Republicans shot it down, leaving part of the vice president's policy for presidency, if elected, to help revive the deal. Topic 3. The economy. In regards to economy, one of Trump's 20 core promises found on his campaign website is to, quote, end inflation and make America affordable again, end quote. He has mentioned the idea of expanding U.S. energy production by oil drilling in places such as the Arctic wilderness. It is thought that this will help lower energy costs. According to rncplatform.donaldjtrump.com, quote, the Republican Party will once again make America energy independent and then energy dominant, lowering energy prices even below the record lows achieved during President Trump's first term, end quote. Kamala Harris has taken somewhat of a different approach in regards to the economy. She has made it clear that one of her biggest goals this election cycle has been to help strengthen America's middle class. According to the BBC.com, quote, Ms. Harris promised mortgage assistance for first-time homebuyers, a tax credit for parents of newborns, and bans on price gouging at the grocery store to help target inflation, end quote. Topic 4. Taxes. In regards to taxes, Trump has mentioned that he wants to expand the tax cuts he implemented in 2017, which are set to expire next year. He has touched on possibly banning tax on tips as well, an issue that his opponent Kamala Harris has also considered. Along with this, he has brought up the possibility of abolishing the tax on Social Security payments, an issue faced by a large majority of retirees around the country. Ms. Harris and her vice presidential pick, Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota, have made it clear that if elected, over 100 million working middle-class Americans will receive a tax cut. The vice president's official campaign website, KamalaHarris.com, states, quote, they will do this by restoring 2 tax cuts designed to help middle-class and working Americans: the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. Through these 2 programs, millions of Americans get to keep more of their hard-earned income. They will also expand the child tax credit to provide a $6,000 tax cut to families with newborn children, end quote.
That's all I have for today. Now back to the desk.
Thanks, Kylie. We have breaking news since our package ran. Trump has officially won Missouri and now has 188 electoral votes. We hope you enjoyed our roundtable discussion and getting to hear some of the opinions from independent students here at Olentangy High School. Now, let's briefly talk about some of the independent candidates for this election. There are 2 main independent candidates on ballots: Jill Stein of the Green Party and Robert F. Kennedy, also known as RFK.
Jill Stein has been the leader of the Green Party since 2000 when she ran for the first time. Stein has little experience in the government except for her heading of the Green Party. However, she has an extensive background in medicine, earning her degree from the Harvard School of Medicine.
One of Stein's most important political plans is a comprehensive plan called the Green New Deal. This proposal is aimed at addressing the growing issue of climate change while simultaneously creating jobs for American citizens. Her vision for the Green New Deal is for America to transfer to 100% renewable energy by 2030.
Another of Stein's views is related to higher education. Stein has called for tuition-free public college education as well as the cancellation of student loan debt. She has stated that she views education as a public good, meaning it should be free to any citizen that wishes to have it.
RFK is also a popular independent candidate in this election. RFK Jr. is the nephew of former President John F. Kennedy. RFK also has little experience in government. Most of his political background stems from his time as an environmental attorney. When he announced he would be campaigning for president in 2023, he originally ran as a Democratic candidate and later switched to independent.
RFK formally dropped out of certain key swing states as the presidential race continued. After he dropped out, he announced that he would be endorsing Trump in this election in an effort to make a name for himself in government to have a better chance of being elected in 2028. With RFK removing himself from the presidential race, it has created a unique situation for voters. He's on the ballot in certain states, but is not in the ballot in 19 states, including most battleground states. RFK will not be on the ballot for Ohio voters.
While RFK isn't on the ballot for Ohio voters, let's still take a few minutes to discuss a couple of RFK's political beliefs and policies. RFK, just like Stein, is an environmentalist and has outwardly spoken against the use of fossil fuels in America and has called for the transition to renewable energy sources.
He has also spoken passionately about increasing government and corporate regulation in the economy. Kennedy has called for these increases in an effort to break up monopolies throughout the economy. RFK has specifically spoken on the current state of the house market, saying that increased regulation would make real estate more affordable for American citizens.
While it While it is important to look into the independent candidates and their beliefs, at the current state of the U.S. political landscape, it is unfortunately virtually impossible for an independent candidate to even win an electoral state, let alone the entire election. Well, Abby, our hour is wrapping up. We talked a lot about some of the two presidential candidates' policies, had a roundtable discussion, and got a lot of good views from some other independent students here at Orange. What has been your favorite part of our hour?
I really liked discussing our beliefs on certain key issues. I think we agreed on a lot, and I think it's good to have healthy debate, especially in the independent party, because it's such, for lack of a better word, vague description. And I think we have different opinions, but we also thought the same on a lot of things, and I think it's important to have those discussions and to be respectful about it. So that was probably my favorite part. What about you?
I would say that the the roundtable discussion was really good and was a really healthy conversation. I think it's important that while we did talk about our beliefs on key issues, we focused more in the roundtable about independent voters itself, what it means to be an independent voter, and what independent voters are looking for in the election, and not really focusing just on policy and beliefs. So I think that's a really important discussion that we had, and I think getting to hear from other students who are at Olentangy High School that believe that they are independent is key, because while we do broadcast, we've talked about this in a professional manner. It was good to see a more casual conversation at the roundtable.
Mm-hmm. I think there's a lot of hope for our generation. I'm very excited for the 2028 election. When everyone here and everyone at the roundtable is able to vote, I think it'll be a great thing.
Absolutely.
Well, as this election is wrapping up, we have 2 hours left. Our next and second to last hour will be a summary hour.
That's right. And then after, I'll be back with Samira to share the last hour of the election and the results with you.
Thanks so much for tuning in. Be sure to keep watching the next 2 hours. For The Juice, I'm Abby Curry.
And I'm Connor Morrison. We'll keep you updated, but in the meantime, stay juicy.
I'm a sophomore at OHS, and this is my first year in the Orange Broadcast program. My favorite part of broadcast is interviewing different people around the school and learning more about people I don't always get to talk to. I also love editing and making my packages look interesting for the students watching the news every morning. I can't wait to start working on radio too this year, and becoming more familiar in that part of the broadcast program.
I'm also a sophomore here at Orange High School, and this is my first year as a part of the Orange Juice broadcast program. I enjoy making packages and learning about new clubs, people, sports, and other topics daily. Later this year, I hope to try radio, and I'm excited to publish our vitamin C package. I'm in Art 1 this year, but next semester I'm taking photography, which I'm really looking forward to.
This year was my second year cheering at Orange for football and my first year cheering for basketball. I'm a part of the Spanish club, and outside of school, I do competitive cheer at Cheer Athletics. What about you, Lindsay?
Outside of the Juice, I also do school cheer for both seasons, football and basketball, and this will be my second year as a part of football and my first as a part of basketball. I also do competitive dance throughout the week and weekends at my dance studio, which I have been doing since I was little. I enjoy helping out at my studio with our kids night and spending time having fun with the kids while their parents get time for themselves.
At OHS, I'm taking AP US History as well as taking Honors CP English for the second year. Beginning next year, I will take half days at Orange so that I can take part in the Teachers Academy to help students teach at elementary schools in hopes to become a teacher and get my education degree in college.
I'm enrolled in AP US History this year, and last year I took Honors World History. I took part in Spanish Club, this being my first year while I'm in Spanish 3. I'm also in Honors College Prep English for the second year. Next year, I hope to take American Sign Language and get real-life experience shadowing nurses since I want to study nursing in college and be a pediatric nurse when I am older. Also, this year, I would love to join HOSA, or Health Occupation Students of America, to get more experience in healthcare. That's enough about us. Now, let's get into the summary of the different hours so far.
We started with Hour 1 with Kelsey Mayfield and Ren Rader, who took a look into the votes that have been counted thus far and focused on the Harvard Youth Poll. They then gave us a rundown of the rest of the hours. Next, in Hour 2 with Grace Bozick and Liliana Hoyt, they told us about the election and how it works. It's important for Americans to vote and have a voice in the election and to remember that every vote matters.
Now, moving on to Hour 3, Blue Hour, with Grace Lynn Quay and Allison Peterson, they discussed the Kamala Harris administration and her policies that she will enforce if she becomes president. They also gave their personal opinions on why she'd be the better candidate to be president. Along with them, there were other educated students participating in a roundtable discussion talking about their more left-leaning personal beliefs and opinions.
Hour 4 with Cameron Guy and MC Knoll focused on policy between Trump and Kamala. They told us about how different their views and policies are. For example, Kamala wants to have stricter rules for gun control, more access to healthcare, and strengthen workers' rights. In contrast, Trump has more of a conservative approach, like keeping the Second Amendment and letting people keep and bear arms, using energy like fossil fuels, and prioritizing taxes.
Next, during Hour 5 with Jillian Melcher and Ava Opel, they took a break from opinionated and informative-filled hours and competed against each other in an entertaining president trivia, while learning new, interesting, fun facts about the presidents and the election. Also, Cami Cabrera led another game of trivia with two different teams competing against each other. In this game, team number 1 beat team number 2.
Hosted by Justin Colvin and Kylie Bradshaw, Hour 6 was Red Hour and focused on Trump. This was an opinion hour and focused on highlighting some of Trump's accomplishments, talking about Project 2025 and a table discussion.
Then, in Hour 7, Maddie Patton and Addie Trella dived into the local election. They discussed what senators are and who Ohio senators are. One main thing they also discussed was how Ohioans are worried about crime. Further, they talked about the House of Representatives and the Supreme Court. On top of that, they discussed other general knowledge about things regarding our local election here in Ohio.
Current Events was up next in Hour 8 with Mia Schizler and Ryan Hopkins. They informed us on the different natural disasters that have happened in the U.S. leading up to the election and how they affected those communities. They also went into talking about how social media has been a big contributor to who people vote for. Kamala and Trump have both made accounts on apps like TikTok in hopes to persuade the younger generation. They then talked about the swing states and the prices of gas in America.
Next, Hour 9, Celeste Johnson and Maddie Bolton talk about some history in regards to today's election. They discuss background on the candidates as well as further information on their current status and what they are doing to campaign in order to ensure their votes.
Finally, before us, we had Abby Curry and Connor Morrison on Independent Hour for Hour 10. They discussed political issues and their opinions on them, a roundtable discussion with independent students, and a few electoral college updates throughout their hour.
And now that leaves us here with Reagan and I with your summary. Next up is Hour 12 with Connor Morrison and Samira Kandari, where they will be talking about the swing states, voting types, and other crucial things. Most importantly, they will be revealing the 2024 presidential election results.
But before we get to those results, Lindsay and I will provide more information on the election.
The Electoral College is a group of presidential electors that is formed every 4 years during the presidential election to vote for the president and the vice president. The Electoral College consists of 538 electors. A president needs over half the votes, meaning 270, to become elected as president. And with that, here's Gilma with the Electoral College update. Whoever's doing Chiron is really bad.
Hi, I'm Guma, and I'll be giving you election updates throughout this hour. Donald Trump has just won Utah, adding 10 electoral votes to his total of 198 votes. Kamala Harris also won Colorado, giving her a total of 109. That's all for me, and now back to the desk.
Thanks, Guma. Now it's time for the package block of our hour. First, we will have Vedika with a look into how Congress works and what it is. Then, Emmy will provide deeper insight on marketing. That's all from Reagan and I for now. But here's Vedika and Ryan with their packages.
Good evening. My name is Emmy LaBelle. Let's take a look into the marketing teams.
Kamala Harris has appeared on talk shows as in The Tonight Show, 60 Minutes, and Oprah. Kamala Harris has Instagrams as in Kamala Harris, her own account, Kamala HQ, and The Democrats. Team Trump has Instagrams as in The Real Donald Trump and Team Trump. They are both similar to the TikToks. Team Trump and Kamala HQ are more focused on bashing the other, while the real accounts, The Real Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, are more about themselves.
Trump's recently gained more publicity due to his recent McDonald's visit in Pennsylvania, where he's tried to appeal to working class voters. Trump's rally sold out in Madison Square. Recently, Trump's gained more publicity on social media due to his recent visit at McDonald's in Pennsylvania, where he's trying to appeal more to working class voters.
Now back to the desk.
Hey Pioneers, today we're going to be taking a look at the presidential debate that happened a couple days ago.
A couple nights ago, former Vice President Donald Trump and current Vice President Kamala Harris went head-to-head for the first time in their political careers. The debate was hosted at Philadelphia's National Constitution Center. It ran on ABC News with no live audience. ABC moderators David Muir and Lindsay Davis served as fact-checkers. The debate covered many important topics and opportunities for candidates to expand on their plans and policies. Candidates shook each other's hands for the first time in a debate in 8 years. The expressions and tactics of the candidates differed, as Harris often looked directly at Trump, being very expressive towards him as she spoke. She actively engaged by shaking her head and laughing when she spoke, while Trump maintained a straight expression looking directly ahead. Trump continued to turn the debate back to inflation and immigration, as there are points of political weakness for Harris. One of the moderators brought up the topic of race. Trump said, quote, "I read where she said she was not black, and then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her," end quote. Harris fired back, saying her opponent quickly divided the American people through race. Trump said, quote, "In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, and they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame," end quote. Moderator Dave Muir fact-checked, stating that ABC News reached out to the city manager in Springfield, and there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed by immigrants. Muir also prompted Trump, saying, quote, "Are you acknowledging that you lost in 2020? He said this after Trump made a quote saying, "I lost by a whisker," referring to the 2020 election. Trump made attempts to prompt Kamala to talk about her stance on issues such as border control, but she eluded many of these attempts, eliciting a reaction from him. Harris did not answer a question about why she waited until 6 months before the election to try to pass a border security bill. Harris also failed to address how she would combat inflation and why the Biden administration had kept a majority of tariffs that the Trump administration instituted. Trump's opportunity to emphasize his political opponent's weakness was lost as he started a response about illegal immigrants. On the topic of health care, Harris plans to continue to support the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare, whereas Trump states that he, quote, "has concepts of a plan," end quote. He will implement when he is president. Moving on to foreign policy on the Ukraine-Gaza conflict, Harris plans to support NATO to help Ukraine. She explains that Israel and the Palestinians need to reach a ceasefire deal. Trump reiterated how he would settle the Russian-Ukraine conflict by calling up Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky. Harris fails to address complexities surrounding the Afghanistan withdrawal decision during the Biden administration, except that she agreed with the decision. Overall, both candidates have major holes in their policies. The debate proved to be somewhat ineffective for the American people to learn about the plans of their two presidential candidates, because both continue to dodge important questions and get off track very easily.
That's all for today, Pioneers. Now back to the desk.
Thanks, guys. Voting is something that Americans are very fortunate to be able to do, and it's important to use your vote as your voice in this country's decision. Here are some interesting facts about the votes this year and voting in general. First, after Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris, the singer's custom voter registration link saw visits from 300,000 people. In this year's election, 40.8 million Gen Zers will be eligible to vote. In 2024, only 20 states allow for 16-year-olds to pre-register to vote. And lastly, New York City shattered early voter turnout on its first day, October 26th, making it the highest turnout in the city, with 140,000 voters in this year's election. Now here's Lindsay with more information on the presidential candidates.
Thanks, Reagan. 1 year before the election, candidates from the two main political parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, begin their campaign to gather their votes for the election this year. This year's election, competing for president on the Republican side is Donald Trump, and on the Democratic side is Kamala Harris. Accompanying these candidates running for vice president is J.D. Vance for the Republicans and Tim Walz for the Democrats. Donald Trump was the 45th president of the United States for one term 4 years ago, after winning the 2016 election. Then, 4 years ago, later during the 2020 election, Joe Biden became the new president of the United States, becoming the 46th president. Then, Biden ended up stepping down from the presidential race against Trump this year for the 2024 election. Now, Kamala Harris, former vice president under Joe Biden's presidency, is running against Donald Trump for president. If Kamala Harris beats Trump in the presidential race, then she will be the first female president of the United States.
This year, in July, America witnessed something we haven't seen since 1952, when Truman dropped out of the election for his second term because of his low popularity. Joe Biden was supposed to represent the Democratic Party in this year's election, but said he would not be running, and instead we have Kamala Harris in his place. Biden had said that it was in the best interest for the country and his party that he step down after his first term and not proceed into a second term if he had won this year's election. He has said that he saw himself as a transition president and thought his health and age would get in the way of running again. A website called Politico states it was that Biden himself was finally convinced of what so many other Democrats had come to believe since his poor debate performance last month. He couldn't win. Biden had a rough debate before dropping out of the election, and it made people really question the way he would have run in office if he won this year's election. Now that we know more about why Kamala is running for the Democrats instead of Biden, let's throw it over to Lindsay to tell us more about the Green and Libertarian parties.
We have talked about the two main candidates, Kamala and Trump, but there were also many other candidates who you may not have seen on the ballot. In no particular order, Jill Stein for the Green Party, Cornel West for the Independent, Randall Terry for the Constitution Party, Chase Oliver for the Libertarian Party, and lastly, Claudia de la Cruz for the Party for Socialism and Libertation. If you are unaware, the Green Party is an independent political party that emphasizes their 4 pillars: peace and nonviolence, ecological wisdom, grassroots, democracy, and social justice. To be an independent candidate, you don't affiliate with any political party and aren't registered with a party on the ballot. The Constitution Party strives to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity through election at all levels of government. And they also want to limit the federal government. The Libertarian Party believes that all Americans should be free to live all their lives and pursue their interests as they see fit, as long as they do no harm to others. And lastly, the Party for Socialism and Libertation believes that the only solution to capitalism is a socialist transformation of society, and they want great profits regardless of social cost.
Now we are going to take a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Let's get right back into it. I want to bring up the 10 biggest policy issues that affect who the Americans vote for because of the stance of the two candidates. These 10 policies are reproductive rights, U.S. Supreme Court reform, immigration, Social Security and Medicare, climate and energy, housing, education, taxes, guns, and finally, foreign policy. These 10 factors are the key ways that Harris and Trump can stand out and why people are choosing to vote for one instead of the other. It's important to know where you stand on these issues and to know that if you don't agree with either, you fall into the green or libertarian sections. Before we wrap it up, here's more about the Electoral College. Lindsay?
As we mentioned earlier, the Electoral College is how the president and vice president are truly elected. When you cast your vote for the candidate of your choice, your vote doesn't directly go towards them. You are voting for a group of electors. So, if a candidate receives a majority of the votes in a state, then that candidate will receive all the electoral votes, which will always be 2. The number of electors is determined by the number of seats in the House, plus the number of seats in the Senate, which will always be 2. So, the states will use their electoral votes toward the most popular vote in their state. However, Nebraska and Maine are different. They use a method called the Congressional District Method, which means they give 2 electoral votes to the statewide popular candidate, and the other electoral vote goes to the popular vote winner in each congressional district. Once again, here is Guma with another update.
Okay, so it's going to come back to Guma. And
Good morning, Pioneers. I'm Abby Curry, and here's a look into the Democratic and Republican National Conventions.
I'm Mr. Carmichael. I teach AP U.S. Government and Politics. Political parties
We have some breaking news. Kamala Harris has just won 112 electoral votes, and Donald Trump has 198, while Kamala Harris just won DC.
Thanks, Guma. Reagan and I still have some information for you. Although voters' primary focus of election will be on voting for the president, they will also be choosing new members of the Congress. The Congress consists of the House of Representatives and the Senate. In the House, 435 seats are up for election, and in the Senate, 34 seats are open. In 1967, with the ratification of the 25th Amendment, it allowed the president to name the vice president with the approval from the House of Representatives and the Senate. Ultimately, the Senate elects the vice president of the United States. As of right now, the Republicans control the House and the Democrats control the Senate.
On a less serious side of things, Lindsay, let's discuss the TikToks that we've been seeing on our For You page.
I don't know about you, but I've been seeing a lot of Kamala's TikToks pop up on my For You page, and she seems to be using a lot of the trending sounds to really take a grab at the Gen Z people.
I agree. And I also saw this one TikTok sound that was like Donald Trump singing about how like Kamala's dancing with Beyonce or something, and then like they'll like make edits of each other. I just think it's really weird, but it's a really way to like connect with the Gen Zers who are always on TikTok, and like that's just like we watch edits and stuff. So
I agree, and I also think that it's a way for like people who don't know what they want to vote for them to see these and be like, wow, like I really feel a connection with this candidate, so they're gonna get my vote if they're unsure about who they want to vote for.
I also just love how like unserious Gen Z is, because like with obviously the hurricane that happened in Florida was obviously not a good thing, but the Gen Zers, like they made it like positive in a way and like made TikToks and like the floods and stuff. And so like going back to like how they just like aren't very serious, like they had like like they made like Joe Biden and Donald Trump like act like they were in love with each other, or like they'll make like a thing of like how many times Kamala like talks like says Donald Trump's name because like she's obsessed with him, even though like it's just like her talking at her debates.
Yeah, and also I've seen personally a lot of Kamala on my For You page, but I think that like she's just using a lot more trending sounds, which is why it's going to pop up on a lot more people's TikTok feed. And Trump, I've also seen a few videos, but I think Harris has taken a more bigger approach on posting TikToks to really like respond to Gen Z and get their vote. Welcome back. As of right now, the Republicans are leading in the House of Representatives and the Senate.
As of January, the president is officially sworn into office in the ceremony known as the inauguration. This ceremony is held on the steps of the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. Whoever wins this year's election will be the one standing on those steps in the Capitol and will become the 47th president of the United States.
Although voting is now closed, for future elections, here are some different ways to cast your vote. You can vote one of three ways. Vote by mail, also known as absentee ballot, early in-person, or in-person on election day. Vote by mail is where you complete your ballot from anywhere, even your own home. These ballots are available about a month before election day, and it is important to complete them as early as possible. Early in-person voting begins the day after voter registration closes. Registered voters can vote early at your local Board of Elections. In-person on election day allows you to vote from 6:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. As of 5 days ago, 54% of registered voters say they have already voted or plan to vote before election day.
Election results are flowing in. Former President Donald Trump wins Florida, Texas, and other traditionally Republican-leaning states. Vice President Kamala Harris secures victories in Maryland, Vermont, and other traditionally Democratic states.
Trump and his allies have already been sowing distrust in the election results, amplifying false or misleading claims about voter fraud in the 2020 election.
Control of Congress is up for grabs, with Republicans flipping their first Senate seat. Several governors' races are being decided today as well, in addition to a number of crucial ballot measures.
The gender gap is holding steady relative to recent presidential elections, according to the NBC News exit poll. Currently, women are breaking for Harris by a 12-point margin, 55% to 43%. Meanwhile, men are breaking for Trump by a 9-point margin, 53% to 44%. That gender gap is similar to 2020 and 2016. It is early in the national vote count, so these numbers may move slightly.
Pennsylvania authorities have said that multiple voting locations have been targeted with non-credible bomb threats, and courts approved extended voting hours in at least 2 of these locations. Governor Josh Shapiro, a Democrat, said there were multiple bomb threats in Philadelphia without giving a number. A Philadelphia court approved one voting location staying open 23 minutes past the scheduled cutoff time of 8 p.m. The location, St. Maron's Church, briefly closed earlier in the evening. The Philadelphia City Commissioners, who oversee elections in the city, said on X voting hours were extended to 9 p.m. in Pennsylvania's Clearview Country in the central part of the state because of bomb threats. Now let's throw it over to more packages.
Good evening. My name is Emmy LaBelle. Let's take a look into the marketing teams.
Kamala Harris has appeared on talk shows as in The Tonight Show, 60 Minutes, and Oprah. Kamala Harris has Instagrams as in Kamala Harris, her own account, Kamala HQ, and the Democrats. Team Trump has Instagrams as in The Real Donald Trump and Team Trump. They are both similar to the TikToks. Team Trump and Kamala HQ are more focused on bashing the other, while the real accounts, The Real Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, are more about themselves.
Trump's recently gained more publicity due to his recent McDonald's visit in Pennsylvania, where he's tried to appeal to working class voters. Trump's rally sold out in Madison Square. Recently, Trump's gained more publicity on social media due to his recent visit at McDonald's in Pennsylvania, where he's trying to appeal more to working class voters.
Now back to the desk.
Hey Pioneers, today we're going to be taking a look at the presidential debate that happened a couple days ago.
A couple nights ago, former Vice President Donald Trump and current Vice President Kamala Harris went head-to-head for the first time in their political careers. The debate was hosted at Philadelphia's National Constitution Center. It ran on ABC News with no live audience. ABC moderators David Muir and Lindsay Davis served as fact-checkers. The debate covered many important topics and opportunities for candidates to expand on their plans and policies. Candidates shook each other's hands for the first time in a debate in 8 years. The expressions and tactics of the candidates differed, as Harris often looked directly at Trump, being very expressive towards him as she spoke. She actively engaged by shaking her head and laughing when she spoke, while Trump maintained a straight expression, looking directly ahead. Trump continued to turn the debate back to inflation and immigration, as there are points of political weakness for Harris. One of the moderators brought up the topic of race. Trump said, quote, "I read where she said she was not black, and then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her," end quote. Harris fired back, saying her opponent quickly divided the American people through race. Trump said, quote, "In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, and they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame," end quote. Moderator Dave Muir fact-checked, stating that ABC News reached out to the city manager in Springfield, and there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed by immigrants. Muir also prompted Trump, saying, quote, "Are you acknowledging that you lost in 2020? He said this after Trump made a quote saying, "I lost by a whisker," referring to the 2020 election. Trump made attempts to prompt Kamala to talk about her stance on issues such as border control, but she eluded many of these attempts, eliciting a reaction from him. Harris did not answer a question about why she waited until 6 months before the election to try to pass a border security bill. Harris also failed to address how she would combat inflation and why the Biden administration had kept a majority of tariffs that the Trump administration instituted. Trump's opportunity to emphasize his political opponent's weakness was lost as he started a response about illegal immigrants. On the topic of health care, Harris plans to continue to support the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare, whereas Trump states that he, quote, "has concepts of a plan," end quote. He will implement when he is president. Moving on to foreign policy on the Ukraine-Gaza conflict, Harris plans to support NATO to help Ukraine. She explains that Israel and the Palestinians need to reach a ceasefire deal. Trump reiterated how he would settle the Russian-Ukraine conflict by calling up Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky. Harris fails to address complexities surrounding the Afghanistan withdrawal decision during the Biden administration, except that she agreed with the decision. Overall, both candidates have major holes in their policies. The debate proved to be somewhat ineffective for the American people to learn about the plans of their two presidential candidates, because both continue to dodge important questions and get off track very easily.
That's all for today, Pioneers. Now back to the desk.
Welcome back. Chester County said in a post on Twitter that voting hours for 2 polling places had been extended to 10 p.m. because of a bomb threat. Non-credible bomb threats disrupted voting in several other battleground states, including Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin, with many of the threats coming via email with Russian email domains, authorities said. Once again, here is Guma with another Electoral College update.
What? Dude.
Trump has won Kansas and Iowa, giving him 12 more votes. Trump is currently winning the Electoral College 210 to 113.
Polls have closed in 3 closely watched battleground states as of 9 p.m. Eastern: Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. NBC News has projected that each of the states are too early to call in the presidential race. Biden won both Michigan and Wisconsin by narrow margins in 2020, though Harris may struggle in Michigan and areas heavily populated by Arab Americans. Trump has attempted to win over the community amid discontent with the current Democratic administration's support of Israel amid the violent conflict in the Middle East. Harris is also hoping to keep Arizona after Biden won there by fewer than 11,000 votes. Trump won the state by more than 90,000 votes against Hillary Clinton in 2016.
The presidential candidates hold different appeal for their supporters. NBC asked which of the 4 qualities mattered most in their vote for president. Trump supporters tended to cite his ability to lead or his ability to bring needed change. Democratic voters valued something different. A plurality of Harris voters cited good judgment as the quality of that mattered most. An additional 28% said that they most valued Harris for caring about people like them. Smaller shares cited her ability to lead or bring needed change. Okay, now we are going to brighten the mood with some trivia. Oh. Lindsay, what did Richard Nixon add to the White House so he could practice his favorite sport at home?
I don't know. I don't even know what his favorite sport is. Maybe a tennis court? Was he a tennis player?
Wrong. It was a bowling alley.
Oh, I was close, kind of. Next, what was the name of Franklin D. Roosevelt's beloved dog?
Charlie?
Wrong. His name was Fala, like fa-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. The more you know.
Wow. Next question. What instrument did Bill Clinton play?
Oh, I know this one. A saxophone.
Correct.
Next, this one's true or false. The United States has the oldest written national constitution in operation.
True?
Correct. The first president to be impeached by the House of Representatives belonged to which of these U.S. political parties? Democratic or Republican?
I'm going to say Democratic.
Yes, that's correct. Next, your turn. Which U.S. president helped found the Democratic Party?
Is it John F. Kennedy?
Incorrect. It's Martin Van Buren.
Okay. Which military leader was the first to become U.S. president by a direct appeal of the mass voters?
I don't really know. Maybe Andrew Jackson?
Correct. Next one. True or false? Dictators always abolish legislators.
I'm going to have to go with false on that one.
Correct.
Which president was involved in the Watergate scandal? Do you know?
I don't know.
It was Richard Nixon.
Who was the first president to be impeached?
It wasn't Bill Clinton. Was it also Richard Nixon?
It was Andrew Jackson.
Oh, okay. Who was the only president to resign from office?
Was it Richard Nixon?
Yes, that's correct. Good job. I'm so proud.
Okay, my turn. Who was the first president to live in the White House?
It must have been an older president. Maybe John Adams?
Yes, that's correct. I think that's so crazy because I always thought that George Washington was the first one, but it wasn't even built when he was president.
Well, that's crazy. I didn't know that. Apparently, every single president has to live there with their direct family in the White House. Which president famously said, "Ask not what your country can do for you"?
Abraham Lincoln?
No, it was John F. Kennedy. Good try, though.
That makes more sense. Which president is associated with the trust-busting policies?
I feel like maybe it was Franklin D. Roosevelt.
It was Theodore Roosevelt, but that was close.
I got the Roosevelt part right of it. Who was the first president to earn a PhD?
I'd have to say Herbert Hoover?
No, it was Woodrow Wilson.
Well, Lindsay, I'd like to talk about how we're going to be voting in the next presidential election. I think that's so crazy.
I know, I'm very excited. I was a little sad that I couldn't vote in this election, but by the time 2028 comes, I'll be 18, so I'm excited to cast my vote.
Same here. I can't wait to be able to use my voice and do what I've always seen my parents do growing up.
Also, I just think it's crazy that some of the kids in our very own high school are able to cast their vote this year because they're already 18 years old.
I know, right? My brother came home for voting, and I thought it was so crazy that he's old enough to vote for the first time.
And that'll be us in 2028. I'm very excited.
Well, that's all for Hour 11. Thanks for tuning in. My name is Reagan Comerford.
And my name is Lindsay Phillips. Make sure to tune in for Hour 12 with Connor and Samira with the presidential results. Make sure to follow us on all our socials at OOHS The Juice and tune into our live radio station, WPLP The Pulp.
Good evening, citizens of the United States. Before we jump back into Hour 12, breaking news, California has been called by Kamala Harris has taken all the Electoral College votes. This changes our update. Now, Kamala Harris has 119 Electoral College votes. Now, I'm Samira Kandari, and I'm really excited to be anchoring the last hour of news. And joining me for the second time today is my co-host and colleague, Connor Morrison.
Yes, it's excellent to be back on the show. I couldn't be more thrilled to anchor the last hour of the 2024 presidential election here at Olentangy Orange High School.
It really has been an exciting show. I can't believe it's almost over. What has been your favorite hour, Connor?
Well, if I put bias aside and don't say independent hour, I would probably say that the local and current hours were very good. They were very informational. They were pretty unbiased, and I think that it was a really good hour. Wasn't a lot of mishaps there.
Personally, I thought our foreign policy was great to give more information to our students. Oftentimes, it's overlooked. It's easy to get caught up in looking at the character of candidates and superficial qualities rather than understanding their policies. Hopefully, that helps our peers form their own opinions about the election. Before we jump back into the race, allow us to introduce ourselves. This year, I am one of the junior executives of the Juice, and our executive team has been working hard to bring this election stream to fruition. I joined broadcast because of my passion for video creation, which began with my YouTube channel that I started in middle school. I'm the Secretary General of Model United Nations this year and a speech and debate captain for Congress. I'm also part of marching band as I am a color guard member and a dance commander. During the fall and summer, I volunteer as a middle-level staff for Orange Association of Student Leaders.
I'm one of the live sports producers and anchors for The Grit, our Friday sports news show. Last year, I was Rookie of the Year for our broadcast program. I'm a manager at the Lakes Golf and Country Club, and I'm also a middle-level staff member for the Ohio Association of Student Leaders with my co-host Samira, as well as the student board president for the organization. Finally, I'm a student advisor for the Ohio Department of Education Whole Child Advisory Group. It sure has been an exciting day, hasn't it, Samira?
It really has been. I can't wait to see the results of this election, as we all know how close the results will be. It's important to acknowledge just how close the polls were prior to the election. Last Tuesday, 1 week out from the election, the poll average showed 40.6% support for Kamala Harris and 47.5% for Trump. This shows Harris has a slim advantage of 1.1% over Trump going into the election.
To put this in perspective, in 2020, a week out from the election, Joe Biden had an advantage of 7.4 points, and in 2016, Hillary Clinton was ahead by 4.6. Again and again, you have heard about how close this election is, but it truly is in comparison to previous years.
Definitely, Connor. This close of a margin highlights just how divided our country remains and how every single vote truly matters. Tonight, as results come in, we're seeing the impact of that on a state-by-state basis. It's a reminder of the importance of civic engagement and staying informed on important issues.
Before we jump in, let's talk about how votes are being counted during this election. There are two types of votes: mail-in votes and ballot votes. Ballot voting is the standard voting system that most Americans use. Citizens go to their assigned polling place and cast their ballots. Mail-in voting are ballots casted before Election Day. These votes are typically counted last in the voting process and were a source of controversy in the 2020 election.
This is referred to as the red mirage or blue shift. Democrats often outperform Republicans in mail-in voting. It takes time to process and verify these votes, with 43 states allowing that process to begin before Election Day and 7 states allowing that to begin on Election Day. Now, when it comes to actually counting mail-in votes, 23 states won't start this process until the morning of November 5th, which is today, and 14 states won't start counting until the polls have closed. This can give the appearance that a swing state is red and then suddenly shifts to blue. Because of this, it's very likely that we will not know the outcome of the election tonight. Now, before we dive deeper into tonight's numbers, let's touch on some of the key states we're watching as we get closer to our final decision. As of now, we're waiting on results from many key battleground states such as Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona, which have historically been decisive in close elections. Each of these states is seeing extremely tight margins, with every county's vote making a significant impact.
We'll start with the largest battleground state in terms of votes, Pennsylvania, with 19 electoral votes. This is an important swing state to keep an eye on, as it could make or break the election tonight. Since 2000, the Republican Party has only won Pennsylvania once in 2016. However, the margin of victory for both parties has been less than 2% the last 2 elections. With 19 electoral votes, it is the largest and arguably the most important battleground state in this election.
Now, let's take a look at the second largest swing state, Georgia. Georgia holds 16 electoral votes. In the past 6 elections dating back to 2000, the Democrat Party has only won Georgia once, and it was during the 2020 election. During the last election, Georgia was only won by 0.2%, which equates to roughly 11,800 votes. Early polls show that Trump was leading in the state by roughly 5 points.
Michigan has 15 electoral votes, losing 1 electoral vote since the 2020 election. Michigan has been won by the Democrat Party in 5 of the last 6 elections. The most recent Republican win in Michigan was in 2016 when Donald Trump won the state by 0.2%. Michigan was the last state to be called in the 2016 election due to the close nature of the state.
Moving on to Arizona, the state has 11 electoral votes. Since 2000, the Republican Party has won the state 5 out of 6 times, with the only loss coming in 2020.
Wisconsin has 10 electoral votes in this election. Wisconsin was historically a blue state. However, in 2016, the Republican Party was able to win the state. Wisconsin returned to normalcy in 2020, with the Democrat Party winning the state.
North Carolina received 1 additional electoral vote since the 2020 election. The state now has 16 votes. Since 2000, Republicans have won the state in every presidential election except for 2008. However, the margin of victory for the Republican Party has been decreasing, with the party winning by just 0.7% in the last election.
The smallest swing state in this election is Nevada, with only 6 electoral votes. The Democrat Party has won the state 4 elections in a row, but has been steadily winning by a smaller margin in each of those 4 elections.
Now, Connor, so states have already been taken, but what are your predictions for the swing states, such as Pennsylvania?
Yeah, let's start with Pennsylvania. My prediction is that I believe Harris will most likely win the election. She's done a better job campaigning in the state, in my opinion, so I think that's going to help her a lot. Like we said earlier, the Pennsylvania has only been red once since 1992, and it was in 2016 when we saw a not landslide election win, but it wasn't exactly close. And then they've increased their margin of victory from 1.2% in 2016 or in 2012 to, I don't have the number right now, but it increased by 1.2 in 2020.
Yeah, you know, my initial prediction was also Kamala Harris for Pennsylvania. I had that she would win also because of how much time she's been put into campaigning, and she has spent more time and more money in Pennsylvania than any other battleground, which comes to no surprise as it does have 16 whole electoral votes. However, we do see with recent data that currently Trump leads Pennsylvania. So I am very interested to see what way that turns. And I think, you know, people often say you have to win Pennsylvania if you want to win the election because there's just so many electoral college votes there, and it truly could go either way. But it really doesn't all depend on one state. So it is interesting to see, you know, if the candidate loses the state, do they still have that chance to win the election overall?
Yeah, that's something I looked at, and like you said, Trump is leading Pennsylvania right now, but it has gone back and forth throughout the night. That's been something we've been keeping an eye on. And also, like you said, as far as Pennsylvania really being a key deciding factor, while I do have Harris winning Pennsylvania, it is possible, and my prediction is that I believe that Trump will win some of the other swing states, and I think that that can kind of even out Harris if she potentially wins Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. And moving on to Georgia, what are your thoughts on who would win Georgia?
So I think that Trump will most likely win Georgia. He was polling better in early voting polls and had a lead of roughly 13% a couple hours ago. Right now, the state is leaning Trump, so we'll keep an eye on that. Obviously too close to call as most of the swing states are right now. But I think going back to why I believe that Trump will win, in 2020, which was the only time since 2000 when it was went blue, the Democrat Party only won by 0.2%. So I think that that margin is so close that it would most likely go back to its normal ways of voting red in most elections.
Right, adding on to that, I also have Trump for Georgia because Biden only won by around 11,000 votes, which, like you said, is only 0.23%. And historically, when we think about it, yeah, Biden won for the 2020 election, but historically, Georgia has been more red. And, that's another key battleground state. So a lot of electoral college votes up in that state. And then moving on to Wisconsin, I personally think that Harris will win back Wisconsin. As we talked about in the past, it has been pretty Democratic. And I feel like there's also, so there was last minute, campaigning as the candidates do in battleground states, and they brought in singer Gracie Abrams, which is a popular singer with Gen Z. And as more and more Gen Z voters are educating themselves and choosing who to vote for, I think many of them do lean liberal. So I think that's one of the reasons that Wisconsin could go to Harris.
Yeah, I have Trump winning Wisconsin, and I don't really have a reason that I can tell you. It's just kind of a gut feeling, because I think in every election there's maybe a state or two that surprises everyone as far as their votes, and I think Wisconsin has the potential to be that state. Trump is leading in Wisconsin at this moment, but one thing to say there is, like you said, Wisconsin was such a close state in most years, and while it is usually going blue, I think that Wisconsin might have been overlooked because of the campaigns in Pennsylvania by both candidates. So I think that has the potential to flip it from what it normally votes. And then to talk about having a surprise state in most elections, maybe we see Wisconsin go blue, but right now maybe Pennsylvania ends up being that surprise state, because I think a lot of people, including myself, had Harris winning Pennsylvania. And as of right now, if the state was to be called right now, Trump would be winning.
Right. So moving on to Arizona, what are your thoughts on the Electoral College for that?
So I think Arizona most likely will go red. It's pretty, I can't say typical because it's a swing state, but in most of the elections where it was a swing state, it has gone red. In 2020, when it went blue, again, just like Georgia, the Democrat Party only won by 0.3%. And Arizona has some of the same issues as Georgia, where just a few days before this election came around, there was some news that there was some issues with counting early mail-in ballots. So that might lead Arizona and also Georgia, which I didn't get to bring up, to be some of the last states to be called because of that issue.
I also had Trump for Arizona. Again, like you said, for Wisconsin, there's always that state where it's just kind of a guess, because these swing states, they have gone back and forth with different elections. So I also had Trump for Arizona. Moving on to North Carolina. So Republicans have carried North Carolina in 11 of the last 13 presidential elections. So that is personally why I do believe that Trump will also take North Carolina. And Obama did win, and Obama and Jimmy Carter were the last Democrats to win in 1976 and 2008. So those were just 2 out of 13 of the presidential elections where it has gone Democrat.
Yeah, like you said, North Carolina tends to lean Republican, and that's what I have it going as tonight. North Carolina, just like Georgia, was leading, with Trump leading in some of the early polls. And it's, like you said, it's typically a red-leaning state, even though it's a swing state. In 13 elections, 11 out of 13, that's a number I was not familiar with. So that's something to really look at. And you can kind of guess a lot of these swing states based on trends. Obviously, we're not guaranteeing that we're right. We have no way of knowing at this moment. We can only look at what's the states are leaning right now. But it's interesting to see that a lot of these swing states are usually states that lean to one party or another.
Right. And we have one last swing state to look at, and that is Nevada.
Yeah, so Nevada, I have Harris winning Nevada. She's won, there's really not a lot to say here. They've been a blue state the last 4 elections in a row. Regardless of the larger margin of victory in 2016, they were still a blue state. And what we can say about Nevada is that it does only have 6 electoral votes. Even if it goes to Trump or it goes to Harris, I don't think Nevada is really the deciding factor in this election. I guess it is possible because of how close this election is predicted, but I think 6 votes just isn't really enough to swing the election one way or another.
Right, I agree. And we did see Biden take Nevada in 2020. It was 50.6% for Biden and 47.67% for Trump. So again, a small margin, about 3% that it went to Democrat. But I also had Harris, and like you mentioned, this isn't one of our key battleground states. When you think about such a small amount of electoral college votes, this obviously isn't a state that our candidates are really focused in.
Yeah, absolutely. So now that we've got our predictions for the states out of the way, let's now.
So let's hear more about the Electoral College in swing states, Ohio Senate, House, and Supreme Court from our election block. When we come back, we'll have an Electoral College update for you and the results of local elections in Ohio.
Good morning, Pioneers. Let's take a look into what swing states are and how they affect the election.
Swing states
Are
are
we out?
competitive states that aren't
Okay,
just
it's
running
eight- it's 8:27
Can
I get some paper towels?
With both Democratic and Republican parties. They could go either way on election day. Because of this, they typically play a key role in elections. The swing states this election cycle are Arizona, which has 11 electoral college votes. It is a swing state due to its changing demographics because of immigration. Georgia, which has 16 electoral college votes. It went blue for the first time since 1992 in 2020. Michigan, which has 15 electoral college votes. Survey data shows that economy is of the utmost importance to voters. Nevada, which has 6 electoral college votes. North Carolina, which has 16 electoral college votes. It is considered to lean Republican. Pennsylvania, which has 19 electoral college votes, where Trump won in 2016 but Biden won in 2020. Wisconsin, which has 10 electoral college votes, which usually goes blue, but Trump managed to win in 2020.
That's all for today, Pioneers. Now back to the desk.
Hey guys, I'm Cam, and today me and the guys are going to be taking a closer look into Ohio senators in the election.
All states are granted 2 senators who can be elected to serve a 6-year term. Then after 2 years has passed, 1/3 of the Senate becomes up for re-election. In order to run for election in the Senate, you have to be at least 30 years old, a citizen of the United States for 9 years minimum, and a resident of the state from which one is elected. Senators in office take action on bills, amendments, resolutions, nominations, motions, and treaties by voting. The Senate can vote in a variety of ways, including roll call votes, voice votes, and unanimous consent. The Senate is part of the legislative branch who creates laws. Ohio has had 118 senators over its lifespan. J.D. Vance of the Republican Party is one of the 2 Ohio senators, as well as the Republican vice president candidate for the Republican Party. Vance grew up in Middletown, Ohio, and went to Yale for college. Before Vance became a senator, he was in the Marine Corps for 4 years as a military journalist. Vance was elected senator in 2022 and was sworn into office in January 2023. JD's claim to fame before becoming a senator came from his memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, which was about his life and talks about growing up in poor, rural Ohio. If Vance wins the vice presidency, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine will choose a temporary senator until the seat can be filled in the 2026 election. Sherrod Brown of the Democratic Party has been a senator since 2006 and is up for re-election this year. Brown grew up attending Mansfield Senior High School and went to Yale for college. Sherrod Brown is currently running for re-election against Republican nominee Bernie Moreno. This year's Republican candidate, Bernie Moreno, was born in Bogota, Colombia, and was raised in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Before starting his political career, he was a successful car salesman and dealership owner. In 2019, Moreno was elected to the Cleveland Business Hall of Fame.
That's all for today, guys. Now back to Hour 7.
Hello, my name is Mia Schischler, and today we'll be taking a closer look into how a presidential election works.
The electoral process begins in the springtime when the major political parties go through the process of having voters vote for who they would like to see become the nominee for their party to run for president. After that, in the summertime, is when the parties will have what are called a convention. And at the conventions, that is where they formally bring who are called delegates, who are the people who have pledged to cast their vote based on the results of the spring primary caucuses. And that happens, we know who the presidential candidates would be, then they engage in things like debates and running advertisements, having town halls, and all the things that help voters decide who they're going. First Tuesday after the first Monday in November is when the election for the general election occurs, and what will happen is voters go to the polls, voters will vote. Each state, all but 2 states, use what is called a winner-take-all method, which means that whoever gets the popular vote in that state will win the whole majority of the electoral college votes. Each state gets a certain number of electors, people who are guaranteed or have pledged to vote for the candidate that wins that popular vote. Each party has their set of electors, and that is determined by the number of representatives that each state has in Congress. These people will then convene in December to cast their official elector votes. And so when we vote for president, we're actually casting our vote for an elector who will go cast their vote officially in the Electoral College. Once that happens, those votes are then certified when Congress is reconvened in January, which leads us to the inauguration of the new president, which always happens on January 20th.
Thanks for watching. Now back to the show.
Good evening, fellow Americans. Today we're going to be talking about the House of Ohio Representatives.
Ohio House of Representatives is the lower chamber of the Ohio General Assembly, which is the state's legislative body. The House consists of 99 representatives who serve 2-year-long terms. Each member represents a specific district, which is redrawn every 10 years after the census. Some possible representatives you may know that represent us are Jim Jordan and Troy Balderson. You may be wondering why the House of Representatives is important. Well, it's because the House of Representatives is a fundamental component of the legislative branch, balancing power and ensuring that diverse voices are heard in the federal government.
Thanks for watching. Now back to the show.
Hey Pioneers, today we're going to be taking a look at the presidential debate that happened a couple days ago.
A couple nights ago, former Vice President Donald Trump and current Vice President Kamala Harris went head-to-head for the first time in their political careers. The debate was hosted at Philadelphia's National Constitution Center. It ran on ABC News with no live audience. ABC moderators David Muir and Lindsay Davis served as fact-checkers. The debate covered many important topics and opportunities for candidates to expand on their plans and policies. Candidates shook each other's hands for the first time in a debate in 8 years. The expressions and tactics of the candidates differed, as Harris often looked directly at Trump, being very expressive towards him as she spoke. She actively engaged by shaking her head and laughing when she spoke, while Trump maintained a straight expression looking directly ahead. Trump continued to turn the debate back to inflation and immigration, as there are points of political weakness for Harris. One of the moderators brought up the topic of race. Trump said, quote, "I read where she said she was not black, and then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her," end quote. Harris fired back, saying her opponent quickly divided the American people through race. Trump said, quote, "In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in and they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame," end quote. Moderator Dave Muir fact-checked, stating that ABC News reached out to the city manager in Springfield, and there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed by immigrants. Muir also prompted Trump, saying, quote, "Are you acknowledging that you lost in 2020? He said this after Trump made a quote saying, "I lost by a whisker," referring to the 2020 election. Trump made attempts to prompt Kamala to talk about her stance on issues such as border control, but she eluded many of these attempts, eliciting a reaction from him. Harris did not answer a question about why she waited until 6 months before the election to try to pass a border security bill. Harris also failed to address how she would combat inflation and why the Biden administration had kept a majority of tariffs that the Trump administration instituted. Trump's opportunity to emphasize his political opponent's weakness was lost as he started a response about illegal immigrants. On the topic of health care, Harris plans to continue to support the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare, whereas Trump states that he, quote, "has concepts of a plan," end quote. He will implement when he is president. Moving on to foreign policy on the Ukraine-Gaza conflict, Harris plans to support NATO to help Ukraine. She explains that Israel and the Palestinians need to reach a ceasefire deal. Trump reiterated how he would settle the Russian-Ukraine conflict by calling up Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky. Harris fails to address complexities surrounding the Afghanistan withdrawal decision during the Biden administration, except that she agreed with the decision. Overall, both candidates have major holes in their policies. The debate proved to be somewhat ineffective for the American people to learn about the plans of their two presidential candidates, because both continue to dodge important questions and get off track very easily.
That's all for today, Pioneers. Now back to the desk.
Hi, welcome back. I'm MC Knoll with your Electoral College updates. Just in, the Republicans have won the governor election. The Electoral College is 230 to 197 with Trump in the lead.
He has just won North Carolina by 50.8%, and Kamala Harris has just won Oregon. Now let's throw it back to the desk to discuss local elections.
Thanks, MC. Let's now shift gears from the presidential election to local elections. Let's first start off with the Senate. One seat is open for re-election in 2024. However, if Donald Trump were to win the election, J.D. Vance's seat would be empty. In this case, current Governor Mike DeWine would appoint someone to fill the vacancy.
That's right, Samira. Whoever's appointed by Governor Mike DeWine would hold the seat until a special election is held during the next midterm. Ohio is a special case in this election, as a current senator whose seat is not up for a re-election has a chance to become the vice president. But for now, let's focus on the seat that is up for re-election. Republican candidate Bernie Moreno has won and will serve the next 6 years as senator.
Now we'll take a look at House of Representatives. Delaware County is split into 2 congressional districts, the 4th District and the 12th District. For the 4th District, Jim Jordan has retained his seat in the House, and for the 12th District, George Leamer currently is up 73.4%. Now that we've spoken about who will be occupying these seats in Congress, let's now explain what these incumbent jobs will look like during their term.
Senators serve in the upper chamber of Congress. Their primary roles consist of writing and debating and voting on legislation. Senators also confirm presidential appointments and ratify treaties. Senators serve 6-year terms.
The lower chamber of the Congress in the House of Representatives, where members of the House introduce and vote on bills, especially relating to taxes and budgets. House members serve on committees that specialize in certain areas and have the power to place impeachment charges on the president. House representatives serve 2-year terms.
Shifting gears, here at OOHS, National Social Studies Honor Society conducted their own mock election for our students on November 1st. Students voted for the presidency, Senate, and on issue 1. Private booths were provided to ensure anonymity. I voted stickers were given to students.
Over 300 responses from students during all lunch periods were recorded. With this, demographics of students were asked when they casted their vote.
With the conclusion of this mock election, the students of OOHS have selected Kamala Harris as their choice for president and Tim Walz as vice president, representing the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party won the student election with a 66.3% vote. Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance got 29.7% of the votes, and in addition, votes were casted for Jill Stein, Chase Oliver, and Peter Sonski.
If you were a senior, 74.1% of people voted for Kamala, while 23.5% voted for Trump. 1.2% of responses for seniors for Chase Oliver, and for juniors, there was a 60.6% voting for Kamala, 35.1% voted for Donald Trump. There was also a 21.1% vote for Jill Stein in the junior class. Moving on to the sophomores, 60.6% of them voted for Kamala, while 36.4% voted for Donald Trump. Finally, for freshmen, 70.7% voted for Kamala Harris, while 22.4% voted for Donald Trump. The independents had over 6.9% of votes, with majority going to Chase Oliver.
OOHS students voted yes for issue 1 on gerrymandering. The results included 71.8% yes on the issue and 28.2% no on the issue. An interesting statistic we collected was the gender of voters. For females, 77.5% voted yes on the issue, while 22.5% voted no. For the males, 65.7% voted yes, while 34.3% voted no.
The mock election did not include a House of Representatives race, as some people that attend OOHS live in different voting districts for the candidates. However, students voted for the Ohio Senate. For U.S. Senator, Sherrod Brown won for the Democratic Party, with 65.7% of votes casted for him, and 25.7% were casted for Bernie Moreno, and 8.6% were casted for Don Kasich. Overall, the mock election was successful in showing the general student body's thoughts on the election.
Let's briefly discuss the popular vote and the Electoral College vote. While the popular vote is an interesting number to look at, it has no impact on who is elected into office. In theory, the candidate who wins the Electoral College could lose the popular vote. This has only happened in 5 other elections, including the 2016 election where Donald Trump lost the popular vote, yet was elected president due to winning 304 electoral votes.
The Electoral College system was established by the U.S. Constitution and is intended to balance the influence of populous states with smaller ones, ensuring a broader national representation in Congress, which includes both Senate and House members. To win the presidency, a candidate must win at least 270 out of 538 total electoral votes.
In recent years, the Electoral College system has received some pushback from American citizens. What are your thoughts on this, Samira?
Well, Connor, it's important to recognize the original intent that our founding fathers had for the Electoral College. There were no political parties in 1787, so the creators of the Constitution assumed that citizens would vote for the candidate that most aligned with their personal beliefs, without outside influence. As we know today, the majority of voters have a party they are loyal towards and usually represent when they vote for a candidate, although this is not always the case, especially with this particular presidential election.
Exactly. The founders also assumed the election would ultimately be decided by the House of Representatives, as they thought no one major candidate would win the majority of electoral votes.
It really is interesting to see that our founding fathers had a different intent for the Electoral College than how it's actually used today.
To give our viewers a clearer understanding, let's look at how a shift to a popular vote system might change campaigning strategies. Under the current Electoral College system, candidates focus their attention on swing states. However, if the U.S. adopted a popular vote system, candidates would likely campaign in more densely populated areas to maximize the number of votes, potentially shifting their messaging and resource allocation.
Right. This could lead to more campaign stops in urban centers and less attention on smaller rural states. While the popular vote system may appear more democratic on the surface, it's crucial to consider the balance between representation and practicality.
That's a great point, Samira. This balance is part of what makes every election unique and why the conversation about electoral processes remains an important aspect of civic discussion.
Thinking about my own involvement and how our school is involved with election coverage gets me thinking about growth of engagement in this election.
Absolutely, Samira. This election has one of the highest predicted voter turnouts in recent history. In polls leading up to the election, political scientists predicted this election would elicit a near 70% voter turnout. If this turns out to be true, this would be a significant bump from the 2020 election, where just 62.8% of eligible voters came to the polls. Additionally, it would be the first election since 1900 to have above 70% of the population participate in a presidential election.
Unfortunately, this high turnout is mostly a result of the increasing polarization between the two parties in America. The ideals of the two parties and its voters have never been more contrasting.
That's right, Samira. This polarization has fueled passionate responses on both sides, driving voters to show up and make their voices heard. While increased voter participation is a positive sign of civic engagement, it does raise concerns about the widening ideological gap within our nation.
Yes, and this polarization impacts not only how people vote, but how they perceive their fellow citizens in the political landscape as a whole. According to recent studies, more Americans now view the opposing party as a threat to the nation's well-being rather than just a group with differing political beliefs.
The shift in perspective has led to more intense campaign strategies, where both parties have doubled down on their core messages to emphasize beliefs. Campaigns are focusing on critical issues that resonate deeply with their supporters, like healthcare, economic policies, and social issues. This focus has undoubtedly contributed to an environment where every election feels more pivotal than the last. With that being said, we do have some breaking news.
That's right. Kamala has won New Mexico, which has 5 electoral votes. This has changed our total and gives Kamala even more electoral votes, catching up to Donald Trump. Now, getting back to our topic, speaking of pivotal moments, this election's outcome could also shape key policies in future Supreme Court appointments, further emphasizing how closely voters are paying attention. The stakes are higher than ever, and that's reflected in the uptick of young voter engagement. Millennials and Gen Z are projected to make up a significant portion of the voting population, signaling a shift towards more progressive or issue-focused voting patterns.
That's an important development, Samira. Young voters are passionate about climate change, social justice, and economic reform. This demographic's growing influence could mean that even beyond 2024, we'll see shifts in how campaigns are structured and what policies are prioritized.
And with these changes in voter turnout and demographics, there's also renewed conversation about voter access and election reforms. As more states experiment with expanding mail-in voting, early voting periods, and modernized voting systems, we're seeing shifts that could make voting more accessible in future elections.
Exactly. While the conversation about voting rights is not new, it's more critical now than ever. Recent years have seen legal battles and legislative actions aimed at shaping how Americans cast their votes. Whether it's a debate over voter ID laws or district gerrymandering, these issues will continue to shape elections for the years to come.
It's clear that this election is not about just choosing a president, it's about defining what kind of democracy we want moving forward. The discussions we're having now, whether about the Electoral College, voter participation, or political polarization, are part of the broader reflection on the values and direction of our country.
So Samira, are you excited to be able to vote in the next election?
I am, Connor. I think this is one of the most important elections for both of us, as this is the last election that we're not personally going to be participating in. And it's exciting to think about participating in our nation's democracy for the first time. I was barely 1 year old when Obama was inaugurated, and 8 years old when Trump was sworn in, and 12 when Biden first took office. So this election, as I'm 16 now, is my first one where I can say I'm more politically aware and have my own opinions on policies and candidates. What about you, Connor?
Right. Well, I was around the same age as when those presidents were elected and barely missed the cutoff for voting in this election, as I'm 17 years old and turned 18 in roughly a month. Participating in AP government this year has been one of the main factors to my growing political beliefs and engagement in U.S. politics. Growing up during these pivotal elections has also been a contributing factor to my beliefs and has led me to grow accustomed to extremely close elections. As you all know, you most likely will not know the winner of the 2024 presidential election tonight due to the nationwide legal changes since 2020, including in all 7 key swing states. The election this year could be even slower.
This just in, issue 1 has not passed and was voted no. This is critical to our election. This is one of the key things that we were looking at tonight, so issue 1 has in fact failed. Now, getting back to our topic, remembering in 2020, President Biden declared victory only after the Associated Press called Pennsylvania on Saturday after Election Day, securing his path to the White House.
Let's take a look back at 2020 for some context. While many of the results came in quickly, there were still a few critical states that left the outcome unclear for days. The Associated Press called 26 states instantly when polls closed, and 5 more within the first hour.
That's right, Connor. Within 24 hours, 45 states and D.C. were called, but neither Biden nor Trump had reached the 270 electoral votes needed for the victory. It was Pennsylvania's call over 87 hours after polls closed that decided the race in Biden's favor. Just 50 minutes after that, the call for Nevada came in as well.
This year, key states like Georgia and North Carolina could play a similar role. In 2020, the Associated Press took 10 days to call North Carolina for Trump and 16 days for Georgia, which went to Biden after hand recounts.
So as results come in, we may need to brace for a prolonged period of anticipation, knowing the final outcome could take days or even weeks to solidify.
Exactly. And it's crucial to stay patient and informed as this process unfolds. So I'd like to go back to this issue of gerrymandering a little bit, just because it's really been a big talking point in Ohio. What do you think as far as it failing? What do you think the main reason why it failed was?
You know, Connor, I'm not completely sure why it failed. I was pretty set in that it would pass, and I thought that's the way that this election was going. Thinking about how, quickly things can change in this election is just crazy to see.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think one of the main reasons why it might not have passed is just because that at this current time period, Ohio is a pretty red state. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we casted our vote for Trump, and I believe that when a lot of states cast their vote for a certain president and a certain party, a lot of voters are going to vote for the same issues with their same views. So I believe that while issue 1 should have passed, that's my personal opinion, I think that it didn't pass because of just the current state of Ohio's politics.
Right, that is something that is important to point out. Ohio was won by Donald Trump, so we've definitely seen that continued Republican view, and the Senate was also won Republican. So, when you point that out, it does make sense that gerrymandering failed. It'll be interesting to see how the presidential election will progress in years forward, because we have seen this trend of Republicans and this kind of red sweep in Ohio. So I am interested to see, as that is very important, as that's where we live. So.
Right, and then also going back to voting in the House of Representatives, we obviously know the winner of the 4th district. However, the 12th district is something that I didn't really predict. I had Troy Balderson keeping his seat just because House candidates usually keep their seats. It's much easier to be reelected because of how many seats there are. However, his opposing running mate, who I don't remember his name at this time, currently he had, when we last talked about it, I believe it was a 65% lead. So what do you think of that? Do you think with Bernie Morito being voted over Sherrod Brown, Jim Jordan kept his seat, and then possibly Troy Balderson losing his seat, what do you think the results of those are? Because most of those are Republican candidates.
Right, so we did mention that kind of red wave in Ohio and starting to kind of take over. And, when we look at, it's interesting to think about our mock election at school and how we did have Sherrod Brown winning. We did have issue 1 passing, and both have been the opposite. And I think that just goes to show, what we think is going to happen is based off of where we are in Ohio. When you think about urban centers and our proximity to Columbus, that is probably why our data is more left-leaning. So, overall, it doesn't surprise me that both spots are likely going to go to Republicans, as that is a trend that we have seen.
Yeah, I agree. So now I want to get back into a little bit. I talked about it during the Independent Hour Roundtable, but I want to talk about some of the marketing strategies that have been used by both candidates and both parties to try and sway some younger voters.
Right. I think it's been very apparent that their demographic is Gen Z, millennials, anyone that they can reach out to, because I think it's no surprise, older people tend to be more set in their views, and our young voters are the most impressionable. They're the most easy to persuade, especially if they're in between candidates, because this election we've seen that a lot of people are kind of in the middle. They don't know which candidate to choose because maybe they don't like the character of one candidate, but then they don't agree with the policy of the other candidate. So I think that's been a main factor of both Kamala and Trump gearing their marketing towards Gen Z through apps like TikTok and using popular sounds, popular memes, anything to kind of adhere to that younger population.
Yeah, I agree. And just to kind of go off of that a little bit, talking about some of the other things as far as trying to convince young voters, I think that it's obviously apparent that they're targeting these young voters earlier because in the next election, younger voters are going to have, a higher say. And if the election goes how it's predicted and we get such a large voter turnout, I think it could possibly increase in 2028 because of the increased amount of younger voters who are now going to be keyed into politics a little more. So we can get back into that, but we do have some breaking news. We're going to send it over to MC.